napkin. Good. I could never forget, he mumbles. As expected of my grandfather's most loyal man. And yet you forgot yourself. This is still the Groza Bratva, is it not? Ivan grits his teeth. It is? And I'm still the pecan, correct? Correct. Of course, Ivan hasn't forgotten. When I was rebuilding the Groza Bratva from its ruins, he sought me out. Wanted to see the blood heir of the man he'd followed into the darkness of the underworld, the man he'd failed to protect. He wanted to make it right. I don't know if he's still trying to do that, if this is all a misguided attempt at protecting my grandfather's legacy. But this is my Bratva now, and I'll be damned if I let a single vor undermine me in front of the rest. Then you've got nothing to worry about, I conclude, draining my glass. Enjoy the opportunities of this new continent. Enjoy the power, the money, the fame. Enjoy tonight, but don't make the mistake of forgetting who made it all possible. How gracious, Ivan replies thinly. It seems our fearless leader forgets too, that he didn't accomplish all of this alone. A murmur of assent lifts from the table. I nip that shit right in the fucking bud. Of course not. For once, my Vori are speechless. Not a single one of them was expecting me to agree. Perhaps they were even anticipating an outburst. On another night, I might have given them that. I might have snarled and put them back into their place by their scruffs. Tonight, though, I've had a very nice bath. After all, I say, rising from my seat, my family was always there by my side. Isn't that right? Every single vor tenses like a violin. There's no mistaking the meaning of my words. They all know where they stand on family. And they all know I don't consider them part of mine. But Bratva means brotherhood. Ivan used that very word earlier, referring to us all as brothers. So how could they possibly disagree? Enjoy the rest of your night, I murmur, and then I leave. 2 sets of footsteps ring after mine. One of them is faster, hurried. It catches up in seconds. Moltia! What? I snap, my patience used up. This... My brother hesitates, trying to find the words. This isn't smart, he settles on. You know that, right? You can't just alienate the Vori. You need them. I really don't. Matvey! I never needed them. I shrug, striding through the blue and red lights. I had you. That was always enough for me. Yuri's steps falter. That's not fair, he bites back eventually. To them, I mean. I don't care what's fair to them, I growl. They're not blood. They're just glorified attack dogs. They'll take what bones I throw at them, and they'll be fucking grateful for my generosity. Next to me, Yuri falls quiet. We make it outside and wait for Grisha to bring the car around. Dogs. They're loyal, Yuri remarks at last. But even the most loyal dog will bite if backed into a corner. Will it? I ask idly. Then I'll just have to put it down. For the entire ride back, Yuri doesn't speak a word.
Chapter 31. April. For the first time in a long time, I wake up refreshed. Like, actually refreshed. I thought it was a myth, but who knew? A good bath, a nice meal, and now I'm positively glowing. Of course, it wasn't just the bath and meal, but still. As I walk around the kitchen, humming to myself and picking out a particularly mouth-watering box of Madagascar vanilla cookies, last night's conversation comes back to me. Or rather, last night's monologue. I still can't believe I did that. Things like that, I'd never said them to anyone. Aside from June and Corey, who know my sad backstory like the back of their hands because they were there for most of it, I'd never felt the urge to tell anybody else. To confide in anybody else. But I did. And now there's this floaty feeling inside of me, this lightness that makes me want to do things. Things I never did before. Things like calling my mom. The kettle whistles. I pour myself a generous cup of who knows what $1 million tea from Japan and munch on a cookie lost in thought. It's been a while since I've heard my mother's voice. I tell myself I don't miss it. That the woman gave birth to me, and that's just about all she did. I have no reason to expect anything else from this stranger who never even wanted to share my name. And yet, right now, I'm expecting. I have a child growing inside me, a child who's going to call me Mom, and I still don't know what that means. But Eleanor does. She has a son, and maybe, just maybe. With trembling fingers, I pick up my phone and dial. For a bit, it rings out. I listen to those dull electronic beeps with a growing sense of relief. She's not going to pick up. She's not. I'll be able to say I did my part and save myself the trouble of this uncomfortable conversation. Scolding at best, indifference at worst. But what if she's happy for you? And then at the last ring, what? No question mark this time either. Hi, Mom. Eleanor's voice is clipped, factual. In the background, I can hear the clattering of pots and pans, the rush of running water. Get to the point, Shortcake. Mama's got dishes. You've also got a husband with 2 functioning arms. I think, but don't say. Who knows? Maybe Tom's hands fell off the same wagon he did. It's been a while since I last saw him. Anything's possible. I just wanted to catch up, see how you're doing. I answer as meekly as I can. If this is a bad time, every time is a bad time. My mother dismisses. Out with it. Poker night ain't gonna clean up after itself. Don't I know it? I've actually got kind of a big news. We could meet if that's better. On the other end of the line, Eleanor scoffs. Yeah, right, 'cause I've got that kind of time on my hands. My smile falters a little more. I shake myself. I'm the one who wanted to do this. If I don't give it my best, then what's the point? Well, I'm a bit freer right now. I'm on leave from work for a bit, so maybe I could come and see you. Eleanor's barking laughter cuts me right off. Oh, sweetie, don't you know better than that? If it's about money, I don't have it. For a second, I have to reboot my brain. Money? I repeat stupidly. No, I wasn't. Why don't you ask your father? Eleanor suggests, spitting the last word out with ill-concealed contempt. I'm sure Nella can do without a new Birkin this season. Nora, I correct automatically. Whatever, Eleanor scoffs. If that's all, Mom, I cut her off. It's not about money. It's a Herculean effort to snap my sentence in half there, because the other half would be a huge, long overdue rant. I've never asked you for money in my life. I could have, I should have, but I didn't. So why in the everlasting hell would you think that's why I called you now? Oh, Eleanor breathes. Well, if that's not it, then I'm pregnant. Silence falls over the line. For a second, I think I might have lost signal. I hold my phone away to check. Ha 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 ha! And Eleanor bursts into laughter. Oh, sweetie! She wheezes as if she's drying away a tear or something. You didn't tell me you were going into comedy. I'm really not. Nothing about this conversation strikes me even remotely as funny. Glad you're enjoying yourself, though. Ha, honey, she gasps, still between bursts of hilarity. Come on, there's no way you're pregnant. I kind of am, though. Please, since when? I take a deep breath. Without thinking, I've started rubbing circles into my belly. 9 months, actually. I exhale at last, fighting to keep my tone even. The baby's due any day now, and since it's your grandchild, I thought you should know. There, I huff mentally. Done. Whatever Eleanor chooses to do with the information, I don't give a rat's ass. I did my part. What I don't expect is for her to keep laughing. Aw, shortcakes! Where'd you leave your math? Either you're pregnant or it's been 9 months, in which case the little munchkin would already be out and about. Seriously? You've been post-term twice, and that's already rare enough, Eleanor retorts. Besides, you'd know the sex by now, but no, you said it, grandchild. My eyes keep bulging. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Is my mother playing detective? Trying to catch me in a lie? I just told her I'm goddamn pregnant, and that's what she does with it? Mom, I try. You can't possibly think... But she tuts me halfway through. Please, dear, let's not insult Mommy's intelligence. This prank is just like you. Sloppy. My heart sinks. All my hopes for this. Hopes I should have known better than to nurture, shatter into a million pieces at my feet. All these years, and my mom still has no idea who I am. Tell you what, Eleanor says with forced benevolence. You wanted my attention, you got it. We had a nice chat. Attention? I splutter. You think I'd make up a pregnancy for attention? If the shoe fits, dear. Hang up, urges my last scrap of self-respect. Hang up and never call again. But I'm not fast enough. Besides, Eleanor remarks knowingly, readying her coup de grace, you can't be pregnant. You'd need a man for that. My mother, ladies and gentlemen, the woman who gave birth to me, gave birth and nothing else. And I couldn't possibly get that, right? I laugh bitterly, voice shaking. At this point, I don't care anymore. A man? A partner? You're not blind, Shortcake. Surely you can answer that yourself. Right, I mutter. Guess I know where I got my good genes from, then. I can hear the air freeze on the other end of the line. Careful, dear, Eleanor warns, fractals in her smiling voice. Mommy's patience isn't infinite. Neither is mine, I begin to say, but can't. The words get stuck in my throat somewhere around a huge lump there. All right, good chat, Eleanor says briskly. Talk soon, bye. Mom, And she hangs up. I need you. By the time the food cart comes, I've gone from heartbroken to furious. The poor waiter seems to sense it because he retreats with a short bow and a quick step. It's not unlike when Matvey's here. Have I turned into a scary mobster too? Perhaps I should be so lucky. Then Eleanor wouldn't fucking dare. Faking my pregnancy, I mutter, disbelief in every word as I pace up and down the living room. Faking the nerve on that woman. Can you believe it, Nugget? From its warm nest, Nugget doesn't offer a comment. Probably for the best. I wouldn't want its first memory to be its bitch of a grandmother. Grandmother. It's insane how different it is. Eleanor as a grandma versus... I shake my head, drying a stray tear. It's no use thinking of her. Maya isn't here. I'm here. And I'll protect my child for the both of us. Just as I'm writing another rant in my head, the doorbell rings. I can practically feel Matvey on the other side, his confident stride, tendrils of his cologne sneaking in through the gap under the door. Everything about him makes me hungry. You can't be pregnant. You'd need a man for that. When I answer the door, I don't let Matvey speak. I grab his tie and yank it down, claiming those rough lips with mine. Matvey makes a surprised sound in his throat, but it doesn't take a second before he starts kissing back. Just as passionate, just as hungry. This man wants me. I want to scream through the phone. This man claimed me in the only way that matters. When I finally break away, panting against Matvey's chest, big hands slide down my hips. With a firm pull, they bring us flush together. Immediately, I feel how hard he is, how badly he desires me. With a gasp, I run my hands everywhere, itching to claw and own and touch. Usually that's his role. Right now, though, I don't care who leads this dance. I just want to move until I can't think. Someone's impatient tonight. Matvey growls against my ear, making me shiver from head to toe. Yes, I breathe. So come and take me. We stumble back into the penthouse, every step a hazard. Through our kisses, we can't see anything but each other. The only care we take is not to squish what's between us. The evidence my mother wouldn't believe. Our child. The child we made just like this. Once we're at the couch, I push Matvey down on it. I have no illusions. If he wanted to, he could flip me around like a rag doll, take me on my back, on my knees. But he doesn't. Instead, he sits back and lets me climb into his lap, lets my hands roam all over his firm, taut body, until he's half naked and so am I. Something happened, didn't it? Matvey asks, eyes dark and hooded. It looks like it's taking everything, every ounce of self-control, just to push the words out. I don't want them. Tonight, I don't want a single thought to cross my mind. Just fuck me. April. Fuck me, I rasp. Please. Matvey groans into my neck. A big palm comes to gather my wrists together, pinning them behind my back. I let out a whine. Matvey. But then I feel his other hand start to work. It slides between us where it matters, popping buttons and yanking flies, pushing my panties aside so his thick cock can sink. You want this? Matvey snarls, all animal, showing me how it works, showing me how to move my hips just right, how to ride him. Then come and get it. And by God, I do.
Chapter 32. Matvey.
And then she said, "If the shoe fits, dear. If the shoe fits. Can you believe it?"
April's voice rises in shrilly outrage. She slaps the water, and it ripples throughout the pool, as if trying to get away from her fury. I can understand the sentiment. Right now, I wouldn't want to be in the way of April's fury either.
That nasty... Ah!
April slumps back into me, deflated.
Faking my pregnancy. What a joke.
I can't help but agree. I'm doubly glad I asked Grisha for that additional background check. A woman like this isn't safe to have around my child, or my child's mother. Anyone who's known April for more than 5 minutes could tell her problem isn't lying. It's honesty. Wearing her heart on her sleeve at all times, no matter who's on the other side of it. Getting it broken so often she's taught herself how to mend it back together, how to fix the unfixable. Eleanor Hill is lucky that I don't know where she lives. Yet.
Sorry,
April murmurs into the surface, making bubbles as she speaks.
I've been venting ever since you came home.
To be fair, you've been doing other things to me too.
Hey!
April's face flushes a delicious shade of red. I could eat her up like this. Naked, warm skin, peppered with droplets. If I had my way, I'd kiss them off until the pool was dry.
Cheater.
Never. It's an automatic response, one I don't think about. In the seconds that follow, though, I pause. I shouldn't be making these kinds of promises. April hasn't lied to me so far. I don't want to be the one who starts. But she doesn't seem to have caught my slip. She's still looking ahead, gaze lost far away, no doubt replaying the conversation with her mother in her mind. I grip the edge of the pool, white-knuckled. It's going to take a lot of restraint not to storm right over to Staten Island and demand a pound of Eleanor's flesh in return for this. Hey. April snaps out of her reverie.
Yeah?
Look. I point at the other edge of the pool, where the water falls freely off. It's an illusion, of course. It cost me an arm and a leg just to get the permits for this. But that's what my hotels are for. Illusions. A dream of infinity. Here, one night should feel like forever. I watch as April's gaze softens. Her pupils are wide now, reflecting the dancing lights of the pool. This terrace is the crown jewel of the Manhattan Jupiter Hotel. No other location has it.
It's beautiful,
April breathes. I agree. Only my gaze isn't on the water. You could give birth here, I mention. April looks at me like I've grown 2 heads.
No way.
Yes way.
I couldn't,
she gasps, scandalized.
It's the hotel pool.
It's my hotel's pool. I decide who gets to use it, and how. April peers up at me, trying to gauge if I'm being serious. Little does she know, I'm always serious. 20 minutes ago, I had Grisha empty out the place with the excuse of emergency maintenance. Every single guest will be given a generous discount, an apology for the inconvenience. But April doesn't need to know that.
Births are messy, Matvey.
She shudders.
You could clean it 1,000 times afterwards, and still no one would ever want to use it again.
Then we'll just have to use it ourselves, I reply, drawing close. I tilt up April's chin. Big hazel eyes look up into mine, shining with a million specks of light. Her lips part, but for a while, no sound comes out.
We can't,
April murmurs in the end. My pool, I repeat. My child's mother. I lean in, brushing past her lips at the last second to speak into her ear. I'll do exactly as I please with both. A shiver. April's body reacts without a single touch. It's intoxicating, a kind of power unlike any other. Even being pecan doesn't compare.
Is that so?
It is. Allow me to prove it. The next few minutes are a blur of kisses. I rarely kiss my conquests, just enough to be a gentleman. But with April, I could spend the night doing just this, tasting, prying her lips apart, eating her whole, swallowing down moan after moan after moan. I don't linger on what that means. That's the only thing I can't afford to do. Instead, I flip us around. April's back hits the pool wall, and her thighs wrap around me, ankles locked to trap me. It's a pointless effort. I'm not going anywhere. My hands roam over her body until they find her belly. It feels even more swollen than yesterday. Our child's growing here, I remind myself, getting bigger every day, getting ready for the cutthroat world that made their father sharp and their mother kind. Will you be like me? Like her? Will you be like both somehow?
Matvey,
April gasps.
please.
She's still slick from before, open and wanting. I waste no time. In one smooth push, I'm inside her again.
Yes,
April breathes, lost in the pleasure.
yes, like that.
Blot, I bite out. Wish I could show you off like this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I growl, beginning to thrust. Take you out like this, in front of everyone. My vori, my guests, your parents.
Mm.
I dare them, I snarl, plunging into those tight walls. To question you again. To question this. I splay a palm over her belly. Who would still doubt if they could see you like this?
Ah!
Naked, wanting, I rasp, feeling myself grow closer from the image alone, filled with my seed, and still begging for more.
Matvey!
I'd show everyone, I roar, even as the thought of sharing April in any way brings me to madness. Just how we made this. Both my hands are on her belly now, forcing April to squirm on my cock to get the friction she needs. And then, if they still weren't convinced,
Then what?
I smirk. Then I'd just have to put another one in you. April screams. She's so close I can feel it, her pussy fluttering around me like a swarm of butterflies. But I don't want her to come yet. Instead, I drive into her in slow, deep pushes, refusing to give her the frantic rhythm she craves, driving her wild with too much pleasure.
Matvey, please.
I'm not done putting babies in you, Kalina. Who said I'd stop at 2?
Ah!
I'd pump in another, I groan, punctuating my words with thrusts. And another, and another.
Matvey!
Until you're full to bursting, until no one can doubt exactly who you belong to. April gives a hard shudder. She tries to slip a hand between our bodies to touch herself, bring herself relief. But I don't let her. Instead, I catch it and pin it to the pool wall.
We'd make a mess,
April moans, squirming like crazy. Yeah, I taunt, grinding the head of my cock into her sweet spot once, twice. Then you'd better keep it all inside. That does it. April's whole body jolts, hard, and she comes with a choked shout as I pump into her, fulfilling my promise.
Chapter 33. April. The last time I woke up in a good mood, it didn't last. Still, I can't bring myself to sour it on my own this morning. Call me a sucker, but I believe in second chances. And right now, I'm giving my luxury tea break a second chance. Yesterday, we had vanilla. I say out loud. What you feeling like today? Nugget doesn't reply with words, but it gives a little kick instead. What was that? I call, leaning in with my hand around my ear. Extra dark chocolate chip from Ecuador? Another gentler kick. All right, then. I clap my hands together. It's forever on my hips, after all, not yours. Better enjoy it while it lasts, yeah? On second thought, I grab some Greek yogurt from the fridge, too. Just to have something healthy with it, I tell myself. Then, on third thought, I grab the Nutella jar. Brunch, I murmur to myself. Let's call this brunch. But, Mom, I picture the tiny creature in my belly objecting. We've already had breakfast. I won't tell if you don't, I whisper, holding up a pinky to my belly. God, this is getting pathetic, isn't it? I'm so lonely I've started talking to the walls. Worse, to an imaginary projection of my future child. It's clearly out of character, too. Nugget wouldn't chide me for having breakfast twice. Instead, it'd kick me around noon for the third. I swear, it's like I'm growing a hobbit up in here. Sir, you can't go. I'm distracted from my daydreaming by a deep voice at the door. I don't recognize it, but it takes me a couple of seconds to realize it must be one of the bodyguards that stay here when Grisha's busy elsewhere. That poor man. When does he even sleep? She knows me. Please, just let me. Another voice. And this I recognize. I walk to the door as if in a trance. But there's no way, right? Sir, step away from the door. I'm telling you, she's my... Charlie. Big eyes blink up at me. Hazel eyes just like mine. Sister, he finishes. And then those eyes zero in on my belly. It takes longer than I'd like to bring the boys to heel. Miss, Gorilla number 1 insists. You can't have unannounced visitors. Not without permission. Gorilla number 2 doubles down. I cross my arms. Permission, I echo. That's right, miss. No one goes in or out without the boss knowing. By my side, Charlie blinks at me like I've gone insane. But before he can say anything, I give him a look. The let your big sister handle this look. Then I turn to my guardian angels and Gucci. Permission from the boss. That's what we need, right? Thank you for understanding, miss. Luckily, I've got his ear right here. I make a show of leaning down, hand cupped around the shell of my ear. What was that, young Master Nugget? I ask my belly in front of 3 pairs of dumbfounded eyes. Uncle Charlie can come in, you say? That's great. Thank you so much. I look up with a big smile. Looks like there's no problems on our end. The bodyguards exchange a look. Miss, the boss said it's fine, I interrupt. If you've got an issue, you can take it up with management. Management? I point to my belly with both thumbs. Right here. A few nervous glances fly between the gorillas. I can practically hear the conversation. I'm not crouching down there. The boss will kill me. You do it. You speak to the fetus. No one? I ask innocently. Then we'll be on our way. Miss! Then I usher Charlie inside and shut the door. Phew! I exhale once we're out of earshot. Sorry about that. They can be a bit... sexist. Overprotective. But Charlie isn't looking at the door anymore. Going by his face, he's not thinking about the bodyguards at all. Instead, he's staring at my belly. Charlie? So it's true, my brother breathes. You really are... He stretches out a hand, but quickly pulls it back again, as if afraid I'll bite. I can read Tom's influence all over the gesture. Don't touch the chips, kid. If they get mixed up, you'll pay. Here, I say, reaching out to take his hand. You can touch if you want. Then I place it gently on my belly. Charlie's face lights up. He looks mesmerized, like that time I snuck him out to the aquarium on his 10th birthday. I remember watching him stroke the manta ray's fins in the open tank, reverent and awed. Now he's wearing the same expression. Then Nugget gives a kick and he startles. Don't worry, I reassure him. Nugget's a bit rowdy today. Hasn't had a second breakfast yet. For the first time since he came here, Charlie gives a small smile. Just like a hobbit. Probably takes after you, I tease. It's so strange seeing him here. My brother. Half-brother. His parents would both chide. But I never cared to tell the difference. We were born from the same womb. What would we be if not family? Internally, I roll my eyes. All of Matvey's blood talk must be getting to me after all. Charlie. He's grown so big since I last saw him. 15 now, and way taller than me. Not that it's hard, but still. With my sisters on my father's side, I don't have any relationship to speak of. Nothing that I like to remember, at least. But with Charlie, it's different. It was always different. Even if Eleanor followed the same exact playbook as her ex-husband, trying to pit her new kid against her old one. The purebred heir versus the unfortunate mutt born from a youthful indiscretion. Charlie never bit. He was always too kind, too sweet. A gentle soul, one even Eleanor couldn't ruin. Neither could Tom, though he tried. I overheard the call. Charlie speaks up eventually, still transfixed by the child growing inside me. His nephew or niece, he must be realizing. I asked Mom about it. She kept saying you made it up, that there was no way. His lips press into a tight, angry line. I got mad. We had this huge fight. I'm sorry. I mean it. I feel horrible. This is exactly why I left. Aside from not wanting to be there, I also couldn't afford to be. With Charlie always jumping up to defend me against Eleanor's words and against Tom's hands, it wasn't safe for me to stay. It wasn't safe for him. I never meant to make trouble for you guys. Charlie quickly shakes his head. You didn't, he promises. Mom shouldn't have said those things. She shouldn't... A pause. She shouldn't treat you like that, he mutters at last. I smile. My little knight in shining armor. Well, as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. And pregnant, unless this is a very good prop. It'd be a very lively prop, Charlie snorts, feeling Nugget squirm against his palm. I swiped it from the alien set. We both laugh before that semi-awkward silence creeps back in. How did you know where to find me? I went to the shop, Charlie confesses. You weren't there, but Elias was, so I asked and... Of course, makes sense. You're too smart for your own good sometimes, kiddo. When he took me under his wing, Elias didn't mind the little rooster that came along for the ride. Whenever things got bad at home, Charlie would take a ridiculous combination of ferries and buses and trains just to hang around the shop for the day. Afterwards, we'd get ice cream and he'd crash on my couch. June always liked having him over, said he was the perfect test subject for her skincare masks. I hope it's not a problem, Charlie blurts out, taking my silence the wrong way. I didn't mean... No, I answer immediately. Not at all. It's... I pause, looking for the right words. It's nice to see you again, I tell him from the bottom of my heart. And to see a familiar face in general. Don't tell anyone, but I've been going crazy. I bet. Charlie laughs, looking around for the first time. Nice digs, by the way. How'd you end up here? He glances toward the door again. With hired guns? Just then, my stomach growls. How about I catch you up over tea? I suggest. Otherwise, your nibbling just might eat me. He gives me a warm smile. Tea it is. I feel the same smile pulling at my lips. Okay. Right this way, sir.
Chapter 34. Matvey. I haven't even been at the office for 5 seconds before 2 folders are slammed onto my desk. Well, not slammed exactly. Grisha's face is as serene as ever, but the stack is just that heavy. Even Yuri does a double take at the sight. Ballistics report, he announces, pointing at the thinner file. Plus a full background check on April's family. Instinctively, I reach for the first report. I can tell that's what Yuri wants to read too, his hungry gaze zeroing in on it. Those were his men that got killed. If anyone's going to want justice, it's him. But Grisha's words stop me. Family? I repeat. That's right, Grisha confirms. I took the liberty of researching her father's side as well. Everything's in there, from her birth to the day she turned 18. I stare at the second folder. I only asked for details on April's mother, but my subordinate has always been thorough to a fault. Now, April's entire past is at my fingertips. Veering at the last moment, I snatch the background check instead. Christ, I mutter, weighing it in my hands. What's this? The goddamn Bible? Grisha shrugs. What's the Bible if not a family saga? Shaking my head, I open it. The first page is mostly housekeeping. April's date of birth, nationality, blood type. Nothing of particular interest. Yuri walks around the table, perching behind me to look over my shoulder. That's a lot of paper, he comments. Ever seen a file so thick when we vet our recruits? Negative. Yeah, me neither. I turn to the summary page. A mother, Eleanor Hill, born Fisher. A father, Dominic Flowers. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. They were married 7 years before splitting in a drawn-out court battle for alimony. Money for the ex-wife. That's what mattered to these Modocs, not the kid. Then, between April's 7th and 8th birthdays, both parents settled down with new people. Eleanor Fisher became Mrs. Hill, marrying one Thomas Hill, and Dominic Flowers took a second wife by the name of Nora LeBlanc. Grisha whistles. Not one, but two evil step-parents. When did you get over here? Yuri balks, suddenly walled in between me and his nosy colleague. And why evil? Have you ever been in the company of Miss Flowers? Grisha asks rhetorically. She had me over for tea once, broke a teacup. For a whole minute, she looked like she was scared I was going to gun her down for it. Yuri's face darkens. Yeah, I smeared the wall while putting the toys away, and she spent 15 minutes scrubbing it clean again. Quiet! I bark. I rub my temples. I couldn't give a rat's ass about some cup and some smeared wall. All I can think of is April's anxious grimace at dinner. Those early nights, when she didn't know who she was dealing with. Tense, ready to bolt. I want to snatch up whoever did this to her, and make them regret ever being born. But this file doesn't have that. This file has names, information, and sterile words on a sheet. So that's what I'm gonna work with. For now. This says her mother's been to rehab, I note with a frown. Yuri leans in to look, while Grisha nods. That's right. Several quick staycations at the expenses of one charitable organization or another. Quick is an understatement. From these records, it looks like Mrs. Hill didn't even get to step 3 of the program. I can't imagine she ever made it to step 9, making amends. If that phone call with April is anything to go by, she's not even aware she should. What's her poison? Alcohol. I grimace. April's pregnant, so of course I've never seen her touch even a drop of the stuff. But I can't help remembering that night out on the balcony, the skittish way she handed me my bourbon. What about Thomas Hill? Grisha helpfully points to the blue tag. That's his section. Chronically unemployed, Saturday night poker every week, a few debts here and there. Average scumbag, I summarize. Pretty much, Grisha says. But there's one thing worth noting, I think. He turns the page, squishing Yuri against the wall in the process. Yuri makes an offended sound, but I don't pay it any mind. I'm far too busy grinding my teeth into dust. This is a police report. For domestic violence, Grisha fills in. Great, Yuri snarks. A wife-beater. What a catch. I scan the page. Luckily, I don't see April's name anywhere on this. Only Eleanor's, and a certain Charlie's, plus a couple of pictures of nasty bruises. Charlie. That must be the brother April mentioned. I inhale through my nose. Just because something hasn't been reported, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It doesn't mean April was safe. I snap the section shut. What about April's biological father? Grisha turns to a purple-coated page. Dominic Flowers, aged 57, has 3 more daughters by his second wife, all teenagers, Anne, Catherine, and Diana Flowers LeBlanc. This says they live in the Upper East Side, Yuri comments, elbowing Grisha away. That's the first thing I noticed, too. By the look of these records, bank statements, properties, shares, the Flowers family should be loaded. If April came from money, why would she share a ratty Brooklyn hole-in-the-wall with a friend who worked minimum wage? Why would she stick to a diet of prepackaged mac and cheese? Why would she struggle? Her address, I demand. Show me her addresses across the years. Grisha obliges. Until the age of 7, she lived with her parents in Manhattan. Then, he points to the next line over. Here, for the next 10 years or so. A Brooklyn brownstone. This is registered to Dominic Flowers. It is, Grisha confirms. But Dominic wasn't living there. Instead, this person was. I glance at the unfamiliar name. Maya Toussaint. This woman, I say. Maya. Tell me about her. Grisha's about to turn the page, when Yuri finally manages to slither under his arm. Maya Toussaint, he reads out loud. Born in Haiti. Green card by marriage to one Augustus Flowers. He frowns. That's not April's dad, is it? It's not, Grisha answers. He settles his chin obnoxiously on Yuri's head in retribution, and continues. That's April's grandfather. He died shortly after she was born. Maya was his second wife. Dominic's mother had already passed. It looks like Maya lived with Dominic throughout most of his first marriage, Yuri says, scanning the page. Then, when he split, she must have taken April in. Maya Toussaint, April's grandmother by marriage, not by blood. And yet, from these files, she might have been the only one who truly cared about her. There's no record of a custody battle, I observe. Not exactly, Grisha clarifies. The court transcript says there was a brief scuffle between Eleanor and Dominic over who was going to keep the child, but for the opposite reason. Yuri frowns. Meaning? Meaning neither one wanted custody. I clench my fist under the table. No wonder April's so jaded about blood. All her life she's been betrayed by the ones she came from, and saved by the ones who had no obligation to help her. Oh, Yuri mutters. This says Maya... She died, Grisha nods. 7 years ago. 7 years ago? How old was April then? 16? 17? That's when her address records became a mess, I realize. Staten Island to the Upper East Side, then Staten Island again, switching schools, switching houses. Every few months, she'd be ping-ponged between her parents. What the hell? There's your custody battle, Yuri says grimly. A shadow war of you take her, no you take her. After Maya's death, the brownstone was sold, Grisha fills in. It was sudden. She didn't leave a will, or at least none that I could find. Dominic got everything. And kept the money, I guess. And kept the money. Every last cent. I need Grisha to keep this file locked away from me. This thing has addresses, workplaces, license plates. Everything I need to turn these motherfuckers' lives into hell. If I have to look at this for one more second, I won't be responsible for what comes out of my mouth next. Maybe it'll be a kill order. Maybe it'll be worse. So I snap the folder shut and breathe. Grisha. Yes? Keep this for me. Don't let anyone see it. Grisha bows. At your service. A shitty family. 2 shitty parents, 2 shitty step-parents. A sea of half-siblings who got everything April didn't. And one woman, only one, who took pity on her and raised her as her own. Maya, her grandmother. So of course April twitches at every loud noise. Of course she rushes to clean up after herself and others, trembling at the thought of consequences. Of course she was scared to tell me she was pregnant. Who knows what I would have done? How could she know? I want to go scorched earth on these fuckers. I want them to pay for every tear they've made her shed, every invisible scar they've given her. But why do I want that? April's my co-parent. Knowing about this is enough for my purposes. Keeping my child safe. Everything in these pages has already happened. I can't turn back time for April to grow up safe, loved, wanted, and I shouldn't even care. So why do I? Suddenly I feel like a kid again. I'm back in that shed-turned house, buried in the snow, a weak fire flickering over ashes. My mother coughing her life away, her child powerless to do anything. It's been a while since I've felt that. Powerlessness. I shake myself. I shouldn't be thinking like this. April's nothing to me. The thought scrapes like nails on a chalkboard, but I swiftly bury the noise. There's one last problem, too. April hasn't told me any of this. I can't possibly bring it up. She's already scared shitless of every shadow. What am I even going to say? Good evening, co-parent. I went down the rabbit hole of your past and found out your parents are horrible, and the one woman who ever loved you is dead. Want to fuck your troubles away? I rise from my chair. Let's go. Yuri frowns. Go where? Out, I say, impatient. We have work to do. Don't make me say it again. But, Yura! Yuri swallows his words. Yes, Pakan. Then he's at my heels, Grisha in tow, and we're out of the office and into the city, thinking no more of April flowers. And then, several hours later, I see the bodyguard's calls. Chapter 35. Matvey. I rush to the penthouse with my heart in my throat. I didn't think I had one, but there's nothing else this lump could be. this wild hammering in my veins. A strange man came to the penthouse, my men told me. He's with Miss Flowers right now. We couldn't stop him. I've been an idiot. I've been so focused on keeping April out of my mind that I forgot the thing that matters most. Our child. If something happened to them because of me. He said he was family. That was my soldier's excuse for letting him through. He's family. They know what that means to me. They have no idea what it means to April, though. I storm out of the elevator. The bodyguards try to intercept me, already spouting more excuses, but I don't spare those bumbling buffoons a single glance. They're either fired or dead. It all depends on what I find behind that door. My blood is roaring in my ears. I can smell ash under the gap, can hear the mad beeping from the smoke detectors. My child. My woman. I whip out my keycard. I almost never use it. I promised April this would be her place for the time being. But this counts as an emergency. So I swipe it, yank the handle down, and swoop in. "April!" I call at the top of my lungs, gun in hand. "Are you?" And then Charlie Hill turns to stare at me.
Matvey?
April jolts.
No guns at the dinner table. That was a rule.
I give myself a moment to breathe, to calm my racing heart. In, out. Then I take in the sight before me. April, wearing an apron from the kitchens. A pot bubbling wildly on the stove. Dark smoke rushing out of the open window. And a 15-year-old boy, with hazel eyes, hands raised in surrender. A pack of mac and cheese clutched tight between them. "You," I grimace. "You're cooking?" April crosses her arms.
You could be less shocked.
"You set off the smoke detectors."
It's part of my process.
I glance towards the pot, now bubbling over. "To burn and flood my hotel?"
Okay, fine. You got me.
April throws her hands up in surrender as well.
So maybe dinner got away from us.
An awkward blush spreads over her cheeks.
Just a little bit.
Us being... In a flash, April turns off the stove and pushes the trembling boy in front of me.
Matvey,
She begins.
this is Charlie, my brother. Charlie, this is Matvey, my...
April fumbles for a word to describe us. "Matvey Groza," I cut in, holding out my hand. Then I realize my gun's still in it. I quickly pull it away, and try again. "Pleasure to meet you." Charlie mumbles, his handshake a bit unsteady.
Pleasure's all mine. I'm Charlie Hill.
"I know who you are," I tell him. "I make it my business to keep informed."
Oh,
Charlie says.
that's good. Always nice to know things.
My lip twitches with the urge to smile. This kid's got April all over. Same eyes, same freckles, same foot and mouth syndrome. I can't help the fondness that comes over me. Minutes ago, I was ready to lay waste on the world. But now, consider me charmed. Must be a family superpower. I assume there's a reason you were trying to destroy my kitchen? When the siblings keep throwing guilty glances between each other, neither one quite sure how to navigate my whiplash wrath, I beckon April with my finger. A word. Charlie trudges off to the balcony. April approaches me with small steps, as if waiting for the guillotine to come down.
I'm sorry,
She murmurs.
I broke a rule.
"So you're aware." She fidgets with the hem of her maternity shirt. I don't think for a second that she's forgotten about our conversation at the beginning of all this. I was clear back then. No visitors.
It just happened so fast. I swear I didn't tell him to come.
And yet he knew where to find you. Part of me wants to throw those words at her like daggers, sharp and precise, to hit her where it hurts, call her out on her lie. I don't appreciate being toyed with. Instead, I hear myself demand, "Why is he here?" April bites her lip.
It's complicated.
"Make it simple for me."
Look,
She sighs.
I'm really sorry. I'll accept whatever punishment you think is fair, but right now,
She gives me a pleading look.
he needs me.
Whatever punishment you think is fair. For a moment, I wonder if this little vixen's trying to play me, to appeal to the most primal part of me, to get off scot-free. I'm even tempted to let her, or at least pretend to. In the last 30 seconds, I've already come up with half a dozen punishments I'm itching to try on her. And then I realize she's being serious. Something dark stirs within me. Not for the first time today. I'm glad I gave Grisha the file to keep. If I had it on hand right now, nothing would keep me from exacting a swift, painful revenge. Because here April is, 24 and counting, still thinking she's going to be punished. I don't even think. I'd turn and call the boy's name. Charlie! Charlie rushes in from the balcony, straightening up like a little soldier.
Yes?
Would you like to stay for dinner? Brother and sister both gawk at me.
Matvey?
April whispers, low enough that only I can hear. She's asking me with her eyes. Are you sure this is okay?
I'd love to,
Charlie splutters.
That is, if it isn't too much trouble.
Nonsense, I cut in. Family's always welcome. Though, the siblings follow my line of sight to the disaster on the stove. I hope no one minds if we order in. Two heads start shaking in sync.
Not at all,
April blurts out.
Definitely,
Charlie agrees.
By all means.
Again, I bite back the urge to smile. Pizza it is, then. Then Charlie pads away to rummage through my stack of takeout menus. April inches closer to me.
Thank you,
she mouths. I give her an impassive look. Oh, you'll pay me back. She blinks.
For the pizzas? Sure.
I catch her chin with my fingers. When I speak next, it's directly into her ear. You promised me a punishment. I stroke her bottom lip. I intend to take you up on that offer, Kalina. April shivers against me. This time, it's the right kind of shiver. Despite the convenience of pizza boxes, the mess at the stove must be addressed eventually. For obvious reasons, namely a tall, lanky, red-headed teenager sitting on our couch. I can't claim my punishment just yet, no matter how much I'd like to. That's how we end up at the sink. April washing, me drying. It's unsettlingly domestic. Feeling the tension between us, she clears her throat.
About Charlie.
You don't need to explain, I interrupt, surprising myself in the process. When have I ever said those words to anyone? He's your brother. April bites her lip.
He had a fight with our mom,
she says quietly.
Because of me.
Out of the corner of my eye, I watch her. April's face is a slideshow of conflicted expressions. Guilt, compassion, hesitation, each giving way to the next. You broke a rule, I should be saying. You brought a stranger into my home, and you didn't tell me. I don't give a fuck why you did it. Instead, I say, I'm glad. April frowns at me.
What?
He took your side, I elaborate. He stood up for you. That's nothing to be ashamed of.
It is for me,
she replies softly.
I never meant to be a burden to him or...
I clutch the plate in my hands, a little tighter, and it will crack straight down the middle. If people didn't want to be burdened, I growl, they shouldn't have kids. April blinks up at me. Her hazel eyes are shiny, two beacons of pure light. Not for the first time. I find myself wondering how she does it, clinging to hope like that. After everything she's been through, she should want the world to burn.
Hey, Matvey?
Yes, I say immediately. The answer is yes. April tilts her head.
You don't even know what I was going to ask.
You were going to ask if he can stay the night. April's not the only one who's shocked. Tonight, I keep shocking myself as well. Where'd this version of me come from? The answer's yes, I repeat. He can stay as long as he needs. She blinks slowly as she processes.
You're sure?
She asks uncertainly.
You don't mind?
Not at all, I say. And I mean it. He's a good kid. Very polite. I don't doubt for a second that that's April's doing. Everything good about Charlie seems to be. Seeing them stand side by side, you'd never guess they were siblings, except for their eyes. Charlie's tall, lanky, a head full of carrot red hair. That spray of freckles on their cheeks could be chalked up to coincidence. It's when you hear them talk that the resemblance becomes uncanny. So what? The pecan in me growls. Who cares that they're alike? Who cares if he reminds you of April? Why should anyone get special treatment because of that? I feel torn in half, like I'm stuck in the middle of a fight between two sides of me, one of which I didn't even know existed. But right now, I don't want to deal with it, so I turn back to our conversation. Certainly more polite than his sister, I add, in a teasing tone. I bet he's never cursed out a customer before.
Hey!
April elbows me with a smile.
Neither have I.
But you've thought it.
No body, no crime.
Then finally, April's posture softens.
Thank you.
The sheer gratitude on her face unnerves me. I don't know what to do with it. In my line of work, you don't get to hear those two words often. Even less so when you're me. Luckily, I'm saved by the man of the hour.
Hey!
Charlie calls to us both.
If you guys aren't too tired, would you maybe want to watch a movie?
He gets those last 4 words out all in one breath. Want to watch a movie. Like a schoolboy confessing to his crush. Honestly, it's kind of adorable. Reminds me of Yuri at his age. If the boss is up for it, I joke dryly, with a glance toward April's belly. April rolls her eyes.
You're never gonna let this one go, are you?
You scarred 2 of my toughest men.
Then maybe they're not so tough.
And maybe, I think to myself, neither am I. That's how we end up on the couch, all 4 of us. It's strange. A quiet night in, but with company. Only it doesn't feel forced. The atmosphere is as relaxed as it could be. Like we're just an ordinary couple, having April's brother over for pizza and a movie. I glance over at April, curled up next to me, snuggled in a blanket. She's laughing so freely. I've never seen her this lighthearted. Next time, we'll have to do things properly. Invite Yuri along. We could cook. April can't be trusted with the stove, but I still remember the recipe of my mother's goulash. It'd be fun. It'd be worth it. And then, once the baby's born, we could celebrate together. I find myself thinking idly, right here, just like this. I don't feel my eyelids growing heavy until it's too late, lulled by the movie and the darkness and the warm weight of April leaning against my arm. I do something I haven't done in a long time. I let my guard down. I sleep. Chapter 36. Matvey. A crackling fireplace, the scent of sweet smoke, snow just outside, rattling the windows. It doesn't matter, the snow. Even if the wind sneaks in from the cracks, chilling and biting, there is warmth. Warmth like fire. Warmth like a hug. A mother. A child. Another endless night.
Go to sleep.
The mother laughs softly.
If Daddy comes home, I'll wake you.
I don't give a crap about Dad, the child wants to say. He can sleep in the snow for all I care. But his eyelids are heavy, and his mother's voice is warm, and her embrace is warmer. Warmer. Warmer still. So the child cuddles closer, burrows into his mother's arms, and sleeps. I blink awake slowly. It takes me a moment to put my surroundings into focus. The couch, the television, the freshly cleaned kitchen. Morning light streams from the curtains, illuminating an empty living room. Empty but for 2 people. Or maybe I should say 3. Inside April's curled-up form, our child sleeps, tucked close against my chest. When did we fall asleep, I wonder, sluggish? Why did we fall asleep like this? And lastly, what was I dreaming about again? As my senses slowly come back to me, I realize there's one person missing from this equation. Charlie. Guest room, April mumbles sleepily from under the blanket. Didn't want to wake you. I looked down at her mess of curls, made messier by the position she slept in. I'd never seen April with bedhead. It suits her. Goofy, but endearing. Like pretty much the rest of her. And what's your excuse? I ask lightly. April just burrows deeper into me. Comfy, she mutters, not bothering to uncurl from the embrace. It sparks unfamiliar warmth at the center of my chest, which I do my damnedest to fight off. It's been a while since this has happened, waking up with another person by my side. How strange. I should be aching in a million different places. I should be crawling out of my skin, itching to get away. Instead, all I want to do is follow April's example and go back to sleep. Stay. The first time April suggested that, sex-addled and dazed, I bolted. It was instinct. It was self-preservation. But now, get it together, I snarl at myself. This isn't like back then. This isn't your family. Except that it is, at least in part, the part April's cradling inside herself. My blood, my child. Perhaps that's what's driving me crazy here, making me see things that aren't there. Because even though it's been years since I've had this, I can't help but remember what it felt like. Family. Not like the family I've grown used to, a family on the run. Just me and Yuri, against the cold, hard world. This feels different. A woman and a child, a blanket and a fireplace. The kind of family that comes without a fight. The kind that makes you want to. What are you thinking about? April murmurs into my side, lifting her messy head towards me. You. Part of me wants to tell her. Us. Staying. For so long, I've been telling myself I can't have that. An us. Not with anyone. If family is the only thing that can be trusted, who's left to make one with? I'm not going to leave myself open to betrayal. I'm not going to let anyone close enough to try. Not after my own blood turned its back on me. And yet, when April looks up at me, with those warm, hazel eyes, the color of forest floors and riverbeds, when she looks at me like that, I almost want to risk it all again. It's a foolish thought. It's the haze of sleep, I tell myself, making me cling to stupid dreams, childish dreams. Dreams I haven't entertained in forever. But why not dream a little longer? Without thinking, I draw close. April draws closer still. Our breaths are brushing against each other, lips nearly touching. This isn't going to be like all our other kisses, I realize. This isn't going to be hungry, desperate, passionate. This isn't going to be physical. It's a terrifying thought. And then, just as I'm tilting up her chin, just as her lips are parting to meet mine, for the second time in as many days, all hell breaks loose outside my door.
I told you to let me through, you oversized excuse for a chimpanzee!
April's pupils shrink. From the guest room, a lanky figure emerges, just as sleep-mussed as his sister. The siblings lock eyes. Mom's here, they whisper in unison. It's a day of firsts. Before I've had a chance to assess the situation, April jumps up, ready to assume her battle position. Charlie, she calls firmly. Hide. But Charlie shakes his head. It's me she wants, he rasps, like some tragic hero from a comic book, ready to face his demons. I decide I've had enough of the dramatics. No demons are getting through my door today. I stand, grab my jacket, fix my tie. Then once I've made myself presentable again, I cross the distance between the couch and the door with swift steps. But, just as I'm about to throw the door open, April rushes over, stilling my hand. No, she pleads. Let me handle this. I don't want to let her handle this. I don't want to let her handle anything. Worse, part of me wants to bundle her up and turn back time a few precious minutes, bring her back to that couch, pick up exactly where we left off. But I'm way too familiar with that look. It's the look my men get in their eyes when they cross paths with an old foe, finding a score to settle. Right now, April needs to be the one to settle this score. So I give her a nod, step away, and let her handle this. The second April pulls the door open, A woman-shaped hurricane storms into the penthouse.
You!
Eleanor Hill barks, jabbing a trembling finger at her daughter. And there's truly no mistaking it. Her eyes, her freckles, her height. Everything about her screams April's mother. If not for the disdain on her face, they could almost pass for half-siblings themselves. Almost.
Hi, Mom.
April's voice is calm, clear, but Eleanor isn't so easily pacified. Wagging her finger like a weapon, she starts yelling at everybody in the room, starting with her wayward daughter.
How dare you steal my son?
April's taken aback. She gives Eleanor her trademark customer service blink, the one that seems to say, "I beg your fucking pardon," but doesn't actually spell it out. What was her phrase of choice? No body, no crime? "Mrs. Hill," I greet impassively. Eleanor gives me a cursory scowl.
And who the fuck are you? Mom!
Charlie scolds. He sounds every bit the embarrassed teenager whose mother is making a scene in front of everyone, which, considering the situation, really isn't far off the mark. Even the bodyguards are leaning in close to eavesdrop. Those lazy fuckers.
Oh, don't you mom me!
Eleanor snaps, whirling around to face her son.
You think this is funny, don't you? Disappearing on me, yelling all those mean things. I wasn't yelling, you were quiet, she hisses. You are in a sea of trouble, young man. Go pack up your things right this second. We're going home. Mom,
April interrupts, her tone still placating.
Let him explain. Don't think I'm done with you,
Eleanor snarls, not even looking at her daughter.
You're lucky I could track Charlie's phone. Otherwise, you know who would have shown up at your snazzy door? That's right, the fucking cops. You tracked my phone?
Charlie shouts.
Pack your bags,
Eleanor cries back.
Now, or else I'll make your dad come get you.
That gets reaction out of both siblings. I watch them freeze, and not for the first time. I'm hit with the urge to reach for my gun. Let him come. I want to snarl. Let's see how he likes the taste of lead. But it's not my fight.
Mom,
April pleads.
Can we please just talk about this?
Fucking hell. It's taking every ounce of my willpower not to step in, especially when Eleanor whirls around again like a harpy, staring daggers at April, right in front of me.
Oh, so now you want to talk, huh? That's all I've ever wanted.
I notice Charlie's still standing in the middle of the room, conflicted. On one hand, he clearly doesn't want to upset his mother even more, or worse, risk his dad's wrath. On the other, his sister's still in the line of fire. Last night's conversation comes back to mind. It plays back in my head like a recording. Word for goddamn word. He took you aside. He stood up for you. That's nothing to be ashamed of.
It is for me.
Taking advantage of the chaos, I inch closer to Charlie. Go, I mutter to him. I've got this. Only then does he finally shake himself. With a quick, thanks, he disappears into the guest room. I turn my attention back to the conversation between April and her mother, though it isn't much of a conversation to begin with. It's a one-sided assault, with Eleanor tearing into her with sharp, vicious words. At my sides, my fists clench tighter.
That's all you've ever wanted,
Eleanor mocks, throwing April's honesty right back into her face.
Ha! Could have fooled me. And here I thought you were just trying to snatch yourself an actual kid.
Her glare turns to April's belly.
What's that, by the way? A prop?
Without ceremony, she lifts April's shirt. I nearly whip out my gun. Don't you dare touch my child. Don't you dare touch their mother. But Eleanor doesn't go any further. All she does is gawk at the very real belly before her and sneer.
Well, well, look at that. Seems like someone was brave enough after all. Mom?
April's voice wavers, mortified.
I guess everybody gets lonely sometimes,
Eleanor dismisses, letting the shirt drop.
Even desperate. Mom, please, Is this why you tried to kidnap my child?
Eleanor continues, oblivious to the murderous rage mounting inside me. If this woman wasn't my child's biological grandmother, she would already be 6 feet under, in several pieces.
Because you know you can never do better. Charlie's always been a good kid after all. Nothing like you. Leave Charlie out of this. You've always been jealous.
Eleanor spits, full of scorn.
And now you're trying to poison him against me. All so you can ruin him. I never wanted...
April tries to cut in, but her voice is too unsteady. It breaks before she can finish her sentence. Smelling blood in the water, Eleanor jumps right on it.
Oh, you. It's always the same song with you. Don't you know you have to be selfless to raise kids?
A mocking laugh.
Some mother you're shaping up to be.
April's eyes dim. It's the most sickening feeling, watching the light go out of her gaze. April, who always has a kind word for everyone. April, who always sees the bright side. April, who never takes shit lying down. Sun or fire. Her eyes always hold a spark. Until now. React, I want to scream. React! Didn't you ask me to let you handle this? But she doesn't. She dims.
It's my fault for never teaching you a lesson.
Eleanor is lost in her delirium, spit flecking her painted lips as she sneers and jabs that spindly finger here and there in the air.
I always let Tom take up that burden, but you couldn't even be grateful for that. I'm sorry.
April chokes.
Not yet.
Eleanor raises her hand.
But you will be.
April flinches back. Eleanor's hand draws an arc in the air, and just when the sharp crack of a slap should echo,
Ow!
My fingers close around her wrist, freezing it midair. Eleanor recovers quickly. Her fury zeroes in on me.
How dare!
You asked me who I am. The witch tries to talk, but her words fizzle out when I squeeze her wrist harder. I don't intend to give her a chance to open her damn mouth again. No, you asked me who the fuck I am, to be exact. I tighten my grip more, not quite enough to cause damage, but enough to make her stop trying to yank her wrist away. Enough to make her listen. My name is Matvey Groza, I continue icily. I'm the owner of this hotel. I'm the father of your daughter's child, and unless your hand goes right back into your pocket, I'm gonna be the man who ripped it clean off your body for daring to touch someone like that in my presence. I whisper that last part, careful not to let Charlie catch it, but I make sure Eleanor hears every word.
You're threatening me?
She squeaks. Her earlier bravado has already started to leak out of her voice. Through my fingers, I can feel the clear tremor of her wrist. It reminds me of an old Chinese saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it." Meet the fucking oriole, bitch. Mrs. Hill, I say, with a hint of amusement. The only reason you're getting a choice at all is because your children are here, and because, unlike your deadbeat husband, I don't enjoy hitting women and kids. I catch a flash of surprise across April's face. Eleanor's offhanded mention of Tom shouldn't have meant anything to me. So how do I know? I can practically read the question written across her face. But April's too smart not to put two and two together. In a second, her expression changes again. This time, to something more complicated. Something I don't have the time to decipher. In the interest of unsolicited advice, I turn back to Eleanor. You should think twice before hitching yourself to a known felon. But then again, you probably weren't thinking much, what with all the drinking. Eleanor bristles.
Keep your filthy implications.
As long as you keep your filthy hands to yourself, I cut in. And your filthy, alcoholic breath out of my face. Then abruptly, I let her wrist go. Eleanor stumbles off balance. She tries to catch herself on April's shoulder, but April flinches away again, this time with purpose. It's only the open door behind her back that prevents Eleanor from falling face first on the floor. Next time you want to criticize the mother of my child, you might want to consider looking into a mirror. I'd take an instinctive step closer to April. Then you'll see what a failure of a parent really looks like. In that moment, Charlie comes back with his overnight bag. He watches the scene with a confused expression, which confirms for me that he's caught nothing of the last few exchanges. Good. If Eleanor's grown any wiser in the last 3 minutes, she'll keep the details to herself. If not, I doubt Charlie will mind.
I don't have to stand here and take this.
Eleanor quivers, face red with rage.
Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm out of this shithole.
And she storms right out.
What just happened?
Charlie rushes over. Just made a couple of things clear, I answer. As for you, Charlie straightens up, as if expecting a blow of some kind. Some mother, I find myself thinking bitterly. Her kids flinch and cringe whenever she's close enough to touch them. Feel free to stay as long as you need, I finish. April finally snaps back to reality.
Yes,
She agrees wholeheartedly.
if you don't want to go back. No,
Charlie shakes his head, smiling faintly.
Thank you, but I'd better go after her. You know how she gets.
April gives an understanding nod. The look on their faces is one I recognize. I've seen it often enough on Yuri as a kid, chopping wood, making dinner. I've seen it even longer in my own mirror. It's the look of a child, forced to grow up too soon. Though in our cases, our mothers didn't have the choice to spare us.
Thank you for everything,
Charlie says again, holding out a hand to me. I give it a firm shake. If you change your mind, call. He nods.
I will.
Then it's April's turn. He looks at her with a hangdog frown.
Sorry for making a mess,
Charlie adds sheepishly. She crushes him into a hug.
Promise you'll visit.
Okay, he swears.
Let me know when the little one's popped, yeah? Deal.
Then Charlie's out too, chasing after his harpy of a mother, who's still screaming bloody murder in the hallway. Just like that, we're alone again. Shit. That's my first thought. Did I really just threaten April's mother, right in front of her, after she asked me to let her handle it? I search my mind for regret. I find none. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't change a goddamn thing. That woman was going to strike her, and no one touches what's mine. But I can't imagine April's thrilled with me right now. I should go too. I clear my throat. Work. People to see. It's the flimsiest excuse I've ever used. It's not even 8 a.m., but I figure I should give her space to process, or whatever it is normal people do. I'm almost out the door when...
Wait.
2 fingers catch my sleeve, butterfly light. I turn. Yes? April's eyes are shining again. It's not the sun-bright glow she usually has, but it's still a spark. It's more than she had with Eleanor in the room.
Thank you,
she breathes, stunning me. For once in my life, I don't know what to say. Luckily, it seems that April does.
See you at dinner?
She asks, all hopeful. I should tell her no. I should nip whatever the fuck this is in the bud. This warmth that has nothing to do with the fire of sex and passion. Instead, I tilt my head in acknowledgement. See you at dinner. Only then does April let me go. When I climb into the car, I practically slam the door off its hinges. Fuck. This shit is getting out of control.
Chapter 37. April. I wasn't looking to find myself in this situation again so soon. Legs spread, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Someone moving about between my thighs. Correction. Someone who isn't Matvey. A little wider, please. Dr. Allen taps my knee. With an inner sigh, I obey. It really couldn't be helped, though. After my mom's class act this morning, a memory I wish I could scrub from my brain, Matvey made an executive decision, an emergency checkup for my baby. This time, I didn't put up a fight. Luckily, Dr. Allen was available and dropped everything to come. After hearing the gist of my mom's antics, she spent the first 5 minutes of the checkup muttering, "Unbelievable," under her breath. She's been extra gentle with me, too. It still feels a bit surreal, being treated like this. Like I've just been through something awful. That was a regular Tuesday night back home. Sure, I wasn't pregnant back then, but Dr. Allen hasn't only been asking pregnancy-related questions. She's been asking about me, how I feel. Like I said, surreal. And Matvey? I still can't wrap my head around it. How he defended me. For over half the conversation, I was terrified Matvey would hold me responsible for making a scene. Terrified he'd act on it. He's never raised a hand on me before. He never struck me as the guy who would. But there's a first time for everything. In the beginning, Tom never hit me either. But Matvey stepped in without hesitation. Even after I begged him not to, after I failed, he still took my side. No one has ever defended me like that before. Ew, Petra gags from the couch. Keep your gushing to yourself. I roll my eyes. Emergency checkup also meant an assigned Bratva babysitter, and since both of my bodyguards were taken away by Matvey for urgent business, someone had to cover the shift. Unfortunately, that someone turned out to be none other than my baby daddy's fiancé. I wasn't even talking to you, I grumble. Don't care. Petra shrugs, flipping her magazine. No drooling over Matvey where I can hear. It's disgusting. How about you make like a tree and leave, then? Bold words for his future wife. Ugh, don't remind me. You don't know how good you have it. For some reason, her remark makes me bristle a little. But I quickly push it down. Pissing off a Legally Blonde isn't on my bucket list. When it comes to Petra, I get the feeling the find out part never comes much later than the fuck around part. And I wasn't gushing, by the way. Right, and I'm not wanted in 15 countries. Okay, first, not a flex. I list off on my fingers. Second, I'm just... God, why are words so hard? Grateful. Grateful. Petra deadpans. Yeah, grateful. Matvey didn't have to do that. Petra bursts into laughter. Yeah, right. Then she notices I'm not laughing. Oh, you're serious. With a sigh, she shuts her magazine. Of course he had to drug. Matvey's an alpha. I literally have no idea what any of those words mean. God, you're so dumb. I'm tempted to steal Dr. Allen's ultrasound wand and chuck it at her head. But my mother taught me better than that. Namely, that you don't do these things in front of witnesses. He's territorial. The little Kamuk's part of his pack now. That means you are too. For a second, I wonder if I've really gone dumb. Hit my head or something. Are we talking about the same Matvey here? No, we're talking about his good twin. He has the exact same name and face, only he's not a complete asshole. That sounds boring as hell. I scold whatever part of me came up with that thought. Bad brain cell. Who told you to unsubscribe from feminism? Ha ha, I fake laugh. I still think you've got the wrong guy. Without my permission, my voice turns bitter. Believe me, Matvey's been crystal clear about where we stand. That's because he's an idiot, Petra retorts. Just because he hasn't noticed it yet doesn't mean he isn't feeling it. But, I stammer. But I'm not blood. Petra's eyes roll all the way back into her skull. Please tell me you're not taking that fixation of his seriously. It's all a pile of horseshit. I'm stunned. I never expected to hear anyone speak of Matvey's philosophy like this, let alone so openly. I don't think he sees it that way. No shit, Sherlock. That would imply he's willing to question himself. With a graceful leap, Petra hops off the couch and glides towards me. She keeps on the other side of the ultrasound machine, face scrunched up in disgust at everything going on around me, including poor Dr. Allen, who's just trying to do her job, and landed herself into a Bratva gossip session instead. Listen up, Koshka. If blood were really that important, everybody would be marrying their siblings, and the world would be filled with hemophilic Habsburgs. That's really gross. Glad we agree on something. I meant the fact that you're a history buff. Seriously wrong with your character. With a fake smile, Petra flips me off. All right, Dr. Allen announces. Everything looks good, but I'd like to review the images to be certain. Is there anywhere I can plug my laptop? I point her towards the studio, and she hustles off gratefully. Once she's gone, I put my clothes back on, feeling slightly more dignified. Being in Petra's presence makes you feel naked on your best days, let alone when you're actually naked. I expect her to leap at the chance to clock out, but she doesn't. Instead, she prowls around the room like a lioness staking out uncharted territory. And then, out of the blue, she says, Your mom must be a real piece of work. I blink. Beg your pardon? It's not like she's wrong, but still. Would it kill her to use a little tact once in a while? On second thought, it might. Petra purses her perfect lips. Matvey isn't known for going nuclear on women, she muses. Believe me, I've pushed every button there is. Ew, I did not want to know that. Pot, kettle, whatever. I'm tempted to slam my palms over my ears and go la 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 until my unwanted babysitter finally gets the memo. Unfortunately, that stops being an option the second you turn 12. Being twice that age, I really can't indulge. So instead, I say, isn't that the case with most moms? Petra's silent for a while. I wouldn't know, she admits eventually. I never had one. She died in childbirth. The words are an ice bucket on my head. I must have gone pale because the next words out of Petra's mouth are, oh, don't worry. Medical science has improved by leaps and bounds since then. She waves it off like it's nothing. And if I'm the reason you're making that face, don't. I don't need anyone's pity. I'm sorry for your loss. The words are already in my throat. But I force myself to swallow them back. Instead, I say something else. A question. Your father, he never remarried? I don't know where it came from. Maybe I was just thinking about mine. How he was married again before his divorce's first anniversary. Hopefully, Petra's father didn't find another Nora, but someone else. Someone who actually wanted to take care of her. But all Petra does is shake her head. He's much too hung up on honor, she explains. To a traditional man like him, marriage is for life. Though that does mean he didn't get any male heirs, she adds with a bitter smile. He's stuck with a princess instead. That's why he's looking to put his crown on Matvey's head. He's traditional that way, too. Traditional. I never knew Petra to mince words, but for her father, she makes an exception. Otherwise, she'd be calling it like it is. Sexism, pure and simple. This is ridiculous. I hate Petra's guts. If nothing else, she certainly hates mine. So why am I feeling bad for her? Then she walks up to me. Her eyes find my belly, for once without the vitriol she usually reserves for it. For your sake, April, I hope your little one is a boy, she murmurs. In this world, boys get everything. Her gaze is intense. I find myself squirming under it, huddling on myself as if fighting cold winds. This must be the cold she grew up with, the ice she learned to make into a weapon. I wouldn't know, I reply in the end. I asked Dr. Allen not to tell me. Petra's eyebrow rises. A romantic. Color me surprised. For some reason, that drags a laugh out of me. Not exactly. There's so many expectations, you know. Once you're born, everybody expects something from you, especially your parents. So even if it's just for a bit, I wanted this baby to be free. I brace myself for Petra's sarcasm, but it doesn't come. Maybe that's why it doesn't win out then, she says softly. Freedom's nice. Gotta enjoy it while it lasts. I must be wrong. That can't be a smile, can it? A genuine one? On Petra. Anyway, she exhales. It's not a problem I'm ever gonna have. Kids, expectations, any of it. You don't want kids? I ask, forgetting that there's another possibility out there. That maybe, aside from not being able to have a mother, she might not be able to be one either. But Petra just laughs. I can't even make vor like this. How's a pregnant candidate gonna go over? Wow. I had no idea the Bratva was this similar to the job market. Maybe going into crime isn't easier after all. For girls, at least. What about after? I try. Let's say you're vor. You have Manhattan wrapped around your little finger. Would kids be on the table then? Petra seems to entertain the thought. She looks amused by the tale I've spun, world domination and all. Me? A mother. She laughs. That's rich. Can you imagine? Actually, I can. Petra's face colors with surprise. Crap, did I say the wrong thing? Is this how my big mouth finally gets me killed? But she doesn't whip out her gun, only her phone. Then she starts checking the time, tapping her foot, fidgeting with the case. Almost like she's embarrassed. Blood, she mutters, glancing impatiently towards the studio Dr. Allen's disappeared into. Did your damn doctor fall asleep or what? I bite the inside of my cheek. So even an assassin can blush.
Chapter 38. Matvey. Baby's safe, April texts me, later that afternoon. I immediately let out a sigh of relief. On the inside, though, because Grisha and Yuri are here in the office with me, and I'm in no mood for follow-up questions. But it's still a weight off my chest. After a bit, another text bubble pops up. Still cozy, though. Motya? My amusement must show on my face, because Yuri's staring at me, like I've suddenly suffered a stroke. Yorochka's idea isn't half bad, Grisha summarizes for my benefit. Lately, my third has been able to tell at a glance when I've missed an entire chunk out of a conversation. With how distracted I've been in the past few weeks, it's a miracle I've been able to make it through meetings at all. Expanding in the Middle East would certainly build a reputation for the Jupiter Hotel's name. I hum in approval. It would be quite an investment. Under the table, I type a reply. Good. I press send. Then on a whim, I add, I trust Petra's been behaving. My screen lights up with April's answer moments later. It's a picture, blurry and clearly snatched against the subject's will. Petra's arm is outstretched towards the phone, her face scrunched up in annoyance, while April's grinning in the corner and making a peace sign. Caption, hasn't knifed me yet. Making it a medium-term investment with guaranteed returns. Yuri wraps up. Shit. I spaced out again. What a fucking hassle. It would also give the Vori an alternate project to focus on, Yuri adds. To take their minds off of... He doesn't need to say it. The words, the DC acquisition, are seared on everybody's mind. The Vori will focus on what I tell them to. I half snarl. I don't intend to babysit them with side quests. That said, when I finally glance at the report in my hands, I realize the numbers look good. More than good, in fact. Besides, Yuri showed initiative. That's something to be encouraged, not punished. Every pecan worth their salt knows this much. Make it 3 years. What? Make our money back in 3 years, I repeat, rising from my chair. And you can move forward with this. Yuri looks over the moon. Yes, Pakan. Cut it out. I give a light slap to the back of his head. I swear, it's like you think I'll hit you. You did hit me, Yuri points out. Just now. Trust me, if I'd hit you, you'd know. Pushing Yuri's strange behavior aside, I check my phone again. A new picture has popped up. Petra's bodyguards raiding my pantry. Also, we're out of food, the caption reads. I'm itching to walk out the door. Christ, it's not even 5. Am I really so keyed up that I can't wait a couple of hours to give April the punishment I promised her? I'm this close to ordering Grisha to drive me back, take an early leave, and kick Petra's goddamn locusts out, kick everybody out, until it's just me and April. Until I can finish what I never got a chance to start this morning. And then the door bursts open. My hands fly to my gun, so do my men's, but it's only for an instant. The second I see who it is, I lower mine, but I don't tell them to lower theirs. Vlad, I greet coldly. You, Vlad splutters, followed by 2 brainless gorillas that roughly resemble the ones I fired earlier. Seriously, does the vacant stare come with a job, or do they give them a complimentary lobotomy? Do not Vlad me. You know why I'm here. I assume this is a social call. The threat in my tone is clear enough. Do not test me. Unfortunately, Vlad's not much brighter than the company he keeps. What are your intentions with my daughter? He demands, spittle flying everywhere. Grisha looks tempted to hold out an umbrella for me. Really? I wouldn't say no. Marriage, I deadpan. You've known this for a while, if I'm not mistaken. Marriage! You've got some nerve, young man. A necessary quality for any pecan worth their salt, you'll agree. Clearly losing the battle with his own nerves, Vlad pushes on. You think we're all idiots, huh? I don't answer that. It wouldn't be diplomatic. You think I don't know what you're up to? Enlighten me. He slams a dried-up palm on my desk. Where's the DNA test? He screeches, frantically looking around the office like he thinks he's going to find it pinned under a paperweight. And don't even think of lying to me. I want a straight answer. Is that Kurva's brat yours or not? My gaze turns to ice. Don't kill him, I chant over and over in my head. He's your future father-in-law. If I didn't need his daughter's godforsaken dowry, he'd have bigger concerns than even my hands around his throat. But somehow, I managed to rein myself in. Unlike Vlad, I know how to play this game, and I'm not about to lose to a geriatric idiot's idle threats. My flowers, child, I correct icily, with a firm step forward, is none of your concern. None of my concern! Vlad balks. You've been dishonoring my daughter, and you won't even take responsibility. The DNA test has already been run. That seems to douse Vlad's flames, if only a bit. Well then, he demands. Is it yours or not? Without a word, I hand him a sheet of paper, one I've had on my person for quite a while, one that Grisha personally prepared. I watch Vlad's beady eyes scan the document. When they get to the bottom of the page, I already know what they'll read. Inconclusive. In his grip, the paper crumples. What is the meaning of this? It means we'll have to wait, I answer clipped, until the baby's born. Until it's born! Vlad's eyes damn near bulge out of their sunken sockets. This is a travesty! This is biology, I correct. I'm afraid even the Bratva's powerless against that. At first, I wonder if Vlad's too far gone to listen to reason. My excuse is ironclad, but will it be enough? An annoying part of me reminds me that Petra warned me about this. My father isn't a patient man. Luckily, I'm even less patient. So when Vlad starts spluttering again to the tune of, "This is a trick! This is—" I stomp my foot down. Hard. This, I growl, taking yet another step forward, is how it is. So either get with the program, or get the fuck out of my office! I can find another bride, but I can guarantee you'll never find another heir. Vlad's face goes up in flames. You! Me, I agree. Me, who is going to save your dying Bratva. Me, who's going to double your numbers. Me, who's going to marry your precious daughter. Me. So if I were you, I'd start showing a little respect. I don't bother disguising my threat. I want it to be crystal clear. If he pisses me off, I can find a million ways to make him pay for it, including making his daughter pay for him. Of course, I'd never fucking do that. I'm not the kind of scum that goes after women and kids, regardless of whether the woman in question can or cannot kill you with a toothpick. But Vlad doesn't need to know that. That said, we've both invested a lot in this union. I relax and unclench my fists. I'm certain neither of us wants to go back to square one for such a pointless reason. Right? It's a question in name only, but Vlad's a businessman too, and it doesn't take long for him to remember that. Right, he agrees uneasily. I admit, I may have let myself get carried away. It's as much of an apology as I'm going to get. Not that I give a fuck about Vladimir Solovyov's regrets. No matter. I'm glad we could clear this up. Vlad looks like he's just swallowed a lemon. Likewise. Well then, I say, grabbing my suitcase. If there isn't anything else... Actually, there is. I stop halfway to the door. Yuri and Grisha exchange a long look. Speak, I force out. We should bury the hatchet properly, Vlad says. Man to man. We just did that. Did we? Vlad remarks. I don't see a drink. I roll my eyes inwardly. Of course, Vlad's old school. To him, everything from a minor business deal to a shootout with a rival organization demands to be made official through alcohol. We haven't shared a bottle since you asked for my daughter's hand. Vlad taps his foot lightly. It's long overdue. A man should drink with his future son. I nearly punch him then. I'm no one's son. My mother's dead, and my father saw to it. But I force myself to calm down. This close to the finish line, I can't afford to slip up. Vlad's goodwill is a better outcome than I hoped for. I shouldn't let it go to waste. But if you go, you won't make it to family dinner. The thought makes me beyond furious. When has April become more important than my business? My dream? Fine, I accept at last. But you're paying. Vlad's face breaks into a sly grin. I wouldn't have it any other way, Sin. On my way down, I type a quick text to April. Can't make it tonight. Something came up. Hopefully, Petra can hold down the fort a little longer.
Chapter 39. April. I stare down at the text that just made my phone light up. Can't make it tonight. Something came up. Huh, that's weird. Ever since I came here, Matvey hasn't missed a single family dinner. It's that important to him. If he's missing it now, he must have a good reason. I try to swallow down the tiny lump in my throat. Why am I disappointed? Dear God, why am I sad? When did I turn into a dog with separation anxiety? Shaking off the sensation, I type a quick reply. Hope everything's okay. No problem for dinner. Then, feeling a little bold, I add, you'll just have to make it up to me. I nearly tag on a heart emoji, then slap myself mentally. Girl, what the hell? Play it cool for once in your life. Why are you having a stroke? I jump. While I wasn't paying attention, Petra snuck up all the way behind me. Geez, wear a bell. Before I can gather my wits, she peers over my shoulder. Her face scrunches up. Something came up? She parrots. I'm sure it's nothing, I reassure her. I get the feeling it's as much for my benefit as it is for hers, but I quickly swat at that crumb of self-awareness. She scoffs. It's overtime is what it is. That Mudok. Not for the first time, I wonder if the Russian language is completely made up of swear words. You guys don't have to stay, I offer. If you're busy, of course I'm busy. Busy raiding my pantry? I throw a glance at Lena and Julia. I still haven't managed to figure out which of Petra's bodyguards is which. Name tags would be a wonderful addition to the uniform. But if there's another way they're completely alike aside from their appearances, it's their eating habits, which seem to include everything. Hey, I'm not one to judge. All that muscle can't come for free. It's just that I was actually planning to eat too. Thank God for room service. And Matvey's bottomless wallet. Next to me, Petra's still tapping her foot, but she also isn't leaving, which I take as a sign that either she's not as busy as she claims, or that she can't. Matvey probably swore her to babysitting duty. All of a sudden, I'm feeling like a kid whose parents' date night is stretching out longer than they've paid for. So I blurt out, "Want to stay for dinner?" Petra looks at me like I've gone mad. Excuse me? I mean, I gesture towards the twins. They've already started. We could order room service. Dinner, Petra repeats flatly. With you. Damn, this is going to be a harder sell than I thought. Matvey's paying? I try to sweeten the deal. We can get lobster thermidor or whatever it is rich people eat. The twins perk up at that. I could eat, says Lena. Be rude to say no, agrees Julia. Which leaves only one holdout. Come on. I whip out my best puppy eyes. We can have a girls' night, paint each other's rifle guns and all. I watch Petra falter. You're seriously inviting me? She asks, squinting suspiciously around the room like there are prank show cameras hidden in the crown molding. I seriously am. To dinner. To dinner. On Matvey's card. Her eyes narrow. Which one? I don't know, I shrug. The black one? Aren't they all bottomless anyway? Petra's mouth opens and closes like a goldfish. I can taste victory already. What's that saying? If you can't beat them, aggressively befriend them? And then, just as Petra's about to give me an answer, boom, I watch the door fly off its hinges. The twins leap into action. Before I can even understand what's going on, they've made a human wall before us, shielding me and Petra. Their guns are already raised. A figure stumbles into the apartment. In the next second, it's shot full of holes. Then I scream. It's not an intruder. It's a waiter. One I've seen often enough in the evenings. The one who always brings our cart. But judging by how little blood pools under his body, he was already dead, I realize. It's a decoy, I yell. Just then, more bullets fly in from the doorway. If the twins had taken just one more step towards the body, they'd have been shot full of holes, too. Then an army of masked men swarms in. Bullets start raining down in all directions. I grab blindly for something, anything, to use as a weapon. I've almost got my hands on a frying pan. If it's good enough for Rapunzel, it's good enough for me. When Petra suddenly grabs my wrist. With near superhuman strength, she drags me behind the kitchen counter. "Stay down," she snarls. Then she's off too. Okay. I force myself to breathe. This is fine. Still not worse than Carolina Torres' quinceañera. You can handle this, right? I most definitely can't, but I'm not about to admit that. I peer from behind the counter. The action's exploded everywhere. Couches have been overturned. Walls have been decorated with smoking polka dots. The air's been filled with eau de gunpowder. Just another Bratva Tuesday, right? I take stock of the bodies on the floor. 1, 2, 3, 5 bodies. When I realize that none of them seem to belong to women, I breathe a sigh of relief. But there are still 5 more men on their feet, shooting everything in sight. I whip out my phone. It's the burner Matvey gave me, the one to reach him at all times. Pick up, pick up, pick up. Tears prickle at the corners of my eyes. I keep making a single desperate wish. If only Matvey was here. But he isn't, and the call rings out. "It's okay," I whisper to my baby. "I'll keep you safe for both of us." It's an empty promise. Right now, I have no power to keep anybody safe, least of all myself. Is this how it starts? Lying to your kids? Suddenly, I hear steps close by. I clutch my pan tighter and peer out again, and I find myself face to face with a masked man's gun. This is it, I realize with an odd sort of calm. I'm going to die. And then, but fuck it, I'm not going to make it easy. I yell out a battle cry. I swing my pan wildly, kicking the man's gun, God knows where. I can't see the intruder's face beyond the mask, but I can tell he wasn't expecting resistance. That a heavily pregnant woman with no battle training wouldn't go gently into that goodnight. Think again, bitch. But my triumph is short-lived. The man yanks my frying pan away single-handedly and mutters something in Russian. Call me a skeptic, but it doesn't sound like anything good. And then, just as I've wrapped both my arms around my belly in a desperate attempt to shield my baby, the man drops to the ground, a stiletto heel sticking out of his skull. "I thought I told you to stay down." Never in my life have I been so glad to hear Petra's voice. "Wasn't working for me," I croak, a half-assed attempt at joking the tension away. Petra makes a haughty sound in her throat. "Is that so?" She throws her remaining shoe away. "Then watch." With a leap, she lands on the counter. There's a gun in her right hand and a set of throwing knives in her right. I couldn't look away if I tried. She flies back into the fray, literally. I watch her do a flip midair, landing on the back of whichever poor bastard was unlucky enough to be closest. Without hesitation, she shoots his brains out. I should be disgusted. I should be crying and screaming and throwing up everything I've ever eaten. But honestly, it looks badass as fuck. Petra doesn't stop to admire her kill. Instead, she flies off the guy's shoulders before he starts to drop and lands squarely on the second. Her thighs wrap around the man's neck and squeeze. Wanted in 15 countries, was it? I think a few more ought to add her to their no-fly lists. The second guy drops as dead as the first. Only then do Petra's feet finally touch the ground. She lands with unearthly grace. A cat, or a ghost, or Solovyova. I remember looking it up. After our first meeting, I wanted to know who I was dealing with. I couldn't find anything. Petra really was a ghost. All I came up with was that Instagram account I managed to find before the wedding, and a word from an automatic translator. Nightingale. That's exactly what Petra looks like as she fights. A bird, flying weightlessly through the air, swooping down at the last second to paint the snow red. And her father still refuses to make her into a vor? Fuck that. If it were up to me, I'd let her run the whole damn show. Just as I'm thinking that, Petra whirls around to the third guy and throws a knife straight through his eye. It's the last body to drop. Lena and Julia have already taken care of the remaining 2, sent to join their comrades on the floor. 10 assassins, all dispatched in less than 5 minutes. Petra turns to me, slightly out of breath. "You okay there, Koshka?" I give a stunned nod. "Yeah, I'm okay. Everybody else?" Lena and Julia shrug in unison. "Good workout? Bit hungry." "Great," Petra says. "Get this mess cleaned up. We can eat pizza later." The promise of food seems to be a powerful motivator. Just like that, the twins roll up their sleeves and get to work. Yura, Petra says into her phone. I can't make out anything else she says. It's all in Russian. Is she calling Yuri? I wonder. Why not Matvey? But then I remember that I tried to call Matvey too, and he didn't pick up. Bitterness wells up in my mouth. Wasn't this a rule? That no matter when I called, he was going to answer me. I turn away from the scene. Petra's kills had a kind of glamour to them, but the twins stuffing bodies into trash bags is something I'd rather not have nightmares about. I'll go make some coffee, I blurt out. Anybody want coffee? 3 bloodied hands rise. I start to prepare for 3. Then I figure we're gonna have company soon. Yuri, Grisha, Matvey. I say fuck it, and make a whole pot.
Chapter 40. Matvey. Vlad's company is to die for. Literally. I'm considering asking Grisha to just shoot me in the head to end my misery. When I saw the first bottle run out, I almost couldn't help a sigh of relief. Then Vlad ordered another, and another, and another. Needless to say, the old man isn't looking so sharp right now. I can't say the same for me. I've been throwing my drinks into a potted plant all night. If it's still alive in the morning, it'll be the most hungover ficus on the face of the earth. I'm so happy we did this, Sin. Vlad practically burps in my face. Men should drink together. It strengthens their bond. For me, this bond's already feeling too fucking tight. The old bastard wouldn't even let me take calls. Switched off both my phones himself. It's a matter of respect, he grumbled. I was tempted to cut his hand off in return. But this is my future father-in-law. If I can't pick my battles now, I can't imagine what my marriage will look like. A shit show, my mind supplies. You already know that. Fuck me, I do. As if summoned by the word marriage, April's face pops up in my thoughts. Which is ridiculous, because that's not even remotely on the table. For me, or her. I have my dreams. It'd be foolish to think she doesn't have hers too. Yes, I reply, through gritted teeth. We should do this more often. Anything to hasten your entry into the afterlife. Just as I'm thinking up an excuse to leave, I watch Yuri take a phone call, and pale. Motya, he whispers. Something happened at the penthouse. I freeze. Then I spring to my feet. Excuse me, I tell Vlad. Duty calls. Duty? Vlad blinks. No, we're drinking now. Duty can wait. I'm afraid it can't. It's taking everything I have to keep calm. Vlad tries to get up to stop me, but the alcohol in his system finally seems to be taking effect. He drops right back onto his chair, steadied by his bodyguards. Drinks are on me. I hand my card to a waitress, and don't stick around to get it back. I'll send Grisha later, if I remember. Right now, I've got only one thing on my mind. As soon as we're out, I turn to Yuri. Tell me what happened, I bark. And Yuri does. I've never forced Grisha to drive this fast. I feel like a heartless cowboy, digging my heels into a horse, spurring it to death. But right now, I don't give a fuck about anybody else. Grisha can deal. Only one person matters. Every second in the elevator is a nightmare. As soon as the doors open, I rush out and stride into the penthouse. I'm greeted by a bloody sight. The place is trashed. There's no other word for it. Carpets stained, couches gutted, furnishings overturned. It looks like someone put a hit on the apartment specifically. But they didn't. They put a hit on April. I find her in the kitchen. She's serving coffee, of all things. Her hair's a mess, dress stained red around her neckline. The left side of her face is sprayed with blood, too. I charge to her side. Are you hurt? April shakes her head. Without thinking, I move to brush the bloodstain off her cheek. But the mess only seems to get worse. I want to cart her out to the bathtub and scrub her clean from this. Want to make her forget. But I already know she won't forget this as long as she lives. April isn't Bratva. To her, a hit isn't just another Tuesday. You didn't pick up, she croaks. I called you, and you didn't pick up. Not for the first time tonight. I wish I could kill Vlad with my bare hands. I'm sorry, I say. I'm not used to those 2 words. They feel strange, foreign. Bastard made me switch my phones off.
You promised.
April chokes, tears blinking from the corners of her eyes.
You promised you'd always answer.
I know. I'm sorry.
You lied to me. You broke a rule.
I'm sorry. I pull her close. As she sobs into my chest, I check her from head to toe. She wasn't lying. She really isn't hurt. She's safe. The baby's safe, too. So I turn to the person responsible for this, the person who protected her, when I couldn't. Petra. She stops her conversation with Yuri and glances over at me.
Yes?
Blot. Thank you. Petra stares at me, like I've gone insane, like she just ate a lemon and it had cayenne peppers in it. I've never seen my fiancé flustered, but there's nothing else this could be. Leave it to April to melt the Snow Queen.
I'm going,
Petra blurts out.
Since you're back and all.
I nod. I'll take it from here. April peeks out from my chest.
You're leaving?
She's sniffling like a little kid. Just what happened between these 2 while I was away?
Yeah.
Petra shifts from foot to foot, unsure what to say.
Let's get a rain check on girls' night.
That seems to brighten April up.
Okay.
She hiccups.
I'll stock the pantry. Please do.
Julia pipes up.
More of those chocolate chip ones,
Lena suggests.
All right.
April smiles.
It's a date.
Then Petra turns on her heels and practically runs out the door, face red.
I'll see them out,
Yuri adds in a rush. I nod. Grisha, you go too. Check the perimeter. Make sure no one's loitering. With a bow, Grisha obeys. Then it's just the 2 of us. My thoughts are a mess. I feel like I'm being torn apart. The pecan in me is roaring at the idea of his territory being invaded. And the man can't stop looking at April. I never should have missed dinner, I tell her. I should have been here. She shakes her head.
You couldn't have known.
I should have answered you.
Yes.
April quivers.
You should have.
But then her arms are around me, wrapping me in an embrace.
Next time, don't forget.
Next time. Just like that. She's already forgiven me. After I made such a big deal of her breaking our rules with Charlie. After all that, she still can't hold a grudge. I don't deserve her. The thought's already out, before I can push it back where it came from. She's too good for me. And then, this isn't just about the baby anymore. It's a terrifying realization. When did I let myself get in so deep? Where's the Matvey Groza I've always been? The Iceman, the pecan, the ruthless killer, the one who doesn't give a fuck about some woman. But that's the worst part. The pecan in me is right here, howling at the thought of somebody else touching what's his child, his queen. I need to nip this shit in the bud. I need to go scorched earth. I've seen what feelings get you. I don't want any part in it. I won't end up with a knife in my back. I won't end up like my mother.
Besides,
April laughs through the tears.
I could have conked out 1 or 2.
I feel my lips twitch. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I had a frying pan.
Wish I could have seen that. April shrugs.
Next time.
This would be so much easier if she yelled at me, if she started cursing my name, throwing stuff, hitting me. But this hasn't been easy from the start. Why would that change now? There won't be a next time, I tell her. April blinks up at me.
What do you mean?
As pecan, I've had to make countless hard decisions. Long term, a split second, life or death. Everything comes down to me. But none have been harder than the 2 decisions I'm about to make right now. 1, I will never touch April again. 2, I mean that I'll be here. I look April in the eye. I'm moving back in. Chapter 41. Matvey. It's agony. I didn't sleep a wink all night, but that's not the agonizing part. It was holding April through it, watching her chest rise and fall, brushing the dried salt off her cheeks, and knowing all the while it would be the last time. "I'll have my men bring my things," I inform her that morning at the breakfast table.
"Oh," April says. "Good. What time are they coming by? I'll make some room in the closet."
"I've instructed them to put everything in the guest room." April's face falls.
I see."
She tries to force a smile. It's painful to watch.
"Makes sense. So much space in there. Be a pity if we didn't use it."
The guest room is just across the living area, near the kitchen. It's also closer to the door. If anybody were to break in, I could neutralize them before they crept any further in. But I don't tell April any of that. It's no longer her business to know my reasoning. It never was in the first place. That's what I tell myself as I watch her pick at her breakfast. April's appetite is her dashboard light. If she's eating, that means she's happy. If she's not, ignore it. I growl at the part of me that's grown soft. It's none of your concern anymore. But it's easier said than done. This is ridiculous. I'm a Bratva Pakan. I've killed countless men in cold blood. So why does this fucking hurt so much? When I leave for work, April walks me to the door. Her hand twitches, as if expecting I'll pick it up and kiss it, like I've always done. This time I don't. "I doubled your guard," I tell her instead. "If you need anything from downstairs, just ask them." April frowns.
"Why? Can't I just go grab it?"
"No." She almost flinches at that, like she flinched away from her mother, a masochistic part of me points out. "Until further notice, you're confined to your quarters," I force myself to say. "No walks, no visits."
"But June was supposed to—"
"No visits." I channel all my authority into those 2 words. I don't care if she doesn't understand. I can't go through it again. Last night, the aftermath, the blood on her dress. Have I made myself clear? Steeling herself, April swallows.
"Crystal."
"It's better this way," I tell myself as I climb into my car. April and I had already crossed too many boundaries. I need to be firm about this, decisive. I can't afford to falter. I need to bury the man and embrace the pecan. So that's exactly what I do. I go to work, I attend to my duties, I reread Yuri's proposal from scratch, and go over the quarterly reports I've been ignoring from my Vori. All throughout the day, I push April far from my mind. She's safe, I tell myself. Her guards have been replaced and doubled. My best men are on the job, like they should have been from the start. Well, my second best men. On either side of me, Grisha and Yuri are sorting documents from the unstable piles they'd become on my desk. With Grisha's organizational skills and Yuri's competitiveness, everything quickly finds its way back where it's supposed to be. And then I glimpse a file under Yuri's arm. Ballistics exam report. I rise from my chair and snatch it away.
"Matvey!"
Yuri balks, but I don't pay him any mind. I'm too busy cursing myself. "See?" The pecan inside of me hisses. "This is why April's bad for you. She's an obsession, a distraction." For once, I'm inclined to agree, because I slipped up on the job. I never slip up on the job. This isn't just any random oversight either. This report is the key to finding out what happened at the warehouse that night. Who killed our men? Who executed the hostages? Who sent the kidnappers after April? Most likely, it's the same person who sent those assassins at the penthouse. How could I just fucking forget about it? This is all my fault. It's not a thought I have often, but now, I can't shake it. If I'd only been more careful, more focused, maybe those men would have been long dead before they could even think to touch April. Or my child. But no. Back when this landed on my desk, something else landed there too. April's background check. All the dirt and the scars that her shitty family inflicted on her. Once I saw that, I didn't have eyes for anything else. A mistake. I give this report my full attention now. I scan the pages like my life depends on it, because in a way, it does. My child's life, laid out on the line because of my carelessness. Never again will I put April flowers before my own blood. Parney, come take a look at this. Yuri's already peering over my shoulder. Grisha catches up swiftly, peering over Yuri's. "Any matches?" he asks. "Get off of me!" Yuri snarls. "Christ, you're heavy. It's not my fault you're pint-sized. I'll show you." "Quiet!" Silence falls in the office. I catch Yuri and Grisha throwing quizzical glances between themselves, but I don't have time to spare it any thought. My eyes are glued to the page, specifically to one line. The bullet was traced to DC. I exhale. An underground arms dealer. DC? Yuri asks, suddenly nervous. Why indeed? Grisha echoes. He's using that tone again, the one that lets you know he's caught on more than he lets on. It appears your interest in DC isn't one-sided, boss. You want DC, Grisha's undertone seems to say. And now DC wants you. The words from hostage number 2 play back in my mind. My boss sends his regards. I already knew then. I didn't want to rush to judgment. But I fucking knew. Pressure the Vori, I order. This acquisition needs to happen now. Yuri straightens up. So does Grisha. In unison, they reply, "Yes, Moipakan."
Chapter 42. April. If I felt like a hamster in a cage on my first day here, now I feel like the freaking wheel. I mean it. I'm stuck in place, thoughts whirring with nowhere to go, my feet striking the same 4 tiles over and over again. And for what? My co-parent won't even look at me. Okay, that's unfair. I know why I've been confined. After almost eating a bullet, anyone would get a little overboard with the safety measures. And if it's Matvey, he'll definitely go full Azkaban. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Mr. Wrong. You cannot go strolling about on your own. I sigh into my phone. Great, now you're ganging up on me. My best friend and my baby daddy without benefits all out to get me. We're out to protect you, babe. June coos from the other end of the line. Wait, what do you mean without benefits? I thought you guys were going at it like rabbits. We were, I blurt out before I can realize what June actually said. I mean, no need to be shy, sweet cheeks. I've seen everything there is to see down there. That's because you're allergic to knocking, I pout. Anyway, I don't know. Something's different. Different how? I throw myself down on the couch. Correction, the carcass of a couch. Matvey's men are supposed to stop by with new furniture later in the day. But for now, it's foam on skin action. You're gonna laugh, I whine. I promise I won't. Liar. April, spit it out. I capitulate. There's no point in telling June no. She can't physically understand the meaning of the word. He didn't kiss my hand. I get it all out in one breath. He didn't kiss my hand. But, of course, June catches every word. When she wants to, her ears can be as sharp as a bat's. I'm sorry, kissed your hand? Is that Russian slang for something kinky or... It's not, I burst out. Before he leaves, he always kisses my hand, and today he didn't. Uh-huh, June hums. Why can I suddenly picture a bucket of popcorn in her lap? Tell me again how you're not together. We're not, it's just something he did. Damn it, why am I blushing all over? I'm not a schoolgirl anymore. I shouldn't be this flustered over kissing. On the hand. And now he doesn't, and I'm wondering if I did something wrong besides nearly getting yourself killed? June ventures. I didn't exactly invite those hitmen for tea. Oh, babe. June sighs. You can't expect your man to be logical about this. From what you've told me, he rarely ever is. I try to object. Not wrong. I mean, I'm freaking out, and I didn't even get to do you. Jay, it's true. Do you know how hard it is not to march over there and hug you until you can't breathe? I curl up on myself. I'm sorry. I wish Matvey wouldn't be such a hard-ass about visits. Honestly, I'm kind of glad he is, June says, surprising me. Of course, I should get infinite passes because I'm cool and amazing and your bestest friend forever. Isn't this going anywhere? I mutter. But, June tuts, I get where he's coming from. Truly, I do. Really? Because I don't. There's a noise on the other end of the line, like an old mattress creaking. I wonder if June's thrown herself on the bed. Without thinking, I lie down too. It's how we used to gossip and cry over our woes, knees to chest, face to feet, the yin to each other's yangs. Not for the first time, I'm struck by how much I miss her, us, our life before this. But then I think of Matvey, his strong hands, his warmth, and I can't bring myself to regret it. Not all of it. And certainly not this part of it, I think as I stroke Nugget. Loving someone isn't a walk in the park, June murmurs, quiet for once. It's like having your heart beating outside of your body. And here's the kicker. You can't do a goddamn thing about it. You can try to shield it, keep it in a gilded cage, but you'll never be able to protect it from everything. And that's scary as all hell. I try to picture it. The golden bars and the bloody thing inside. Beating. Bare. Vulnerable. Yeah, I find myself murmuring back. It's scary. Then I shake myself back to reality. But Matvey doesn't love me. Not that way. That's not how it is between us. Yeah? June breathes back. Then why does it sound like you're about to cry? I touch my cheek. Sure enough, there's wetness there. Tears pooled at the corner of my eye, spilling at first touch. I feel like someone plucked me from a field. Like someone's tearing my petals off one by one. I love him. I don't love him. He loves me. He doesn't. And then suddenly the doorbell rings. I have to go, I blurt into my phone. Bye, June. I don't wait for her to say it back. I drag the red button down the screen and shut the call. I'm too raw right now. If she said anything else to me, I really might burst out crying. Instead, I pick myself up. I dry my tears. I dust off the pieces of foam. Then I stride towards the door. At the last second, I stop. I'm not expecting anyone, I realize. Matvey's men shouldn't come around until later. What if... I try to swallow my anxiety. Surely an assassin wouldn't bother to ring the freaking doorbell, right? Who is it? I call faintly, my fingers already scrolling for Matvey's number. If I call him, he'll be here. If... Mosiporote, who do you think? I throw the door open. Petra's tapping her foot, arms crossed, glaring at me like I've committed some deadly sin. Making her wait, most likely. Hi? Hi. Petra all but spits. Get out of the way. Girls? With a gesture of her manicured hand, two hulking figures emerge from the hallway. I stare at their arms, specifically what they're holding. Takeout bags. Heaps of them. Are we having someone over for lunch? Petra's nose twitches like a haughty bunny's. I moved up girls' night. Just like that, she pushes past me. The twins follow. They set the bags on the table. I peer at the logos. Chinese, Indian, Greek. Just how many girls are coming? Petra shrugs. Didn't know what pregnant women eat. It was a hassle to ask, so we just got one of everything. We'll eat the rest, Lena reassures me. Won't leave a crumb, Julia agrees. I let myself take in the scene before me. Petra, turning pointedly away with a blush on her cheeks. The twins unpacking delicious-smelling food on the kitchen counter. Shit, Petra startles. What's wrong with her? Belatedly, I realize I'm crying. Are there onions in those? She bellows. It's okay, I just... Finally, I turn to Petra. Thank you, I say sincerely. I kinda needed this. Petra's looking at me like I've grown horns and a pair of leathery wings. All right, she says briskly. Here, take a tissue. No, you know what? Take the whole pack. God damn it, how do I make you stop? But the twins, having already begun stuffing their faces, simply shrug. I hear myself laugh. I'm fine, I tell her. I blow my nose, dry my eyes, fix myself as best I can. See? Good as new. Really? Petra leans in suspiciously. Because Matvey's gonna kill me if you're not. I wonder if he's the one who sent her. Maybe not. Maybe Petra's just catching the friendship bug. And you know what? That's okay. I don't need Matvey to make every single one of my days. I've got other options. What's that, Nugget? You're hungry? I pat my belly. Then we'd better set the table. Come on. I drag Petra by the hand and head for the kitchen. Against all odds, Petra doesn't let go. Chapter 43. April. When I hear the keycard beep, I tense. Matvey's back. Once the thought would have made me light up like a Christmas tree. But now I don't even know if he'll look at me. He strides in. Of course, he lives here now. He's not going to ring the doorbell anymore. No need for me to let him in. That little ritual hasn't been gone a day, and I already miss it like hell. Good evening. He greets him passively, putting down his briefcase. I force a smile. Evening. Then his gaze sweeps over the table. I wince. I already know what he's frowning at. A spread of takeout foods with no rhyme or reason, from pizza to noodles to sushi rolls. Do I need to call Dr. Allen back? He asks. But there's an amused lilt to it. Get you checked for tapeworms. Finally, my smile turns real. Petra, I explain simply. Matvey nods. Yeah, that tracks. It does? She's got weird ways to show she cares. He hangs his jacket and loosens his tie. Like a cat. Do I need to worry? I joke. Is she gonna leave dead things on my pillow for me to find? She hasn't already. I bite my cheek. Now this is what family dinner's supposed to be all about. Bantering, messing around, sharing secret smiles over stupid jokes. I take a few steps towards Matvey. My hand finds his tie, slipping it free. She's not the only one, you know. Matvey's throat bobs. The only one. Who's got weird ways to show they care. Kiss me. I tell him with my eyes. Show me you care. But he doesn't. We should eat. He clears his throat. Food's gonna go cold. I let my hands fall. Yeah, let's. For the first time since this little ritual began, we spend it in silence. There's the clinking sound of cutlery and chopsticks, the bubbling of water and wine, but nothing else. No jokes, no laughter, no glances. Look at me. I beg the whole time inside my mind. Stop pretending I'm not here. Just tell me what I did wrong. I'll fix it, I promise. I'll do my best. Just look at me. But he doesn't. I've been staring at the ceiling for the past 2 hours. What's wrong, Nugget? I mutter into the darkness, a hand on my belly. Why can't you sleep? Of course, it's not Nugget. My baby's curled up and cozy, and I bet it wants nothing more than for its mommy to stop tossing and turning so we can both get some quality rest. But no matter what I do, I just can't close my eyes. The silence, the loneliness, it all feels too familiar. Snap out of it, I order myself. This isn't like back then. I'm not what? A guest? A nuisance? Unwanted. Then suddenly there's a noise in the kitchen. I stretch my ears. For a second, I'm terrified. Are the masked men back? Reflexively, I pat the space next to me. The space Matvey slept in last night, holding me close until morning. Now it's empty. I slip out of bed. I grab something from the nightstand. Silently, I pad out of my room. And then I hear a familiar voice curse. Blat. I slump. Couldn't sleep? From the kitchen sink, Matvey turns to me. In the semi-darkness of the room, all I can see are the shadows on his face. April. Then, is that a frying pan? Judge all you like, I shrug. This baby's been christened in battle. I glimpse a few shards of broken glass in the sink. Are you hurt? I ask immediately, taking his hand without thinking. Matvey shakes his head. It's just a cut. That's what Khal Drogo said, and look what happened to him. I grab the first aid kit under the sink. Then I swipe 2 Enact glasses from the cabinet and fill them with water. Sit. I'm fine. And after a little disinfectant, you'll be even finer. My lips twitch, but it doesn't reach my eyes. Or are you afraid I'll put a spell on you? Without another word, Matvey complies. To his credit, he wasn't lying. It really is just a tiny cut. A couple of dabs of soaked cotton, a little bandage, and it'll be good as new. Where did you learn how to do this? Matvey asks as I work, breaking the silence. I was a total klutz as a kid, I answer. Got my fair share of bumps and scrapes. Figured it'd be quicker if I learned how to take care of them myself. I don't say the quiet part out loud, because no one else would. But Matvey seems to hear it anyway. You're good at it. Thanks. I don't tell him that it's just another way for me to fix things. Tailoring, nursing, all of it's just more of the same. Taking what's broken and giving it a second chance, a third, a fourth. Then maybe it won't have to be thrown away. Silence falls between us again. But this time, it doesn't feel as tense as before. Maybe it's the night. Maybe it's the city lights dancing in from the balcony. When it's late like this, everything takes on a different hue. Even loneliness. You know, I venture, when I was a kid, I used to have all sorts of nightmares. Matvey's face tells me I hit the nail on the head. Not that the big, bad Bratva Puckman would ever admit to having nightmares. Clearly, it's nightmares who have him. Is that so? Mm-hmm. Sometimes it was just your run-of-the-mill jump scare. Monsters under the bed, ghosts behind the curtains, creepy dolls coming alive. Can't relate. Matvey shrugs. I didn't really dream as a kid. We all dream. I think, but don't say. We just can't always remember. Sometimes it's too painful to remember. It wasn't those dreams I was afraid about, though. I continue. While I talk, I start wrapping gauze around the shallow cut on his palm. After those, I could usually go right back to sleep. But when the real nightmares came, then I'd just stare at the ceiling until dawn. A beat goes by. 2. What nightmares were those? Matvey asks eventually. I shouldn't be telling him this. I shouldn't be telling anyone this. Old wounds should fester in silence, at least when it comes to someone like me. Someone who's too weak to fix herself. But the night's making me bolder. For some reason, right now, I can't find my fears anywhere. Sometimes it was my parents, I confess, throwing me out, sending me away. Or, God forbid, getting married to each other again. Sounds like a nightmare, all right, Matvey scoffs. I snort. Can't disagree with that. Or other times it was just me, alone somewhere I couldn't recognize. I'd scream myself hoarse for someone, anyone, to come get me. But no one would. It's strange. For the past few days, all I've wanted was for Matvey to look at me. But now, I'm the one who can't bring myself to look at him. What would you do? I hear his deep voice ask. When that happened. Burst out crying? I tell him frankly. The one who actually knew what to do was my grandmother. She'd give me a tall glass of water just like this. I shake my glass for emphasis. And make me drink it all. Water purifies, she used to say. Water heals. And then, I smile. Then she'd sing to me. Sing. Yeah. Sometimes in French, sometimes in Creole. They were the lullabies she grew up with in Haiti. A sudden memory makes me laugh. There was one about a crab. If you didn't sleep, it would eat you. How comforting. He drawls sarcastically. Must have put you out like a light. I shrug and grin. It's like German fairy tales. It's the thought that counts. Besides, the crab didn't actually eat you in the end. I try to remember how that song went. Do, do, ti man man. I sing quietly under my breath. Do, do, ti pa pa. Suddenly I realize Matvey's staring. What? I laugh embarrassed. Nothing. He replies a little too quickly. You are... He clears his throat. Your grandmother must have been quite a person. I smile. She was definitely that. Her life alone. You could have written a book about it. She was my grandfather's second wife. When it happened, remarriages weren't all that common, and mixed marriages even less. She had a rough go of it, especially with my dad. Your father didn't like her, Matvey ventures. Not one bit. It's still painful to think about. How rejected she must have felt. By society, by her husband's own son, by everyone. But she didn't mind me. She took me in and raised me as her own, in her home. For that, I'm forever grateful. I don't mention what happened to that home. It feels dirty somehow. The thought of bringing money into this. Under the cover of darkness, everything feels more honest, scared, raw. Suddenly, I realize I can't take it. Well then, I clap to put a bookend on that morbid detour in the conversation as I rise to my feet. Drink it all, keep those bandages dry. Or the crab will eat me, Matvey teases. It's too much. The night, the lights, us. The way Matvey's looking at me, finally looking at me, with an intensity I can't bear. Or the crab will swallow you whole, yes. Matvey rises with me. Then suddenly he takes my hand. He doesn't kiss it, but his thumb comes up to stroke my knuckles. Somehow it feels even more intimate like this, more raw. Good night, April. 23 steps between our rooms. I know because I counted them. Soon there will be 23 steps between us. A distance so short, and yet it feels like an ocean. Good night, Matvey, I whisper, and cross back to my side of the dark, churning waters. Chapter 44. April. Ow! Petra winces under my pens. I don't pay it any mind. Right now, I'm focused on one thing only, the dress coming to life around her. Stay still. Christ, fine. Petra pouts. And I thought I was bossy. It's not completely unfair as far as accusations go. When I'm like this, I can't see anything else. Put yourself in my shoes. I've got 2 gowns to deliver, and my mannequin quit on me. Can't imagine why. She mutters under her breath. Her eyes fix pointedly on the plastic carcass in the corner. I'm aware of how it looks, riddled with holes, one arm missing and the other dangling at the wrong angle. Wait, was that a shiver? Either way, I choose to ignore her. Would you be calm in a situation like this? I'm always calm, she retorts. You can't exterminate a rival Bratva if you're busy fretting about how long it's taking. And you can't be a good mannequin if you keep moving, Petra. You know, if you weren't pregnant, I'd have killed you already. Can't be the first time you've thought that, I mumble distractedly. God, would it kill this him to just work? It's being as difficult as she is. No, Petra admits, but you should at least pale a little. Sorry, I'll do my best to act terrified. She quirks an eyebrow. Your work mode is scary. Thanks, means a lot coming from you. I can feel Petra's urge to fidget under my hands. She's just not the type to sit still, tapping her foot, cracking her knuckles, huffing and puffing like the big bad wolf in heels. Now that I've stuffed her into a ball gown, I feel like she's finally experiencing what it's like to be on the other side of the throwing knife. Whatever, I'll bake her an apology cake. After I finish this dress, that is. Like clockwork, Petra starts moving again. I'm about to scold her when I hear, "This is really beautiful." Oh, I say intelligently. That's... thank you? Petra's hand travels over the fabric, caressing the short tulle butterfly sleeves, lingering on the place they meet the bodice. It's true. The stitching's flawless. She says it with a shrug, like it doesn't matter in the slightest. Like she's just stating the obvious. Are you having a stroke? I shake my head. You wish. I mean, yeah, then at least I'd be free. I'm terrible at taking compliments. Really, seriously terrible. I'd rather face 1,000 throwing knives than this. But also, I can't help preening a little. Would you wear it? I try to sound casual. You know, if I wasn't forcing you at pinpoint. Probably, Petra concedes. It's not exactly my style, but if I had to go for the Beauty and the Beast vibe, I'd definitely pick something like this. The design's very elegant, too. Preening points, plus 50%. Thanks. That's actually one of mine. Yours? Petra frowns. As in, you drew this? I give a sheepish nod. It's a bit of a hobby, I confess. Sketching out models and whatnot. Sometimes Elias will let me take lead on commissions. I bet. This is easily worth 4 figures. My head starts spinning. All right, that's enough. You don't have to say that. But Petra only arches an eyebrow. Suka, do I look like I need to suck up to you? No, didn't think so. So take the goddamn compliment. I don't say shit I don't mean. That's a very aggressive way to praise someone. I'm not used to it. When I started out, I was just mending my own clothes. You guys couldn't afford new ones, she ventures. I'd expect the words to be snobbish, but they come out without a trace of judgment. Yes and no, I reply. Mostly my parents were too busy arguing to notice. I didn't want them to fight about that too, so I picked up a needle and thread and just did it myself. Grandma taught me a few stitches. After a while, I got pretty decent at it, altering my clothes, making new ones, all that jazz. God, you're so infuriating, Petra mutters. Pretty decent? I can't tell if you're fishing or you're serious. Well, I am a pro now, I amend, but I wasn't always. And besides, I'm a tailor. Designing's a whole other bag of candies. But it's what you want to do, Petra guesses. I don't deny it. All kids have dreams, and kids from broken homes, they need to dream twice as hard. It doesn't matter. I brush it off. Fashion's all about connections and money. You realize you're currently pregnant by a billionaire, right? I shake my head with a smile. I couldn't possibly ask Matvey for that. I don't want to. I want to get there on my own. If I can't, then it wasn't meant to be. If I can't, then I wasn't good enough in the first place. Dreams. Petra's voice shakes me out of my reverie. They don't listen to reason. So if you're going to pursue one, what? You shouldn't listen to reason either. I blink. I'm sorry, did you just comfort me? Don't get used to it. I'm totally gonna. I'm gonna call you up at 3 a.m. and vent my woes into your ear. Try it and I'll cut out your tongue. I'll show up at your place with nail polish and face masks. I continue as if she hadn't spoken. We can watch Mean Girls and gossip about tall, criminally inclined Russian men. You don't know where I live. I'll bribe it out of Julia. I'll fire her. You'd never. Then I'll just kill you with a safety pin right now. I grin. Now that's the Petra we all know and fear. Can I at least finish this dress first? Please do, she begs. How much longer anyway? Not long. Oh, good. Just one more gown and we're good to go. Petra's eyes grow to the size of melons. I'm sorry, one more gown? Well, yeah, clients asked for 2. You've got to be kidding me. And you're just her size. How lucky is that? While Petra's muttering, God, please kill me now, into the ceiling, I whip up my phone and snatch a selfie of the two of us, me beaming, her scowling. Then, before I can think twice about it, I press send.
Chapter 45. Matvey. What's wrong? Yuri asks, leaning over my right shoulder. Is it Miss Flowers? Grisha chimes in, leaning over my left. Merry fucking wives, the both of you. But I don't have it in me to scold them right now. Because what I'm staring at is concerning. A selfie with my fiancée and my baby mama playing dress-up in my penthouse. They're bonding, I grimace. Petra's face is the worst of it. She always looks like an angry chipmunk, cheeks puffed up in outrage, front teeth biting into her bottom lip like she can't wait to tear someone's throat out with them. And yet in this one, she's also happy. Behind me, Grisha whistles. That's some talent on Miss Flowers' part. The dress? Even I have to agree with that. I'm not the type to notice what women are wearing. If I'm interested, I'll just tear it right off. April can testify to that. But when it comes to April's work, then even a heathen like me has to recognize talent when he sees it. But Grisha shakes his head. The gown's impressive, but I was talking about the taming of the shrew. Ah, right. Petra. Tamer than I've ever seen her, I agree. She hasn't killed April yet. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. I notice that Yuri seems to be boiling over next to me. You all right, brother? I ask him. Just thinking that someone here's got guts. Insulting an ally like that, he mutters, glaring daggers in Grisha's direction. Here they go again. I swear, whenever these two are in a room together, my bratva turns into a goddamn kindergarten. I follow Yuri's gaze back to the picture. I don't think the man has blinked. Should I send you a copy, brother? What? Yuri shakes himself. No, I was just... The dress, he blurts out. Grisha's right. April's good at what she does. My third and I share a look. We don't speak, but we're both thinking the same thing. Did Yuri just say the words, Grisha's right? Yorochka? Grisha asks carefully. You aren't running a fever, are you? You are looking a bit flushed, I agree. If you're not feeling up to this... What? No, Yuri scoffs. Fuck all the way off, both of you. Oh, good. He's come to his senses. Grisha deadpans. Shut up! Both of you shut up, I cut in. It's time. Let's go. Even as I say that, I throw the picture one last glance. I can see why Yuri was so mesmerized. April's work is astonishing. Seeing a dress like this in a boutique's window display is one thing, but watching it come to life under someone's hands, that's something else entirely. I wonder briefly if this was Maya's doing too, if April's grandmother taught her to sew, just like she taught her how to love the world, and everyone in it, even the ones who don't deserve it. Right now, I suspect I can count myself among them. It's a shitty feeling, keeping April at arm's length, rebuking her attempts at closeness. It's all so wrong. The other night, every part of me was screaming against it. Don't let her go. Don't push her away. Don't you leave her alone, too. But I don't have a choice. I pocket my phone and stride into the Venus Lounge. Welcome! Stanislav greets me with a warm handshake. It's an honor to have you here, Moy Pakan. I'd rather have stayed home, I think, but don't say. The honor's all mine, I reply instead. Your numbers speak for themselves. The thing is, they do. After his mediocre performance last quarter, Stanislav took it upon himself to crush the competition. When I heard he was planning to open a new location in Little Italy, I thought he'd finally lost it. You don't put a restaurant here if you can't back it up with skill. The locals will eat you alive. But in the end, the gamble paid off. Thanks to this location alone, Stanislav might come up on top in next quarter's earnings meeting. Not above Arias, of course, but definitely above everybody else. Maybe that's why, for once, he's smiling. A rare sight indeed. Thank you, Moipakan. I hope you'll enjoy our cooking tonight. I'm looking forward to it. A waitress leads us to the VIP table. I can see the other patrons gawking at her as she walks. Is she pretty? I can't tell. Lately, I've lost all interest in going on the hunt. Once I would have noticed. I would have followed her into the pantry and made her scream until she couldn't breathe, until there wasn't one patron left who didn't know exactly what we were doing. Now, all I can think of is a tailor shop's changing room. Get it together, I snarl at myself, especially here. As if following my train of thought, Yuri asks, Is it true that the food here... Grisha snorts. Puberty finally catching up with you, Yorochka? How about I stick a baguette up your ass and watch it wave out of your mouth? It's not, I cut in, before Yuri can get any more graphic. It's all advertising. And there's a reason Venus Lounge is called that. Every food item on the menu is, without exception, made up of aphrodisiac ingredients. Well, alleged aphrodisiacs. If a chocolate-dipped fig's enough to get your blood flowing, you probably didn't need it to begin with. But the theme has made the lounges very popular with couples wanting to try something new. Young adults come here on a dare, couples book a table for their anniversary, and slimy bosses take their secretaries here to hint at what they're really looking for in their working relationship. Mostly, they just manage to make them uncomfortable as all hell. Either way, the Venus Lounges make a boatload of money. At the table, the Vori greet me. It wasn't long ago that we were meeting just like this, around good food and celebration. That time, it didn't end well. Our aperitifs are laid out before us. I watch Yuri pick suspiciously at an avocado and salmon tart, probably waiting to hear the crunch of a hidden Viagra pill under his teeth. Isn't this nice? Ipati beams from my left. Celebrating success? Now that's what being Bratva is all about. Vaše Zadorovya! Gora cheers. I'll drink to that. For some reason, everything about this conversation irks me. No, that's not right. It pisses me the fuck off. being filthy rich off restaurants and clubs. That's what being Bratva's all about? The mother of my child was almost killed twice, and they're drinking to our success? Blot! My men have gone soft. Worse, they've gone native. Forgotten what it's like to have to be one step ahead of Frostbite at all times. Forgotten what it's like to fight. Well, I'm about to goddamn remind them. I slam my glass down. The cheer at the table dies. Silence fills the space where laughter reigned not 5 seconds ago. Is something the matter, Pakan? Ivan asks quietly. I draw myself up in my seat. While we're here celebrating, our most important project still lies unfinished. Or does anybody here have more good news to share? The Vori exchange glances. Moi Pakan, the acquisition is proceeding, Gora blurts out. It's nearly in the bag. Nearly isn't good enough. It's just... Empati's voice cuts in. It'd be easier for us all if we knew what we were doing. In D.C., I mean. You don't need to know what you're doing, I snarl. You need to do it. Or have I not made myself clear enough? Matvey, I turn. Ivan's gaze is a piercing shade of blue, almost white, icy, like the rivers back home. If there's one of us who hasn't forgotten what we came here for, that should be him. But lately, Ivan's been leading the resistance. He's been pushing back against me more than anybody else. And yet, it still manages to surprise me when he asks, cold and factual, do we need to prepare for war? War. That's a word you don't throw out lightly at a Bratva table. These men, who had just been celebrating their success, with that one word, they're done boasting about what they've gained. Now all they can think about is how quickly they could lose it all. I rise. Grisha and Yuri follow suit. I catch Yuri's worried gaze, the same he'd been wearing at the Hidaneros inauguration. But I don't let it shake me. Right now, I can't afford to be shaken. So I stare Ivan dead in the eye, and I tell him the truth. Always be ready for war. Then I do what I've been wanting to do ever since I got here. I grab my jacket and fucking leave. Chapter 46. Matvey. When I get back to the penthouse, I'm in a foul mood. My men. My fucking men. And this is what they've become. A bunch of spoiled millionaires. And Yuri's concerned I'm not treating them well enough. Clearly, it's the opposite. I've been treating them too goddamn well. Lulled them into a false sense of security by creating an empire too powerful to take down. Blot. We've been on top for so long. They've forgotten what it was like to claw our way there. They've forgotten what it was like to work for it. And now, they've gone too goddamn soft. On the elevator ride up, I rub my temples and sigh. I want nothing more than to switch off my brain and sink into April's voice, the easy chatter of her words over dinner. I want to sink into far more than that, but I have to remind myself of all the reasons I can't. Unlike my men, I still have a goddamn grip on reality. Though I start to doubt that the second I walk into the penthouse. My first impulse is to reach for my gun, because only a break-in could justify this mess. Right? Wrong. For starters, there's no blood. The furniture's intact, the couch is ungutted. Last time, it looked like someone had taken out a hit on everything in the apartment. Now, it looks like a bomb's gone off at a Gucci factory. As I look closer, my suspicions are confirmed. Everything at the scene screams April. There are fabrics scattered everywhere, a million different varieties I couldn't identify with a gun to my head. Needles and pins are strewn across the carpet. The perfect trap, if someone did get the idea to try and break in again. Barefoot, that is. I clock about a dozen OSHA violations just while making it from the door to the balcony. Something rustles in my peripheral vision. I whirl around, still on alert, and I'm treated to a unique sight. April flowers, emerging from a pile of tulle. Her bloodshot eyes zero in on me. I don't like how bright they get. Like I'm a 3-course meal on legs. Fucking Christ, I'm usually the predator here. So why do I feel like the tables are about to turn? Oh good, you're here. In seconds, she's inches from me. So much for keeping our distance. Care to explain what happened? I demand, trying to ignore the warmth radiating off her body.
Work,
April says simply, which explains fuck all. But I don't get the chance to tell her that, because suddenly, her hands are on me. For a second, I'm too surprised to even react. April's been daring before, but this is too far, even for her. I'm about to snap at her, demand to know exactly what the fuck she thinks she's doing. And then she manhandles me to the center of the room.
Off,
She commands, pulling at my jacket.
all of this, off.
Give me one good reason why I should do that, I growl. Part of me wants to comply. A specific part of me, to be exact. Wants to flip April around and teach her exactly who's in charge. No, I snarl at myself. We can't do that anymore. But April just blinks.
How else are you going to put this on?
And then she holds up another jacket. Oh, right. Work. She mentioned that, didn't she? I force myself to relax. This is still inappropriate as hell. In any other context, I would have given her a piece of my mind. But one look at April's face tells me she's on a different planet right now.
Come on.
She yanks my jacket all the way off.
We don't have all day.
It's night, I point out.
No, it's not.
She works the other jacket onto my shoulders.
Wait, is it?
I jerk my head eloquently towards the window. April pales.
Where's the sun?
I hang on the last thread of my patience. As much as I'd love to explain basic astronomy to you.
Shh.
She puts a finger to my lips.
Don't breathe. Your chest's gonna move.
I'm honestly speechless. No one has ever shushed me. Me. Matvey fucking Groza. But before I can teach April a lesson, her face breaks into a grin.
I knew it. Client's got your same measurements.
You kept your notes from when we met?
No need.
April shrugs.
I remember yours by heart.
I inhale sharply. By heart. All this time, and April's had my fucking measurements floating around in her head? She memorized them? It's been nearly 10 months. 10 months. And she remembers? The urge from before comes back with a vengeance to flip her around, rip her pretty dress clean off, and show her exactly what I remember too. All her sensitive spots, all her weaknesses. I want to plunge my fingers inside her. I want to hear her scream as I torture her sweetness over and over. I want to make her come with my hands, my mouth, my cock. Feel her tight little pussy squeeze me dry as she moans and moans and moans. My name, no one else's.
Matvey? She asks. You okay?
I snap back to the present. Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know.
April ventures.
You're just looking a little flushed, that's all.
It's a miracle she hasn't noticed my raging hard-on. I'm tempted to blame the food at Venus Lounge, but I know no amount of gourmet jalapenos are gonna get me like this. Only April. But that can't happen anymore. I need to get a grip on myself. April is off limits. It can't be otherwise. That night, I nearly lost her, and it almost tore me apart. I can't let her wield that kind of power over me. She's a stranger. She's not family. And she's never going to be. I need to maintain a safe distance between us. It's the only way this works. The only way I can stay fucking sane. Distance of mind and body. Which would be a hell of a lot easier without her hands all over me. Without a moment's hesitation, I throw the jacket off.
Hey!
April protests.
I wasn't done.
Yes, you are.
No,
I grab her wrists. April. Her breath catches.
Yes?
Tell me how long you've been working today.
She
pauses.
How long's the sun been down again?
I'm taking that as an answer. We're going to eat.
But
We're going to eat, I repeat, firm. Because frankly, I'm fucking starving. It's not a lie, but it's not exactly the truth either. I pecked enough at the Venus Lounge to tide myself over until later. But one look at April tells me it's a miracle if she's had breakfast, let alone lunch. It should make me furious. My child's in there, for fuck's sake. How can she be so irresponsible, skipping meals, losing track of time? And yet, the pecan in me is appeased, proud even. After the huge disappointment my Vorti have proven themselves to be, it's refreshing to see someone working her ass off. Someone who still knows the meaning of the word. If half of my men worked as hard as April, we'd have conquered the world by now. The biggest irony of all is, she doesn't have to do that. If she asked me to provide, I would. For fuck's sake, she's pregnant. Soon enough, she's going to have a whole kid to care for. Even I'm not enough of an asshole to ignore that. Distance or not. If she asked, I'd say yes. But she hasn't. Okay. April nods eventually. Only then do I let her wrists go. The loss of warmth nearly gives me whiplash. I'm overcome with the urge to yank her back, to press myself flush against her, and never fucking let her go. But I won't. Okay, I reply. So let's eat. Distance. That's what I need to focus on right now. I can't let myself go soft, like my Vorti. I won't. I have to stay sharp. Most importantly, I have to stay the fuck away. This little vixen's thrown my life in disarray enough already. After the enemy's been dealt with, I promise myself. Once that's done, I'll move back out. I'll visit the kid. I'll be here for dinner. And I won't stay a minute more. Until then, I'll have to get a goddamn grip.
Chapter 47. April. Elias stares at the packed clothes in front of him. This is all of them. Yep, that's all. I feel like a little soldier reporting for duty. All that's missing is the salute. I hope my blood, sweat, and tears didn't leak on them. Elias lets out a booming laugh. Oh, child, you're really something else. We sit down for tea. That's a good idea, seeing as how the living room started to spin again. Lately, it's been doing that a lot. Elias shoots me a fond smile. Is there really nothing I can do to convince you to take it easy? He asks, concern seeping into his voice. I shake my head. Actually, I was going to ask you for more work. My boss nearly drops his cup. More work? April, you've cleared me out for the month. I could get started on next month's tasks, I venture. Early bird gets the worm and all that. If you've got all that time on your hands, you should spend it on your baby. Elias playfully scolds me. Knitting tiny socks, making onesies. Wordlessly, I show him a picture of Nugget's wardrobe. Elias's eyes bulge. You made all that. Almost. Some of it's from Matvey, and, well, the aunts and uncles. I had, which is code for Yuri and Petra, who both separately went on shopping sprees, apparently. I don't know which one was wearing the sourest face when they dropped the gifts into my lap. As for Charlie, well, he's still on house arrest. But he's been texting me pictures of Minecraft-themed baby shoes all week. All in all, I could have slacked off. Except that I didn't. And there's a very good reason for that. I put on my best puppy eyes. I want to keep busy. I'm going crazy in here, Elias. Please? The reason I'm going crazy? Matvey. To say he's been acting weird is an understatement. He's late to dinner, leaves at the crack of dawn, and doesn't speak a word to me if he doesn't absolutely have to. I went to pick a piece of lint off his shoulder the other day, and I could swear he almost lunged for his gun. But I can't let myself think about it. I can't let myself obsess over it. I'm gonna go insane. Frankly, I feel like I've already started. So I'm going to do what I do best. Deep dive into my work. The more grueling, the better. All right. Elias relents. I can see I'm not going to change your mind. I admit defeat. You're a saint amongst men, Elias. Thank you. After getting my assignments, I hug my boss goodbye at the door. Oh, Elias says. Almost forgot. He hands me a pamphlet. I take it with a frown. I recognize the location printed on the front, the Mallard Expo Hall. At the center, a beautiful blue gown with a matching tiara, all diamond-studded from head to toe. Last year's winner, I guess. My boss nods. The designer called it opulence. A fitting name. Yeah, no wonder, I mutter bitterly. This piece is probably worth more than all my organs combined. And mine, Elias agrees. The Mallard Fashion Expo, the impossible dream of every designer out there. Every year, they hold a fashion contest for new talent. Technically, anyone's free to join. Realistically, the winning pieces usually look like this. In a word, expensive. What's the grand prize this year? I ask anyway, because apparently I enjoy torturing myself. Tour of European fashion museums, internship at Versace, interview with Vivienne Westwood via Ouija board. A scholarship for the Mallard Institute. I stop snarking on the spot. You can't be serious. Oh, dead serious, Elias assures me. 3 years full ride. The living room starts spinning again. This time, I have to hold myself up against the back of the couch. A full ride to the Mallard Fashion Institute, the single most prestigious fashion academy in New York City. That's nice, I croak at last. Whatever rich kid wins that is going to make their parents really happy. Let them buy the 4th mansion of their dreams. If I sound salty, it's because I am. No one ever wins these contests who couldn't buy their way into the prizes in the first place. Touring Europe? That's the Upper East Side's run-of-the-mill summer vacation. Interning at Versace. With the right connections, you'd get a job there before you even graduate. And now attending Mallard? If it's a joke, it's a really poor one. Pun intended. But Elias doesn't seem to agree. With a soft smile, he puts his hand on my shoulder. Oh, April, why do you never give yourself a chance? I swallow. Elias's words hit deeper than I'd like. I just don't want to get my hopes up. Not again. I just have so much on my plate. You know, with the baby and all. Promise me you'll consider it, Elias says with a squeeze of my shoulder. I give him a small nod. All right, I promise. It's a lie, but sometimes lies are easier. Lies make everybody happier. Elias hugs me goodbye once more. Your grandmother would be proud, you know, of the woman you've become. I don't answer. I don't think I can. As soon as Elias is in the elevator, Petra rounds the corner. Who's that? Good morning to you, too. She drops her bag unceremoniously on the table. And why are your eyes red? I rub them off with the back of my hand. New shampoo. Wanted to test if that no tears thing was real. It's a scam. Petra huffs. It means no tearing, as in no tangles and whatnot. That's not very nice. No, it's not. She snatches a Greek yogurt from the fridge. So who is that? My boss. I shrug. Clothes handoff, nothing exciting. That looks exciting, she comments, giving the crumpled pamphlet in my hand a pointed look. Since you're trying to hide it and all. Crap. Should have known better than to play this game with Mrs. Bond here. It's just something Elias brought over. Something secret? I sigh. Something ridiculous. Give me. She motions for me to hand it over. You know, you're almost as controlling as your fiancé. Almost. You insult me. She gives the pamphlet a quick scan. This doesn't look ridiculous. It does if you're broke, I reply. It does if you're me. Why? Because. Oh, right. Thanks. She drawls. I completely understand now. I roll my eyes. It's the Mallard. No one from public school goes to the Mallard. This doesn't say anything about entry requirements. It's implied. I throw myself down on a chair. Like with any other fashion school, really. Petra puts the pamphlet down and stares me in the eye. I think you're full of shit. That shuts me up. Humor me, she presses. What happens if you compete? What happens if you win this? Well, I try to find the words. The Mallard Fashion Expo's like an audition. If you win the contest, you pass. If you pass, you've got your foot in the door of the fashion world. Doesn't sound like a total waste of time to me. Well, it is, I insist. It's a cutthroat environment. The competition's insane, and everyone's filthy rich, so they've got access to the best materials. Silk, cashmere, freaking diamonds. Like I said, there's no point. Like I said, you're full of shit. If it's so rigid, then why hold a contest at all? Petra retorts. I hesitate. I guess money doesn't always guarantee you'll make it. You also have to prove what you're worth. That's why there's an audition. Lots of people want this. Lots of rich people even. But the spots are limited. You still have to earn yours. I watch Petra listen intently. So if you want it, you have to take it, she summarizes. I'm reminded of Matvey's words when we met. You saw something you liked. You took it. And then, what do you want? I sigh. It's complicated. For once, Petra doesn't press. This dress, she says instead, pointing at the diamond gown. It's impressive. Must be worth a fortune. They'll put it on display at the expo, I say. Last year's winner. They'll be announcing this year's at the same event. So this pamphlet's for next year? Mm-hmm. Submissions close in a few months. Petra's eyes fix on the tiara. Can't imagine what security's like at events like these. That alone would feed a small country. I'm inclined to agree. It's probably the safest place to hang out. Safe enough that Matvey would let you go. I blink. I hadn't thought of that. Probably. I'd still need a personal guard, I think. Unless you'd like to come, I joke. Sure. Right, didn't think so. Sorry, what? I said I'll come, she repeats. That should be enough, right? For a second, I wonder if I've misheard. But no, Petra's actually offering to take me somewhere, without a gun to her head. Are pigs gonna start flying? Do I have to check outside for airborne pork? Unless you've got better places to be, she adds. I quickly shake my head. This is a golden opportunity. I shouldn't look the gift horse in the mouth. Nope, I reply. Nowhere at all. This should make for a good conversation with Matvey, I think to myself. I'm shivering already. Chapter 48. April. In the end, I don't manage to ask. Not that night. Not any of the others that follow. I keep telling myself I should find the right time, catch him in a good mood, maximize my chances of success. But Matvey's never in a good mood anymore. When he comes home, he's as silent as the grave. If I try to coax him out of his shell with a joke, he'll only give me the ghost of a smile, a twitch of his lips at best, and then he's gone just as quickly as it came. While we're eating, he doesn't look at me. He doesn't speak to me, doesn't ask about my day. Even after Dr. Allen's visits, I'm the one who volunteers the information. I've started to suspect he's got someone looking into her files just to avoid having to bring it up with me, having to bring anything up with me. Except at night. Couldn't sleep? I yawn from my room's doorway. Matvey's head turns to me. Just getting some water. Any chance I can get some too? It's a new routine of sorts. When the moon is high and we're both losing our battle with sleep, we'll meet here, in the kitchen. It's always well past midnight, and there's never a single light on. But at least while we're here, Matvey will look at me. I don't know why the night's different. Maybe it's the dark that makes it easier. Maybe we're both just really thirsty. Either way, I've begun to look forward to these quiet, honest moments. With family dinners having turned into grim staring contests between us and our plates, it's the only chance I get to truly see him again. Thanks. I accept the full glass from his hands. Is work giving you trouble? Matvey shrugs. Something like that. The tough life of a Peking. Parkan. One day I'll remember how to say that. I can't be sure in the dark, but I think I glimpse a smile pulling at the corner of his lips. I'll believe it when I see it. It makes my heart ache. Your work seems to be going well, Matvey comments. A little too well, even. Oh, don't start growling now. I laugh. I asked Elias for the extra load. For once, Matvey doesn't press. Maybe a part of him is aware of the why. Maybe he'd rather keep the pretense alive. Sounds like we've been doing that a lot lately. Pretending. You like it, Matvey says in the end. Sewing. I do, yeah, I reply. It's the only thing I've ever known how to do. The only thing that's ever felt good. So you always wanted to be a tailor? A designer. The word's out before I can stop myself. It seems to be another mystical power of these nights, stripping us bare. No disguises. No pretty little lies. I love tailoring, don't get me wrong, but I always wanted to sew my own ideas. Even had a school lined up and everything. But you never went. I nod. But I never went. Was it about money? Matvey asks after a moment. I shake my head. No. I mean, yes, but it shouldn't have been. My grandma, she had savings. She was going to help me out. Then... Fortunately, Matvey doesn't make me finish that sentence. I'm sorry, April. I give him a grateful smile. Yeah, me too. Then I gather the strength to continue. What happened after was... I hesitate. It's hard putting certain things into words. All these ugly feelings. All I ever wanted was to mourn, but my dad had other plans. He cleaned out the bank account, sold the house, and you were left with nothing. Pretty much, yeah. I curse myself for ruining our one moment together, for dragging bitterness into it. But now that I've opened the floodgates, they just won't close again. Not until everything has come rushing out. The worst thing to me isn't even the money. It's that my grandma's will was ignored so blatantly. Everybody knew what she would have wanted. They just decided to pretend otherwise. It was the worst kind of betrayal. Matvey nods gravelly. Blood should never betray blood. Mm-hmm. You've said that before. I leave my question unspoken. Why? What happened to you? Who betrayed you so badly you couldn't ever forget? I have an inkling of who that might be. After that talk with Yuri and after seeing how Matvey reacts whenever a certain person is mentioned, it'd be hard not to guess. But I still want him to tell me. At first, I think he won't. That his answer will stay unspoken too. The silence stretches for so long that, in the end, I almost lose hope. I get ready to stand up, to leave our little haven behind. And then he speaks. When I was 7, my mother got sick. I don't say anything to that. This moment feels fragile, like it could shatter with a single word out of place. Winters weren't like the ones here, he rasps. You think Times Square at New Year's is cold? Try Karelian spring. It'll make January here feel like beach fucking weather. Is that where you're from? I whisper. Karelia? Matvey gives a curt nod. Everybody dreaded the winter there. The coast was warmer, but we weren't on the coast. We were smack in the middle of nowhere. Nothing but snow for miles every which way. It must have been terrible. I choke back the words. Matvey wouldn't want that. Pity. I didn't dread it, though, he adds with a twitch of his lips, because she was there, my mother. Unconsciously, I put a hand on my belly. Matvey doesn't miss the motion. What was she like? I ask. Warm. He doesn't say it, but I try to picture it. Matvey and his mom, huddled up in front of a flickering fireplace, finding strength in each other to get through the night. I wonder if that's why night's easier for him, if the memories are good enough to sweeten it, even now. It sounds like she truly cared about you. She did. Then his face darkens. She was the only one. Here we are, I tell myself. So your father? My father was a scumbag, he growls, always disappearing to God knows where. For days on end he wouldn't show. My mother used to wait up for him all night. It was freezing cold, but she refused to go to bed. Then he'd come back with an excuse, and everything would be forgiven. But every time that happened, she grew paler. I can't even begin to imagine how that must have felt. My parents gave up on each other right away. But if one of them had made the other suffer like this, I'd have carried that with me for the rest of my life. One night she passed out. She was feverish in the morning. I did what I could, but I wasn't really any help. I reach for his hand. You were just a kid, I murmur. You couldn't have done anything. I should have, Matvey snarls. His face twists into something vicious, something animal. Instead, I went out like a fucking idiot to search for him. Of course you did. I want to say, but don't. Because Matvey would hate it. He was your dad. By the time I came back, I shudder. I'm so sorry. Don't be. His grip grows tighter, tighter. You'll pay. With his fucking blood, he'll pay. Until the last goddamn drop. He's hurting me a little bit with how hard he's squeezing my fingers, but I don't say anything. Right now, I want to feel this. Want to share in his pain in any way I can. Wordlessly, I start rubbing circles into the back of his hand. My thumb presses into the tense muscles until, eventually, it manages to pry them loose again. That's why you became Bratva, I ask. To make him pay? Yes. Matvey answers without hesitation. But not only that. My grandfather used to be Bratva. He'd founded his own organization when he was orphaned. By doing that, he survived. He pauses. I needed to survive, too. And then you met Yuri. Yes. He's the only family I have left. I thought it hurt less to hear him cut me out like that. Now that I know where the venom comes from, I shouldn't fall to it so easily. So why do I? Thank you, I breathe in the end, for telling me this. Matvey doesn't say anything, but I don't need him to. And then, as I'm heading back into my room, suddenly I stop. I turn. Matvey's still there, looking at my retreating back. Our eyes meet over the table between us. I should go back to my side of these dark waters. I shouldn't make this messier than it needs to be, messier than it already is. I'm not family. I'll never be family. But when has that ever stopped me before? I linger on my doorway. 23 steps between us, and they feel like an ocean. But my grandmother taught me that oceans can be crossed. And someone else taught me that if you really want something, take it. Are you going to make me sleep alone? I ask. And for once, Matvey doesn't.
Chapter 49. Matvey. In my life, I've never lost a battle. I couldn't afford to. I still can't. In my world, it's eat or be eaten, kill, or be fucking obliterated. And yet, a few nights ago, April handed me my first defeat. I've stopped sleeping in the guest bedroom. I can't bring myself to. It doesn't matter how much I harden my heart of stone, because after dinner, April will stand up and look at me. Just look at me. Her hazel eyes wide and filled with hope. That's all it takes. It's pathetic. I'm supposed to be heartless, hardened, a beast in the skin of a man, a killing fucking machine, ready to gun down whoever's in my path without the slightest hesitation. So why can't I say no to her? Worse, I've told her things I'd never shared with anyone. Even Yuri doesn't know the extent of it, what my life was like before I found him. Only that our father will pay for what he's taken from me. But I told April all of it. Why? Even now, it's more of the same. I should be getting ready for work, but for some reason, I'm still in bed with her, watching the rise and fall of her pregnant belly as she sleeps, wrapped in sheets, and nothing else. As if sensing my eyes on her, April stirs. I quirk an eyebrow. Am I supposed to know what that means? She finally drags her face away from the pillow. Good morning. I push my thoughts from my mind. If you want to be convincing, you should try that with your eyes open. Big mistake. As soon as those hazel irises are on me, I remember exactly how I lost the battle in the first place. Top of the morning to ya, she salutes. As she straightens up, the bedsheets drop off her entirely. Better? Much, I answer, with a pointed look. She tries to snatch the sheets back, but I yank them to my side. Hey! Bit late to get shy on me, Miss Flowers. I'm not shy, I'm cold. It's a bold-faced lie. Her cheeks are so red, you could cook eggs on them. It's the wrong thought to have, because now I'm picturing eating breakfast right off her skin, and it's making me fucking ravenous. But not for food. Where do you think you're going? I ask, my tone commanding. To shower? I wall her in with my body. Not until I say so, you're not. I dip my head into the crook of her neck and bite. Her reaction is instant. She chokes out a gasp hands flying to dig into my back. I press one finger into her, find her slick and willing, still fucked open from last night, streaks of dried cum between her thighs. Matvey! I want to mark her everywhere, want my scent on every inch of her, until there couldn't possibly be any doubt of who she belongs to. I'm not anyone's. I'm Matvey Groza. I belong to myself alone. But April Flowers is mine. How? Asks the last scrap of my reason. Why? What is she to you? I don't answer. I don't feel like bothering with semantics right now. Or at least, that's what I tell myself. Matvey, April whines under me. Matvey, please. I line up my cock against her wet pussy. I'm nearly inside, the tip already pressing into tight walls. April's moans echoing in my ears. And then my goddamn phone rings. I'm tempted to ignore it. So fucking tempted. But then I remember all my missteps these past few weeks. The lack of attention at meetings, the forgotten report on my desk. Cursing, I whisk up my phone. What? Motya, it's me. Now is not a good time, brother. Is that Yuri? April mouths below me. I stick 2 fingers into her mouth to shut her up. I don't miss the way her eyes go dark and hooded at that. Blot. I'm even harder now. It's urgent, Yuri pants. By the sound of it, he's been running. It's better if we speak in person. Can you meet me at the loft in 15? The loft. Yuri knows I've been staying at the penthouse. If he's asking to meet there, it can only mean one thing. Whatever this is, must stay between us. I'll be there in 10. April gives a muffled groan. I shut the call and slip my fingers out. Next time, I'll have to gag you. Do you really have to go? She blinks up at me with her doe eyes. I know you're the Batman and everything. Pecan. But can't you call in sick or something? It's not a government job. I deadpan, pulling away from her warm, willing body. Someone better be ready to die for this. Besides, it's Yuri. If he's calling me this early... April's face immediately shifts to concern. Is he okay? Relax. He just sounded winded. Okay, good. She exhales. You'll tell me if anything's wrong, though? I move my lips to say yes. Then I stop. Why should I promise that? My bratva's my business. Mine. No one else's. I'll call you, I say, without elaborating. I was already planning to do that anyway. Ever since the break-in, I've sometimes been dropping surprise calls or texts. Nothing too long. Just random pulse checks. For the baby, of course. Okay, April beams. Good luck. She pecks me on the lips. That's a new part of the routine. Morning goodbyes. The first time she did that, I felt like a fucking deer in the headlights. It's not the kind of goodbye I'm used to. Call me if there's any trouble, I say. Then I grab a few clothes and text Grisha. We get to the loft with a minute to spare, but Yuri's already there. Something happened. Then he clocks Grisha and snarls. What's he doing here? He's here because I told him to be. I snap back. I'm in no mood for games, especially not now. So are you gonna talk or not? Yuri swallows. He looks between us, then seems to make a decision. Good. I wasn't going to wait much longer. It's about the DC plan. That gets my attention. What happened? I'm expecting news of a delay. I'm expecting to hear the Vori are being difficult, that they're still demanding to be looped in. I'm even expecting to see an extra 0 tacked on the price last minute. What I'm not expecting is for Yuri to say, It's over, Matvey. Come fucking again. It's over, Yuri repeats. The deal. It fell through. Chapter 50. Matvey. Blat! Petra curses, after Yuri's filled her in. My thoughts exactly. This could bust everything wide open. The operation, our dreams, all of it. That's the only reason I had Yuri call her in. Unbearable or not, she's still my business partner. If I lose, she loses. and neither of us can afford to lose. Grisha, call the Vori, I order him. Yuri, help him. Yuri looks like he's on the verge of arguing again, but Grisha puts a firm hand on his shoulder. We're on it. Then he steers my brother out of the room.
I don't get it.
Petra stops pacing.
Can't we just buy somewhere else?
No.
Why?
Because we can't.
But why?
Because I fucking said so! I snap. Petra stares at me.
Matvey Groza, I swear to God, if you don't tell me what's going on right now, I'm going to marry the next guy that comes through that fucking door and take my army with me.
I ball up my fists. I don't enjoy being threatened, Petra.
And I don't enjoy going in blind. So how about we cut the shit and start being honest with each other?
I take a deep breath. As much as it pains me to admit it, Yuri hasn't been completely wrong all this time. Clearly, keeping people in the dark hasn't been working as well as I'd hoped. So I swallow my pride and spit out the truth. It's because of the Bonacorsi family. Petra blinks.
The what now?
Bonacorsi, I repeat, my patience thinning. Italian Mafia. Their HQ is in the building right across from the one we've been trying to buy. I unfold my plans in my mind, the maps, the schemes, all of it. With it, we could have brought the war to them before they even realized what was happening. It could have been an absolute victory. Now we've got nothing!
Right, Petra mutters. That makes perfect sense. Just one thing. Why in the living hell are we picking a fight with the DC Italian Mafia?
Because their boss took something from me, I snarl. Something important. And now he has to pay.
So this, all of this, she says. It was for a personal vendetta all along?
Her words rub me the wrong way. Is there a problem?
Oh, I don't know,
Petra snarks.
How about, you could have fucking told me?
And if I had, I retort, would that have changed the fact that your goals were just as fucking personal? Let's not be hypocrites. We were both in this for ourselves. So get off your high horse and start thinking about how to save this.
Save? There's no saving.
Because make no mistake, I roar over her protests. If I go down, so do you. And don't you ever fucking forget that. That finally shuts her up. For a long moment, silence reigns in the room. Then,
what's the first thing that needs fixing?
The Vori, I answer immediately. They've been pushing back against me all this time. Now my blood's in the water.
So we can't let them smell weakness,
Petra completes for me. This is the Petra Solovyova I struck an alliance with. Cunning, vicious, straight to the point. Above all, practical. I don't need the screaming fiancé. I need the fierce fucking warrior.
We should go ahead with the wedding.
I do a double take. Come fucking again?
Think,
Petra urges, calculations all but running in her eyes.
A wedding's a show of strength, unity. Most of all, it will double your ranks. With that kind of power at your fingertips, the Vori won't dare question you. It won't just be about fear. It'll be about respect. You're going to give them the biggest win they've ever seen. Why would anyone move against you then?
I thought she was speaking nonsense, but the more she explains, the more her plan makes sense. Right now, what matters most is buying time. Time to regroup, rethink, react. And our wedding would buy that in spades. So why do I feel like it's the last thing I want to do? It won't work, I hear myself saying. It's not enough. Besides, we need to actually solve the DC problem first.
No, not enough. But you just said the priority were your Vori,
Petra argues.
Isn't DC the long game? So why?
Then she stops.
Oh. You just don't want to do it.
I don't want to do what, Petra?
You don't want to get married,
she says, stunned.
You've changed your mind, haven't you?
I open my mouth to deny it, to reject the insinuation with every fiber of my being. I'm a goddamn machine. There is nothing I won't do to achieve my goals. So why can't I say it? My mind fills with images. April, rubbing the sleep from her face. April smiling at me from the kitchen. April looking up from her plate with a different kind of hunger in her eyes. April moaning my name in bed this morning. I've been telling myself it was about the kid. All along, I've been telling myself that. And all along, I've been lying. Because it stopped being about the kid a long time ago. That child is my family, my blood. But April's something too. And I'm tired of pretending she's not. As if reading my mind, Petra's expression turns horrified.
Blot, it's because of her.
That's nonsense.
No, it's not. It's the only thing that makes sense. You were perfectly willing to go through with this before, and now you're not. So what changed?
Petra, I'm warning you.
Warn me all you like,
she says, still sounding dazed.
She's the only thing that's changed. She changed you.
I grit my teeth. Like fuck she did.
Like fuck she didn't,
Petra yells at last.
Look at you.
Petra.
You still smell like her.
Will you just shut the fuck up? Petra reels back, as if slapped. It's not the first time I've yelled at her, but it's the first time I've raised my voice like this. The first time I meant it. And then I follow her gaze towards the door, and I see Yuri and Grisha staring at us. How long have they been here? I ask myself. How much did they hear?
Fine,
Petra grits, humiliated.
You know what? Fine. Go marry your fucking whore or whatever. I'll do it myself.
Petra.
I've always done it on my own.
She bursts out, too far gone for a dignified exit.
I've always had to pave my own way, so what's new? I'll make war on my terms. I'll do it all by my own damn self.
And she storms out. I know I should try to stop her. It would be the smart thing to do. But those words, go marry your fucking whore, are still ringing in my ears, making my hand twitch for my gun. So I don't stop her. I watch my last hope go charging out the door, and I don't say a thing.
Chapter 51. April. You don't understand, June. I completely forgot to tell him. This is a disaster. Total, utter chaos. Because the day of the Mallard Expo has come, and I still haven't managed to tell Matvey. It's not that I didn't want to. It's just that there was all this awkwardness before. All those silences. And after? Well, after I just kind of lost track of time. And space. And anything that wasn't Matvey's hands or his voice or his... On the other end of the line, June clicks her tongue. So what? He's not your keeper or anything, is he? I wince. He kind of is. Not only am I racked with guilt about this, I'm also in a complete panic. I grabbed the first dress I could find. The first dress for a fashion expo. And now I'm turning the closet inside out to find the shoes that go with it. Why is it that as soon as you're in a hurry, everything you need is suddenly located in another dimension? Besides, we'll have Pyotra with us. Petra, I correct distractedly as I throw yet another pair of wrong shoes behind my shoulder. Great. Not only have I lied to him, but now I'm also trashing his place. Whatever. She's got hired muscle, no? I bite my lip. Well, yeah, but I've been trying to reach her all morning and she hasn't replied to a single one of my texts. Maybe something came up and she can't make it. I give up on finding a pair of coordinated shoes and just go with the black ones. When in a pinch, always go with black. Maybe she's driving there as we speak. Please, I snort. Petra? Driving herself? Pigs will fly sooner. Now I'm even more curious to meet this mystery woman. Not only did I forget to tell Matvey about today, I also forgot to tell Petra that June was coming. It was a spur-of-the-moment invite. I really hope she won't mind. I fumble with a pair of black pearl earrings. This way, at least my shoes will match something. Except that even the earrings are refusing to cooperate. I throw my hands up in despair. Forget it. We should just cancel. Absolutely not, June thunders. This is our first outing since you got jailed. Put under protection, I correct gently. Tu me tu, potatu. One earring goes in. Small victories. That's not how it goes, Jay. She blows me a raspberry in response. I'm walking down to the car. If you're not in the lobby in 20 minutes, I'm coming up to get you. And yes, that's a threat. I prick my finger on my other earring. God damn it, why won't you just... And then the doorbell rings. Coming, I yell. June, I think Petra's here. And I'm almost at the car, June replies. Come on, don't leave me hanging. You know I hate going down these creepy stairs alone. It's not the stairs that are creepy, I point out. It's the neighbors. Potato, tomato. I throw the door open. Again, that's not how it... The first thing I see is Petra's face. Red, tear-streaked, as if she's been crying herself stupid. The next thing I see is her gun, and it's pointed right at me. Hang up, she orders. Now. Petra, what's going on? Hang up. She shoves her gun into my face, silencer and all. I'm not gonna ask twice. Automatically, I glance towards the spots my bodyguards usually are. I've long given up learning their names. Lately, I've just been calling them Big Guy and Tall Guy. But now I wish I'd bothered. Both of them are on the ground. I can only catch a glimpse of their bodies face down on the hallway floor. Are they dead? I can't tell. Finally, my brain catches up to what's happening. Finally, it remembers to be afraid. I obey Petra's order. I hang up while June's still talking, asking me something I didn't catch. I hope she didn't recognize her. As far as I know, Petra's never heard June's voice before. Suddenly, I'm glad I forgot to mention her. Lena, Julia, Petra calls over her shoulder. Take care of the mess. Without a word, the twins drag the bodyguards away. You, she barks at me. In, now. Swallowing, I comply. This is wrong, a part of me insists. This can't be happening. This is Petra we're talking about. She wouldn't hurt me. What's going on? I croak. Why are you... You should be asking your boyfriend that. The words strike me dumb. Matvey is not my boyfriend. No? Petra's face is a mask of ice and fury. Then I guess he won't mind me borrowing you. The twins reappear behind Petra's back. They look torn, like they'd rather be literally anywhere else but here. Restrain her, Petra orders. The twins obey. Sorry, April, Lena murmurs in my ear as she twists my hands behind my back. We really don't have a choice, Julia adds with her palms on my shoulders. I realize that I should be struggling, should be screaming, kicking, begging for mercy. But Petra said borrow. However much this may look like an execution, she still needs me. I try to calm myself, to think. What would she need me for? A hostage? Then I notice the way she's dressed. Even though her face is a mess, her clothes aren't. In fact, everything on her body screams upper class. She's not normally this elegant. Tasteful, yes, but not overdressed. Also, her dress is pure white. Call me old-fashioned, but if I was going to blow someone's brains out, I'd at least wear black. It goes with everything, remember? Even blood. Where are we going? I ask with a trembling voice. Petra's lips curve into a smirk. Clever, Koshka. If only Matvey was half as clever as that. What did he do? I stammer, trying to connect with her, trying to understand. He broke our deal, Petra hisses. So now I'm honoring mine. Her gun slides down my cheek like an unwanted kiss. The silencer feels cold against my skin. I try to suppress a shiver, but I fail. She looks pleased by that, my fear of her. I told him I wouldn't harm a petal on his pretty little flower's crown, as long as he held up his end of the bargain. But he didn't. He went back on his word. So I have no reason to keep my promise either. This isn't you, I blurt out. It's pathetic that even with a literal gun to my head, part of me still believes in her, wants to believe in her. We're friends, aren't we? Petra bursts out laughing. There isn't a trace of humor in it. Instead, it's a dark, bitter sound, cold like the ice in her eyes. Friends? Us? Her mask falters. The ice cracks. For a single moment, I can see the conflict on her face. I can see a sliver of hope. And then her expression shudders again. We were never friends, April. Her gun starts trailing downwards. throat, heart, guts. "Petra! Quiet!" she snaps, "or I'll find another way to get what I want." Finally, the silencer reaches my belly. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel a flash of fury. "Don't you dare touch! Then be fucking quiet!" I shut my mouth. With Nugget's life on the line, nothing else matters. "Good." Petra smiles sweetly. "Now listen closely. I have no interest in crushing Matvey's toys. He may be an oath-breaker, but I still have honor." "That's a relief," I mutter sarcastically. "So keep being good," she warns, pressing the gun harder into my abdomen. "And after this, I'll let you go. I just need you to do one thing for me." I set my jaw. So many emotions are warring inside me. Rage, fear, heartbreak. If I don't keep myself in check, I'm terrified I'll overflow. So I do what I do best. I assess the situation. I calculate risk and reward. Most of all, I keep my cool. "What do you need?" With her free hand, Petra whips out a pamphlet. It's the same crumpled one I'd shown her that day. I had no idea that she'd kept it. Had she been planning this all along? Or did she hold on to it for a different reason entirely? I chased that thought out of my head. It doesn't matter anymore. Petra made her position perfectly clear. We were never friends. "Since your boyfriend won't help me anymore, you will." She throws the pamphlet on the table and points. "You're going to help me audition. You're going to help me make Vor." I stare at the spot under her manicured finger. "Audition? Do you know what Vor means in Russian, Koshka? Weirdly, it never came up on my Duolingo lessons." I glance at the pamphlet again. Her long nail taps against the paper, making a dent in her mark. A tiara. A diamond-studded tiara worth millions. Petra grins, baring her teeth. Like this, she looks every bit the predator. The killing nightingale. It means thief.
Chapter 52. Matvey. She's not at her place. The twins aren't picking up either. I toss my phone aside without replying. Yuri's texts are doing nothing to improve my mood. In fact, it's the opposite. I don't care where Petra is, or what she's doing. I never asked to be kept in the loop, and I definitely never told Yuri to go after her in the first place. So why the hell is he still out there? "Just called Vlad with an excuse," Grisha suggests, stepping back into the room. Thank fuck someone is aware we're in crisis mode right now. He was perfectly polite. Didn't seem like a man who's been told his daughter was just scorned. Good. I still wasn't able to get a read on the DC fall-through. That's our biggest concern. After all this shit hit the fan, we're still completely in the dark about what fucked us over to begin with. Show me the system logs. Every time our Vori work on acquisitions, they're obliged to log into the Groza Group company system and report their progress. When Grisha first suggested it, I thought it was a bunch of useless extra steps, and almost stomped out the idea. I only ended up agreeing because it would let us keep an eye over the Vori's activities. Now, we'll see if it was worth it. I have them right here, but, Grisha hesitates. I checked in with Ivan and the others. Since everyone was working on this, it appears they haven't been consistent with the logging. If 2 or more people handled a certain step, they'd just log it under the name of whoever was nearer to his computer. So I'm afraid these won't necessarily show us the person who took point on each passage. I slam my fists on the table. You're telling me they've been fucking sloppy on this? On the one thing that mattered? Basically, yes. I grit my teeth so hard I wouldn't be surprised to hear them crack. Goddamn Mudaki. Somebody's head will roll for this. I yank the documents out of Grisha's hands. I'm about to scan them with red-veined eyes, ready to punish whoever dropped the ball on this, when my phone rings. I pick up without looking and snarl, "If you're calling me about her again, Yuri, I swear!"
"So you know where she is?"
I blink. The voice that came out the other end right now certainly isn't Yuri's. That's when I glance at the display. "You shouldn't have this number," I growl.
"Clearly you have mine,"
June Evans replies.
"So I guess we can skip introductions. But still, nice to meet you or whatever, Mr. Baby Daddy."
You have exactly 5 seconds to tell me why you're calling. After that, I'm hanging up and sending my men to find out. Turns out, she only needs one.
It's about April.
My senses go on high alert. Explain yourself. June seems to hesitate. Then, all in one breath.
I was supposed to meet her at the hotel today. We were on the phone earlier and suddenly the call cut off, so I thought maybe her phone died. But then I got to the hotel and she wasn't there and the gorillas weren't there either.
I filter out the panic and zero in on the one piece of information that really matters. April's gone. It's 15 minutes by car from my apartment to the hotel. I make Grisha get me there in 5.
Oh good, you're here.
June rushes over to us as we step out of the elevator.
Also, wow, she wasn't kidding. You're tall.
Miss Evans, I greet curtly. I'm not a patient man. If you have anything else to add, now would be a good time to get to the point. If not, I'd suggest you go home. Then I turn to Grisha. Check the cameras. Also get a hold of Yuri. I don't care where Petra's fucked off to. I need him here, now.
Wait, Petra's missing too?
June's words make both our heads turn. How do you know Petra? I demand.
Well, I don't exactly know her,
June rambles.
Of course, I know of her.
Miss Evans! To the point. Now. Jane purses her lips, arms crossed.
Geez, she wasn't kidding about this either. You're like super bossy.
I'm seconds away from resorting to enhanced interrogation techniques when Grisha clears his throat.
Ahem. You mentioned you and Miss Flowers had some kind of engagement. Is that correct? That's right,
June says.
We were supposed to go to the Mallard.
That's impossible, I bark. If April had any plans to go out, I would know.
Right.
June cringes.
She might have kinda, sorta, totally forgotten to tell you?
I feel a vein popping on my forehead. June must see it, because she starts rambling again.
But she was feeling really bad about it, like super guilty. She even wanted to cancel but couldn't reach Petra at all.
Petra was supposed to come with you? Grisha butts in.
I mean, yeah, she had hired muscle and all. April figured it'd be safe to go if she was protected, and Petra volunteered. She was planning to ask if it was okay, but then he wouldn't talk to her and he wouldn't kiss her hand or something anymore. Anyway.
Those words strike the anger clean off me. I was ready to go off. April had broken the rules again. Kept something from me again. But as soon as June says that, I freeze. She felt like she couldn't tell me because... I stride into the penthouse. My fury redirects towards a single target. Petra. I take in the state of the room. There are no signs of struggle, none that would jump to the eye. The only thing that's clearly out of place is the cracked phone on the ground, one I immediately recognize as April's. You said your call cut off? I tell June. How long ago was that?
About half an hour.
The rest of the living room's exactly as I left it. The bedroom, on the other hand, is not. There are clothes strewn everywhere, dresses, shoes, you name it. It looks like a bomb went off in the closet. But unless someone was interrupted halfway through robbing April's wardrobe, I'm inclined to guess this was her own doing, as if she really had forgotten she was supposed to go out. And then, as soon as I step inside, I hear something crunch under my foot. I bend to pick it up and look it over. An earring. A single black pearl earring. Something happened, I realize. She was interrupted while she was getting ready. You, I bark. Come here. June obliges, her face still scrunched up in displeasure.
Here I am, charmer.
You said you were on the phone with her. Walk me through what happened.
First, she was trying to find clothes,
June explains, stepping towards the mess at the center of the room.
She was in a panic, hadn't prepared an outfit, which, if you know her, you know it's a tragedy.
And then?
Then she was putting on her earrings.
June walks over to the mirror.
She was struggling with them, though, cursed like a sailor, for her standards, I mean. Then the doorbell rang.
That's it. She went to answer the door. If it was Petra, she wouldn't have hesitated to open. If it was Petra... I stride back to the kitchen and punch the counter with all my strength.
Fuck!
Right then, Yuri rushes in.
Matvey, is it true? April's missing?
Yes, I glare. And if you hadn't been out chasing butterflies, I wouldn't have to fucking loop you in! Yuri's face looks stricken, but right now, I don't have the bandwidth to care. He fucked up, He prioritized the wrong thing. And so did I. Security footage shows April walking out with Petra and the twins, Grisha says, rushing back. Found our man knocked out in the broom closet. Blood! Yuri curses. You don't think Petra... There's nothing else to think, I grit. It was Petra. She took April. Everything inside me is raging. The man, the Pakan, all of me. Right now, that separation is gone. All that's left is bottomless fury, and the urge to scorch the earth. And something else, too, that I don't dare name. April's in danger. My child is in danger. If I can't find them... That's when I feel something under my bleeding hand. A pamphlet. I pick it up and turn it over. It's the Mallard Expo, the fashion event June was going on about earlier. On the front, a diamond-studded dress with a sparkling tiara. The winning piece will be on display from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. on the day of the exhibition. Then I remember something else. Something Petra said before storming out this morning. I'll make war on my terms, I whisper, pieces finally falling into place. Yuri frowns. What was that? I know where April is. I know where they both are. Everyone in the room turns to me. Grisha, stay on damage control. Keep the Vori occupied and unaware. Yuri, with me. Yes, Moi Pakan. They both reply in unison. As I'm striding out, I hear someone call out to me. Wait! June rushes up to join us. You'll bring her back safe, won't you? You'll bring them both back safe? I don't even give myself time to think about it. I give you my word. And this time, I won't break it.
Chapter 53. April. The car ride to the expo is awkward, to put it lightly. I'm squeezed between Petra and one of the twins. I can't tell which one it is, only that her face is a mask of guilt and shame. Her loose grip on me feels like a constant apology. When we get there, Petra barks. Julia, you're on camera duty. Loop the footage, then scrub us out. Lena, you're on getaway. They both nod. The twin at the wheel, Lena, I assume, stays put, while Julia escorts me out of the car. She's incredibly careful, watching my belly all through my climb out, as if to make sure I don't bump it by accident. But there's no such care in Petra's grip. Her hand locks like a vice around my arm, almost trembling with rage. She's not herself. The awareness sinks into me more and more with every step she forces me to take. She's not just furious. She's hurt, lashing out like a wounded animal. I wonder, not for the first time, what the hell happened with Matvey. Why would he break off their deal? After everything they've been through, why would he suddenly refuse to marry her? Aren't you glad? A selfish voice chortles inside my mind. Isn't a part of you secretly happy about this? Feeling guilty, I chase those thoughts away. Then I turn to my captor. What's my role in this? I finally ask. What are you expecting me to do? Petra's poisoned smile is as sweet as ever. You're a woman of many talents, April. I'm sure you'll figure it out. That stops me dead in my tracks. Wait, you don't have a plan? I don't need one. I have you. With that, she yanks me forward again. Didn't you forge Matvey's signature? Didn't you steal his hair for that DNA test? Didn't you escape 2 armed kidnappers with only your wits and a pretty face? Her smile turns sharp, cruel. You'll think of something. If not for yourself, then for that tiny life inside you. The threat to my child makes me bristle, but I force myself to keep my cool. Because something else just dawned on me. This is wrong. This is all kinds of wrong. Petra's a stone-cold assassin. Calculating, clever, always one step ahead of everyone else. It's unthinkable she'd come all this way without an inkling of a strategy. But then again, wasn't it unthinkable that she'd threaten you at gunpoint too? Wasn't it unthinkable that she'd threaten your child? As angry and hurt as I am too, I can't let those emotions cloud my judgment. Because I just realized what my mission is here. My real mission. 1. To save Nugget. 2. To save my own skin. 3. To save Petra from herself. So I take a deep breath, count back from 10, and say, We are going to need a map. Apparently, luck hasn't forsaken me forever. We find our maps right at the entrance. Petra swipes one from the neat pile of trifold brochures and holds it open in front of us with a single hand. The other one is, of course, still threatening to snap my arm at the first wrong move. Definitely not the most charming date I've been on. Pen, I request. Petra frowns at my commanding tone, but I don't have time to be polite. This is a job. Work mode is the only way I'll get through it. Correction, the only way I'll get both of us through it. Let's take a turn around the room. I didn't realize we were two Victorian maidens, Petra mutters. You want to keep sassing me, or you'd rather keep your freedom? Glowering, she obliges. We walk around the exhibition a couple of times. In any other situation, I'd have a blast here. The gowns dripping in jewels, the stunning accessories, the artists' commentaries underneath. I could spend hours staring at each piece, each detailed explanation of how it came to be. I could be here with a friend by each side. But that's not how it happened, and crying over it won't put the spilled milk back in the bottle. As I jot the final notes down on the map, the grip on my arm tightens. Are you playing me for a fool, Koshka? I'm sorry, what? You're buying time, she says icily. You're hoping he'll come save you. I can't deny it's crossed my mind. Petra still doesn't know about June, so with any luck, she'll have reached out to Matvey by now. But I know better than to put all my eggs in one basket. You're wrong. After all, last time I called, Matvey didn't answer. Don't fuck with me, April, Petra hisses into my ear. You haven't seen me angry yet. I sincerely doubt that. And you haven't seen me angry, I hiss right back, frustration finally bubbling up to the surface. So don't you fuck with me either. Then I shove the map in her hand. The expression on her face is like cracking ice, a frozen lake thawed out beneath your feet. But as her eyes scan the map, I can see the realization slowly dawning. This is the position of every security guard in here. I fill in with a touch of acid. You're welcome. How do you know this is all of them? Her eyes narrow. We haven't been to this side yet. I shrug. By all means, lead the way. Suspicious, Petra drags me to the north side of the exhibit. I watch as her gaze flits between the map and the guards, all positioned exactly like I drew them. Is it bad that I'm enjoying the dumbfounded look on her face? Eventually, I take pity on her. I've been here with Elias last year, I confess. A friend of his was in the competition. He invited him to the runway show. I came as Elias's assistant, so we both got backstage passes. So you've been here before? More like I memorized the entire layout running around on errands. The guards are in the same places they were last year. I don't think they switch it up much. There's just more of them because of the diamond piece. Which reminds me, where is the piece? Attention! A voice calls from the loudspeakers. The fashion show is about to begin. Please, make your way to the runway. The crowd starts to shift. Like a body of water, they all converge towards a single direction, a set of double doors. You want your piece? I whisper into Petra's ear. There's your piece. I watch her eyes go wide with realization. They're going to show it off, she murmurs. On the runway. I nod. Afterwards, it'll end up in a case just like all the other ones. It'll become untouchable. I see her face go from pale to red. Fear, doubt, rage, the whole spectrum. So how do we take it? We don't. I turn to face Petra, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I allow myself to smile. They're gonna give it to us. Chapter 54. April. Admittedly, it's easier to be smug when it's all theoretical. It takes a few tries to sneak into the staff area. When we do, I push Petra into the locker room and shove a uniform in her arms. Put this on, I tell her, quickly, before anyone comes in. It's the museum guide uniform, the one with the green blazer. I curse mentally. The blue blazer of the runway hostess would have sped things up tremendously. With that, we could have strutted into the backstage like we owned the place. But this is the only spare lying around, so we'll have to make do. Petra glares daggers at me. And let you go? No way. We don't have time to argue. If you think for 1 second... I lose my patience then. I even forget to be terrified as I yell in the face of the most dangerous assassin I've ever met. You want to hold hands or you want to make vor? Then I realize what I've done. For a moment, Petra's mouth opens and closes like a goldfish. I wonder how she's going to do it. Single bullet to the head? Knives? How long do I get to pray for my immortal soul? But surprisingly, she doesn't snuff me out. Not yet, at least. She just up a finger and growls. One wrong move, and I'm sleeping with the fishes. I rush to finish. Understood. Still narrowing her eyes at me, Petra finally lets go. No funny business, she reiterates, and turn around while I change. I face the door and exhale, forcing my heart to slow. Calm down. Keep your cool, April. This is all for Nugget. I listen in for any sign of someone coming in, but with the guests all converging towards the runway, I doubt the staff's got time to powder their faces. If this is anything like the last time I assisted Elias here, the hostesses for both sides of the event must be running around like headless chickens. That's when it finally dawns on me. Holy shit, I'm pulling a heist. I glance at the clock on the wall. Somewhere, a part of me is still holding out hope. Hope that Matvey will come for me. I'm done. I turn. The uniform fits her nicely enough. Bit tight around the waist, maybe, which is odd since Petra's figure is nothing to scoff at. But then again, this is the fashion industry we're talking about. Size 8 means 2 sizes too big. Why did I have to do this? She complains. Why not you? I mean, I point at my gigantic pregnant belly. Do you see a uniform lying around that can cover up this? Begrudgingly, Petra concedes. Fine, but if you try anything, fishes, sleep, I know. When she grabs my arm again, I don't make a move. No matter how much I want to run, it would be pointless to even try. If only Matvey were here. I shake that thought away. Matvey isn't here. I can't rely on him to save me over and over again. This time, I'm gonna have to save myself. Petra side-eyes me. What next? Now you escort me to the bathroom. Excuse me? I sigh, exasperated. Your staff. I'm pregnant. You're escorting me to a bathroom. That's our cover story. Unless you'd rather broadcast our status as thieves. Geez, fine. She rolled her eyes. No need to be a bitch about it. Say that again when you're kidnapped. I mutter, unable to stop myself. We'll see how you like it then. Something flashes across her face then. Something like guilt. But it's gone as fast as it came. Let's get on with it. Silently, we leave the locker room behind. It takes less than 2 minutes for a burly man to come charging at us. You, he barks. What are you doing here? Out of the corner of my eye, I see Petra twitch for her knives. I don't have time to think about self-preservation, so I do the only thing I can think of. I elbow her in the ribs. Hard. Sorry, I yelp at the newcomer. I wasn't feeling well. She was just escorting me. For a second, I wonder if Petra is going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Like, literally. Then I feel her grip relax just a little. To the bathroom, she adds through gritted teeth. My feet are killing me today. I nod along and put on my best puppy dog eyes. I went searching on my own and got totally lost. Plus, the baby's been kicking like crazy. The man in front of us seems to mellow a bit. I glance at his name tag. Bobby, assistant manager. Fine, he says gruffly. Help our guests, then get your ass to the ticket booth. Fashion show starts in 10. Will do. Petra smiles, all sweet and poisonous. I send a mental prayer out for this guy's soul. Petra's perfectly capable of settling matters here, then finding out where Bobby lives and making him eat his words, possibly with a side of knives. And put your name tag on, he calls after us. By my side, I hear her mutter. I'll put my name tag up your... I drag Petra out of earshot. As soon as we're around the corner, I hiss. Are you insane? Were you actually going to kill that guy? She seems shocked that I dare cross her like this. In my predicament, it's certainly not the smartest thing to do, but I can't let other people get hurt because of me. What? She snaps. It's not like anyone would miss him. I didn't come here to kill Petra, I hiss. I came here to help, so let me help. Something in my words must get through to her because I watch her mask of ice crack just a little deeper. And how are you planning on doing that? Do you trust me? It's a stupid question. Of course Petra doesn't trust me. She kidnapped me. She held me at gunpoint. She forced me to come up with a plan to steal millions and dollars, risking my freedom in the process. She threatened my child. So why is a part of me still hoping she'll say yes? Petra's expression shudders. The cold seeps back in, turning everything to frost. I trust you to do whatever it takes to keep yourself alive. I nod, swallowing my disappointment. Good enough. Then follow me. Wordlessly, she does. Getting backstage is a nightmare. Everywhere we turn, there seems to be someone just around the corner. Staff, guards, angry business people yelling into their phones. But somehow we manage. The second we sneak into the changing room, I push Petra behind a privacy screen. All right, clothes off, now. I beg your pardon. I glance around and see the first models starting to line up for the show. We don't have time to argue, I say. Do you want your tiara or not? Without waiting for a reply, I swipe a black trench coat from the coat rack. Then, rummaging through the pockets, I find a pair of sunglasses and put them on. I'm gonna need your dress, too. I'm expecting resistance, but Petra simply hands me her bag. Watch your hands, she warns. I frown at her words, but immediately grasp what they're about as soon as I start going through her things. Oh, wow, that's a lot of knives. Then a light bulb goes off in my head. I get to work without a moment to spare. I grab a knife, pull the fabric taut, and start tearing the dress to pieces. Blat, what the hell are you doing? Petra screeches. Making you look high fashion, I answer without glancing up. If you're gonna strut out there, you need to look the part. I'm sorry, if I'm going to what? Hey! A blue-blazered hostess strides towards us. You can't be here. Put this on, I whisper. Now. Then I turn and spit. Excuse me? Both Petra and the hostess in front of me seem taken aback. This room is models only? The hostess tries, a bit less flippant now. You're not... I adjust my sunglasses and channel my inner Solovyova. Of course I'm not a goddamn model. Do I look like I'm gonna go strutting anywhere? I spit, pushing out my belly. I'm an agent, kiddo. I'm sorry, Nugget. Mama's gonna make you an accessory to grand larceny after all. Then you shouldn't be... She's the model. I drag Petra out from behind the privacy screen. She stumbles for a moment before catching herself, glaring daggers at the poor hostess in front of us. Her pristine white dress, once smooth like silk, hangs in tatters from her figure. The hostess blinks a few times, like she's trying to remember Petra from the lineup. Which, of course, she can't. But we can use that. Don't tell me you don't know who she is! I pretend to be outraged. You work in fashion, for God's sake, and you don't know of... Crap. I should have come up with an alias earlier. My mind draws a complete blank, every Russian name I've ever known slipping out like water. All except... You don't know Anna Karenishka? I correct myself at the last second. By my side, Petra makes a sound in her throat that could be choking. On the bright side, the hostess looks properly terrified now. I'm sorry, ma'am, I wasn't briefed. Briefed? I scoff. Like anyone needs to be briefed about Belarus's runway superstar. Are you hearing this, Koshka? I have no idea what that word means, but for the first time in my life, I pray it's not an insult. The last thing I need is for Petra to turn on me in anger and slaughter everyone in sight, myself included. Luckily, she doesn't knife me. Unbelievable! She tisks instead in the thickest accent she can muster. Then she sticks up her nose and looks away, the picture of a scorned, spoiled diva. Guess it must come naturally to her. 30 seconds! A guy yells from behind the scenes. I give the hostess my best glare. Well, are you going to explain to your bosses why their surprise guest star couldn't make their appearance, or shall I? The hostess' face pales. My apologies. Please forgive my ignorance. I'll do anything just... Anything? I echo. Then go fetch me a glass of sparkling water. Stat. The poor thing runs off. I make a mental note to stop by a church to cleanse my soul after this, assuming I survive. I feel icky from head to toe. Nice job. Petra whistles next to me. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. You should consider joining the Bratva as a spy. I might put in a good word for you when I'm vor. Thanks, but I'd rather eat glass. We approach the line of models. Some are still putting on finishing touches, even now. Others are standing in front of the curtains, posing for the camera flashes to come. At the end of the row, I glimpse the model with the tiara. So does Petra. Her eyes bulge. The prize in sight, right there for the taking. If she just reaches out. 5 seconds! Don't, I whisper to her before she can try something rash. Do your part, I'll do mine. Then, the curtains lift. Chapter 55. April. One after the other, the models begin to strut out. It's a slow affair, only one at a time to better showcase the pieces. The audience oohs and ahs, praising the dresses as they're shown off. Here! A breathless voice squeaks behind me. Sparkling water. I didn't know if you wanted a room temperature or not, so I got you both. It takes almost no effort on my part. The hostess is so nervous to be near me that her hands are shaking on her own. So when I reach out for a glass, splash. Oh dear, I gasp. The hostess, now drenched from head to toe, looks like she's about to cry. I'm so sorry. I'll get you another. Nonsense, I tut, feeling horrible on the inside. Mass and confession won't be enough. After this, I'll have to tour every church, mosque, and synagogue in the city. A redemption tour to any version of God merciful enough to listen and take pity on me. Go change, and quickly. Here, I'll take that. Without letting her protest, I slip the blazer off her shoulders. But, you don't want to meet Giorgio like this, do you? Giorgio? She blinks. As in Armani? Who else? I snap. Hurry up and change before he comes. You've got a spare, don't you? Maybe in the staff room. She sniffles. Good idea, I lie. Now go, chop chop. The hostess hurries out again. Sorry, Ami, I murmur, glancing at the name tag. Once this is over, I'll send you the most expensive chocolates Matvey's credit card can buy. Just then, I hear the crowd gasp. The chatter amps up, and I peek out to see which dress has them in such a frenzy. And then I choke. Incredible! The fashion sense of this piece. It's a metaphor. No matter how pristine we pretend we are, in the end we're still broken on the inside. So high concept. I cough into my hand. Part of me wants to laugh. The other wants to cry. I literally just ripped it up. What's high concept about that? Still, heat rises to my cheeks. No matter what, it's still nice to be praised. Then Petra returns backstage, glaring daggers. That was humiliating. That was necessary, I quip back. What's that thing you said? I'd do anything to save my life? I'll quit growling. All your bits were covered. I heard her behind the privacy screen again. Put the uniform back on, then wear this. For once, Petra doesn't argue. She slips back into the hostess uniform and puts on the blue blazer I just pilfered. Ami? That's you, for the next 5 minutes at least. Enough, Petra snarls, pushing me against the wall. Tell me what's going on. Where's my tiara? Just then, the crowd roars. The diamond-studded model struts like she owns the place. The ebony tone of her skin stands out against the pale blue of the dress, each complementing the other flawlessly. On her shaved head, the tiara sparkles with 1,000 tiny teardrops. Listen to me, I urge. In about 60 seconds, your tiara's gonna waltz back in here. That's when you're gonna grab it. Me. Petra balks. But you said... I said I'd do my part. I cut her off. I never said I'd commit a crime for you. I watch her face go up in flames. You tricked me. Then I guess we're even. I snatch a pair of glasses from the makeup station. Then I undo my bun and push the hair tie into Petra's hands. Wear these, I tell her. Play assistant. As soon as that model walks back in here, you help her out of her clothes. That's how you pass your audition. After that, you're on your own. That wasn't the deal. Petra fumes. Deal? I scoff. You kidnapped me, Petra. You held me hostage. You threatened my child. What part of that sounds like a deal to you? But Matvey, I'm not Matvey, I croak. But you know what I was? I was your friend. And if that ever meant anything to you, you'll let me go. I watch Petra's mask of ice fall apart. April. But it's too little too late. I'm walking out that door, I tell her. So either kill me or don't. It's your choice. I stride out of the changing room. My heart is hammering wildly in my chest, from adrenaline and fear. But no knives come flying my way. No bullet whistles past my ear or into my skull. I walk and walk and walk. And Petra doesn't stop me. Melting back into the audience is easy. When we were sneaking in, there were eyes everywhere. Now, with the fashion show in full swing, no one's paying attention to anything but the runway. I should go, I tell myself. I should find a phone and call Matvey. I should... But then I hear it. Commotion. It's not the kind of sound anyone would pay any special attention to, just a bunch of things falling over, something metallic clattering to the ground, hurried footsteps, a behind-the-scenes mishap. But I know what it really is. It's gone south. From the corner of my eye, I see a pair of guards rushing over. It's a split-second decision. I don't owe Petra anything. Not after what she did to me. To Nugget. I almost hear Matvey's voice in my mind. She's the one who came here without a plan, who was in over her head, who let emotions cloud her judgment. If she fails because of that, then so be it. But it's like I told Petra after all. I'm not Matvey. Ah! I let out a blood-curdling scream. The audience turns to me as one. Even the guards halt in about-face. I scream louder and clutch my belly. Miss? One of the guards rushes over. Are you all right? The baby! I groan. I think the baby's... At the edge of my vision, I see Petra behind the scenes, mussed up, empty-handed, ready to run. But then she hesitates. For a second, I'm terrified she won't go. That she'll go back in for the tiara, kill everyone in her way, or that she'll let herself get caught. That's when she sees me too. Go, I mouth to her. Run. Then I double down on my charade. I keep screaming myself hoarse, falling to the floor. The guards are on me now, clearly itching to go but unable, because the crowd is walling us all in. And then little by little, it becomes easier. Little by little, I don't have to force myself as much. I roll and wail like a banshee, and for the first time in the whole night, I don't have to worry about lying. Because now, the pain is real.
Chapter 56. Matvey. The first thing I hear is sirens. I hurl myself out of the car while it's still moving. Yuri slows down, calling after me. Matvey! But I don't hear him. I can't hear a goddamn thing. Only a sharp ringing in my ears. And those sirens. When I see the police on the scene, the ringing gets louder. The building's being evacuated. Why? I'm a Pakan. Fear is a privilege that people like me don't have. Ever since I left that little boy I used to be behind in the Russian snow, ever since I donned the mantle of leader, I never allowed myself to feel fear again. But when I see April heaving on the steps, I remember what it's like to be afraid. April! I jump the police cordon, oblivious to the officers shouting after me. They want to stop me. Let them fucking try. April lifts her head. When her eyes lock with mine, a wave of relief crashes over her pained face. Matvey! She tries to stand, but she sways. The medic by her side holds her still. Ma'am, you shouldn't be upright. Take deep breaths and relax, all right? The ambulance will be here soon. I stop dead in my tracks. Ambulance? Okay. April sits back down. Even with all the pain she's clearly in, she still manages to offer the medic a polite smile. Thank you. The medic squeezes her shoulder in reassurance. The familiarity of that gesture almost makes me snarl in jealousy. But I force myself to calm down. This isn't the time to mark my territory. After all, I wasn't here for her, was I? The medic's gaze flits to me, then back to April. I have to check up on the other guests. Can I leave you with your boyfriend? Oh, he's not... Yes, I cut in. I'll take it from here. I don't look at her then, or think about the words I just said, the weight of them, the implications. All this time, I've been lying to myself, telling myself that there was nothing between us, that she was nothing to me, that she was only mine, in a way that wouldn't make me hers. But nothing opens your eyes to what's yours, like almost losing it forever. All right, the medic says to me, then, turning briefly back to April. Keep breathing like we've been doing, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Got it? Got it, she whispers. Thank you. With that, we're alone. Well, not alone exactly. The place is packed with people, all voicing their panic and or outrage loudly. Whatever went down here, it's left many guests unhappy. But I couldn't care less. All that matters is in front of me. If only it hadn't taken me this long to fucking see it. Are you all right? April hesitates.
I don't know. I was fine, and then it just started to hurt.
She circles her belly with both hands and breathes, hard and deep, like the doctor said to. I'm powerless. All this strength, this money, this influence, and I couldn't do anything to prevent this. Does it still hurt? She gives a small, pained nod.
I'm scared, Matvey.
Wordlessly, I take her hand in mine. Yuri catches up to us.
What happened? Where's Petra?
Just hearing her name is enough to make me boil over with rage. Nowhere near here, if she knows what's good for her. But apparently, Petra doesn't know what's good for her. Because as soon as I say those words, the woman who put my child and its mother in danger rounds the corner in a rush with her bodyguard at her heel. When she sees April, she speeds up. Then she sees me, and she stops dead in her tracks.
Matvey?
I rise to my feet, ignoring April's tug on my hand. You. Petra opens her mouth, hesitates. Then she croaks.
Is she okay?
Is she okay? I snarl, pressing up into her space. Julia tenses at her side, but I don't give her the time of day. If she so much as thinks about drawing her gun, I'll put a bullet in her eye before she can fucking blink. Her first, then her mistress. You think you have any right to ask that? After all you've fucking done?
Motya!
Yuri puts a hand on my shoulder.
Maybe we should...
I shake it off, hard. There's only one thing we should do, I grit. Only one thing traitors deserve. If we weren't in public right now, I would have done it already. The second I saw her, I would have put a bullet in her head. No last words, no excuses. Just death. Swift and merciless. She tries to go around me.
April,
do not fucking talk to her! I almost push her, but Yuri gets between us.
Matvey, let's not be rash. Think about the consequences.
Consequences? I snap. She should have thought about the consequences when she kidnapped my woman!
You broke our deal.
Petra trembles.
What did you expect?
I expected you to be an adult! No matter how badly I want to keep yelling in her face, I'm aware people have already started to stare, so I lower my voice and spit, full of barely concealed fury. I expected you to keep your shit together. Most of all, I expected you not to abduct a pregnant woman and force her into a goddamn heist! Her eyes widen at my words. That's right, I say, twisting the knife. She didn't even have to tell me anything. It took me 5 minutes in my penthouse to figure out your plan. Only you didn't actually have one, did you?
Matvey.
April tries to interject. I steamroll right over her, never taking my eyes off Petra for a second. You thought you could ride the coattails of someone better than you again. You thought you could make vote on somebody else's dime. So much for doing it yourself, right?
Matvey.
And for what? I roar in Petra's trembling face. All this! And you haven't got a thing to show for it. No diamonds, no title, no nothing. And not a single person willing to help you out of it. I look down on her in disgust. So congratulations, Petra Solovyova. You're finally on your own.
Matvey, enough!
That's when I finally turn to the source of those words. I find April standing, struggling to stay upright. Don't, I warn, rushing to help her back down. But she grips my arm and refuses to sit again.
No one's innocent in this,
she breathes through the waves of pain.
Not you, not Petra, and not even me. So please, just stop.
She kidnapped you, I growl back. She endangered our child.
And I haven't forgiven her for that,
April retorts.
But haven't we suffered enough?
Her eyes fill with tears.
Hasn't our baby suffered enough?
That's when I hear it. Sirens again. An ambulance. The pecan in me is screaming with bloodthirst, clamoring for revenge with every breath. But I can't be another reason April gets hurt today. I pull her close, then turn to Petra. The Groza Bratva is done with you. I'm done with you. And if I ever see you again near me and mine, I will kill you. So don't even fucking try. I can't read Petra's face at all. If I didn't know better, I'd say she's holding back tears. Real tears. Of pain and regret. But this is Petra Solovyova we're talking about. If she ever had a heart, it's been frozen over long ago. She straightens herself up. Even now she tries to make herself look dignified. I'm sorry, she says to April. And April alone. April doesn't reply. Then she leaves. Wait! Yori calls after her, retreating back. What? Then he goes after her. I have no idea what the hell he's thinking. Is he trying to salvage the alliance? Did he not fucking hear me? The ambulance pulls up. Miss Flowers? The paramedic asks. April nods. That's me. I help them load her up into the back, but when I make to get on, the same paramedic stops me. Are you family? Because if not, I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave. I don't know if he's being brave or stupid. Every single one of his colleagues has already taken a step back, sensing the danger in my aura. It's okay. April tries to smile. I'll be fine. Matvey! Sir! The paramedic insists as I push past him. If you're not family, that's exactly what I am. April looks shocked. I suppose a part of me should be as well. Shocked that I've allowed a stranger into my sacred circle. Shocked that I declared it to the world. But the truth is, I'm just shocked it's taken me this long. You want to keep me out? I snarl. By all means, go ahead and try. Then I take my place at April's side.
Chapter 57. April. By the time we get to the hospital, I've already run through every possible worst-case scenario in my head. And I mean every scenario. What if I stress the baby out too much? What if this is the fetal distress Dr. Allen's been talking about? Worse, what if she was right? What was I thinking, keeping my baby inside me for so long? The only thing keeping me from a full-blown panic attack is Matvey, his grip tight on my hand the whole way. When the doctors finally whisk me away for tests, I feel Matvey's hand give mine one last squeeze, as if reluctant to let go. I'll be right here. Boyfriend. That's what the on-site medic called him earlier. My boyfriend. And Matvey didn't say no. I tell myself it was just a matter of convenience. As the doctors poke and prod at me, I repeat it in my head like a mantra. Matvey didn't mean it. But then why did he call me family, too? There's a lot of things I could picture Matvey bending the truth about. His business, our relationship, or the feelings he pretends he doesn't have. But family's sacred to him. He'd never lie about that. So does that mean... I distract myself with those thoughts for as long as I can. But when the pain in my abdomen finally subsides, my fears roar back to life, amplified tenfold. When I find Matvey again in the waiting room, I can't hold it back anymore. I bury my face in his chest and break down. What if it's too late? I sob, fat tears rolling down my cheeks. What if it's all my fault? It's not. Matvey rasps in my ear. It'll never be your fault, April. The way he says it, it's almost like he's claiming that responsibility for himself. But I don't want that. If this is where it ends for the three of us, I don't want Matvey to carry that guilt. I don't want him to do it alone. Why did you call off the wedding? I mumble out, unable to keep it in any longer. Why didn't you marry Petra? Matvey's breath halts. His chest stills under my cheek. In response, my heart starts hammering as if beating for the both of us. And then, just as Matvey's lips are parting around an answer, Dr. Allen walks in. Good news, she says briskly. Your baby's perfectly healthy. What you just experienced was Braxton Hicks. It's a common false alarm. It's like the weight of the world has fallen off my shoulders. Dr. Allen is still talking, but my head's ringing, a single sentence playing in a loop. My baby's okay. My baby's okay. My baby's okay. I don't realize I'm falling until Matvey catches me. Are you all right, April? Sorry, I breathe. His hands are strong around me, warm and firm. Safe. I just got dizzy for a second there. Matvey nods. Dr. Allen, please continue. Dr. Allen taps her clipboard with her pen. As I was saying, the pregnancy has gone on beyond what it's considered safe. I try to respect the mother's wishes as much as possible, but in this case, I'm afraid that's no longer advisable. I swallow. So you're saying we have to induce? Dr. Allen cuts short. By the end of the week. I let that word sink in. Induce. It's enough to make a chill go through me. Images crowd my head. My mother, lying in a pool of blood. Charlie, his newborn skin nearly purple as he was dragged into the world with barely a breath left in him. Me, small and powerless and alone. But it's different now. I'm not that terrified kid anymore. I'm not powerless. And I'm not alone anymore either. April was very clear, Doctor. I hear Matvey argue on my behalf. Inducing is out of the question. If there really is nothing wrong with the baby, it's okay. Matvey turns to me. You don't have to go along with this. I do, I reply. Dr. Allen's right. It's time. Then I give Matvey's hand a reassuring squeeze. It'll be fine, I tell him. Or maybe I'm talking to myself. Maybe all along it wasn't Nugget who wasn't ready. It was me. By the end of the week, we'll get to meet our baby. Isn't that amazing? Matvey's expression softens. Then we have a lot to prepare. I'll call to set the date. Dr. Allen smiles. For now, go home and rest, April. No more unnecessary efforts. No more, I promise. In the parking lot, we find Grisha waiting for us. Ms. Flowers, he greets. Then I realize he isn't alone. April! June comes hurtling out of the car like a bullet. She crashes into me, but gently, without once touching my belly. Jesus Christ, Apes, you almost killed me with worry. Sorry, I mumble. If it helps, you didn't miss much. This year's pieces were very boring. Missed your Ocean's 8 moment by the sound of it. June sniffles in my hair. I can't believe it. I just finished crying. And yet, with June here in my arms, trembling with fear at the thought of something happening to me and Nugget. It's useless. The floodgates burst open again, and I can't do a thing to stop them. I'm sorry, I mumble again, holding my best friend tight. I bet you are. Don't ever scare me like that again. I mean it. Then she turns to Matvey. You kept your promise, baby daddy. Matvey clears his throat, somewhat uncomfortable. I always keep my promises. Something warm spreads into my chest then, because I realize with sudden clarity the one thing that truly matters. This time, Matvey came for me. We drop June off at the Brooklyn apartment and head back to the penthouse. All the way there, Matvey treats me as if I'm made of glass. It's new, endearing in a way. But when he goes so far as to try to help me out of my shoes, I shake my head and laugh. It's okay, Matvey, I can do that. Matvey levels me with a look. You heard Dr. Allen. No unnecessary efforts. Then he slips off my kitten heels. His movements are careful, gentle. Once again, I'm stunned at the sight of this man. This powerful man with thousands of men and billions of dollars at his command, treating me like I'm something precious, something that shouldn't be so far as nicked, let alone broken. It's the first time anyone's treated me like that. A yawn escapes me. After this hellish day, my exhaustion is finally catching up. Lie down, Matvey barks. From his mouth, everything sounds like an order. I'll get you some water. No, I whine, catching the edge of his sleeve. Stay. Suddenly, I remember what happened the last time I did this. How quickly Matvey left the room the second that word slipped out of my mouth. Sorry, I hurry to say. All right. Without another word, Matvey lies down next to me. For a long time, we just lie there, facing each other. Me, Matvey, and our baby in between. Matvey's fingers come up to my hair, stroking in slow drags. Before long, my eyelids grow heavy again. As I drift off to sleep, I wonder to myself where this Matvey has been all this time. And I think, heartbeat slowing to a crawl, that I wouldn't mind if he really did stay. Forever.
Chapter 58. Matvey. Dawn comes far too quickly. I haven't closed my eyes all night, but that's fine. I had something else to look at. April stirs against the morning light.
Hi there.
Hi. She blinks all the way awake and gives me a cheeky grin.
What's with that face? What are you thinking about?
Everything. It's the truth. All night I've done nothing but think about April, our child, and us. We're going to be parents soon. It's taken a while to sink in, but finally, it has. In a week's time, we're going to meet our baby. In a week's time, April will be a mother, and I'll be a father.
That's a lot of thoughts,
she teases.
Couldn't be me. It's far too early.
Is it? I rasp, because I've been thinking the opposite.
What's that?
That I've gotten here far too late. I've never been this liberal with my words. If I can avoid speaking at all, I do. I've trained my men to respond to one glance, one gesture from me. But with April, I want to say it all. As I let my hand trail over her belly, I want to say she doesn't have to do this alone, and that I don't want her to do this alone. Not anymore. I don't want to just be there for dinner. Instead, I want to be there for her, for them, the family we're about to become. Ever since that cursed break-in, I've been swallowing my words, my fear, the one thing a pecan should never allow himself to feel. But I can admit it now. I was terrified. When it comes to April, when it comes to our child, I remember what it's like to fear. I remember what it's like to hold something so dear, you'd do anything to protect it. Anything at all. And I remember something else, too.
Matvey?
April asks, her hand finding my face. I grasp it in mine. Then, of all the words I want to say, I pick 3. I love you. It comes out naturally, like I never thought it would again.
Don't say that,
April whispers, eyes shining and smile wavering.
Don't say it, if you don't mean it.
I mean it. I flip her on her back, like this, spread out under me, hair fanned around her head and cheeks flushed pink. She looks every bit like a flower. You asked me why I called off the wedding. This is why.
But your dream...
Revenge isn't a dream. It's a goal. It's still my goal, I think, but don't say. Because it feels wrong to stain this moment with that. The blood I still thirst for. Where April's concerned, I don't want anything to taint her.
But you still want that,
she says for me. Yes, I admit. I want that. And I want everything else, too. That's always been at my core. This insatiable fucking greed. As Pecan, I want the world at my feet. As a son, I want revenge. And as a man, I want you. April's hazel eyes fill with tears. I watch them cling to her eyelashes, 1,000 tiny pearls.
Matvey.
I want you, I repeat, cupping her cheek. And no one else. Not even if it's fake. Then I kiss her. I kiss her softly, sweetly, like I've never kissed her before. There is hunger inside me, but for once, it isn't looking to consume. For once, it's content with this. Her. Us.
You mean it?
April breathes against my lips when we pull apart.
You really mean it? This isn't a dream?
I can pinch you if you like. She laughs.
Why do I have a feeling you'll do it anyway?
I grab the tender skin of her hips between my index and thumb. Because, April Flowers, you're mine. And I get to do whatever I want with you. Her eyes go dark and hooded.
Is that so?
That is so.
And what does Matvey Groza want to do with me now?
I want to move in with you. Permanently. April blinks in surprise. No doubt she'd been expecting something else. It's not that I don't want that something else. It's like I said. I want everything. But first, I want April to know I'm not going anywhere.
I mean,
She stammers, flushed from head to toe.
this is technically your place.
And everything in it, too, I whisper against her ear. All mine. Before I can be tempted, I rise. I don't have many things. I'll just grab the essentials from my loft. The files I keep there, too. This week, I want to work from home as much as possible. Home. That word still tastes foreign on my tongue. So I take April's hand and replace that taste with hers. I kiss it, like so many times before. But this isn't like those other times. Those were goodbyes, endings. This is a beginning. I'll be back soon, I promise. April smiles up at me.
I'll be waiting.
To get to the loft, I hail a cab. After yesterday's scare, I'd rather have Grisha keeping watch outside April's door. If anything were to happen while I'm gone, he can drive her to the hospital. I'd have Yuri come get me, but he isn't picking up. When I get to my apartment, I find the door unlocked. Must be Yuri, I tell myself, but still reach for my gun on the off chance. Then I walk in and see her.
Matvey!
I can't believe it. I truly cannot fucking believe it. You have 5 seconds to get out of my sight. I take in her appearance. She looks like she hasn't slept a wink either. Hair messed up, makeup smeared. Her eyes are vacant, terrified. Her face as pale as a ghost's. Even for me, it's a jarring fucking sight. Enough to almost make me put away my gun. Then she has the gall to ask,
Is April okay?
Yes, I growl. No thanks to you. 3 seconds.
Matvey, we need to talk.
Was I not clear yesterday? I raise my gun to make my point. 2 seconds. If this is a desperate attempt to talk me into reconsidering our deal, it's far too late. She put April in danger. She put my child in danger. What could she possibly say to change my mind now?
Matvey!
1.
I'm pregnant!
I pull my finger away from the trigger. The words ring in my head like a gunshot. What did you just say?
I'm pregnant,
she repeats, voice shaking.
And it's yours.
Chapter 59. April. All morning, I'm on cloud 9. Here comes the bride. I find myself humming, laundry in hand. Then I smack myself mentally. It's way too early to think about that idiot. Or is it? Well, it's not like Matvey proposed, I say out loud. Right? Inside my belly, Nugget keeps snoozing. Not in so many words, at least. I keep rambling to my baby. But he did say he didn't want to marry anyone else, even if it's for show. And then he told me, I love you. I grab a pillow and scream inside it. I'm so giddy. I feel like I'm 15 again. Like I'm falling in love for the first time over and over. Love. After so long without it, I thought I'd never get to feel it again. To be warmed by it. That's when I realize. I didn't say it back. Gosh, talk about being scatterbrained. The man you're head over heels for, the same man who'd rather chew on concrete than admit he has feelings at all, finally confesses to me, and what do? I forget to say it back. Great job, April. Not even married and already your wife of the year. Wife, I breathe. Can you imagine that, Nugget? I most certainly can. Before I'm able to stop myself, I'm picturing it. Me walking down the aisle in a long white dress, the bridal march playing in the background, and on the other side, waiting for me. God, I'm itching to call June. I want to tell the world about this. I want to shout it from the freaking rooftops. But I also want to preserve this little bubble of ours. Every second I spend like this, safe in the knowledge that Matvey loves me back, that he wants me and no one else, makes me feel like I'm walking on air. He'll be there for us, I whisper to Nugget. For you, for me, for our family. Because that's what he said, isn't it? Back at the Mallard, and in the ambulance too. He called himself my boyfriend. He called us family. That thought alone is enough to get me squeaking all over again. I wonder if he'll propose soon. Matvey isn't the type to wait once he knows what he wants. Do we think he'll do it formally? Fancy dinner, ring in a champagne flute, all that shebang? I twirl and giggle, the dress in my hands twirling with me. If this keeps up, it's going to take me hours just to put away this one load of laundry. Matvey might as well find me here, dancing with my wardrobe, and rethink his proposal, which, it bears repeating, hasn't actually come yet. But once it does, how long do we think we'll have to plan the wedding? I can't stop myself from gushing to Nugget. Will he want something grand? Or will an intimate gathering do? God, what about the dress? Once that thought is in my head, I'm gone. I've sewn wedding gowns for so many brides, it'd be impossible for me to have never entertained the thought. But there are just so many options, I mutter, pacing with excitement. Mermaid? Empire? A ball gown or tea length? Do I go for classy or embrace the fairy tale format? And do I want lace or tulle? Organza, maybe? Nugget gives a polite kick. I decide to take it as a sign that it's listening. Crepe would look really nice on a fit and flare, though. I fold and unfold the same blouse 3 times, digging a hole into the floor with my slippered feet. Can't forget about the color, either, I mumble on. Pure white has its charm, but what about champagne? Ivory? Rose petal? I'm still lost in dreamy fantasies when I hear the door open. Matvey! I bound up to him. I absolutely have to say it back now, before I forget again. Before I get so swept up in bliss that it doesn't even cross my mind to voice it. The reason I'm so happy. There's something And then I stop. One look at his face says it all. Something's wrong. His complexion is ashen, paler than I've ever seen. He looks like he just saw a ghost. Like a specter sucked every ounce of happiness out of him. It's enough to make me terrified. What happened? I ask, 1,000 worries crowding my mind all at once. Is it Yuri? Did something happen on the job? We need to talk. My stomach plummets. Still, I put on a trembling smile and try to reach out, to comfort him any way I can. Of course, you can tell me any—
Petra's pregnant.
I blink. My voice fizzles out. For a second, I forget to even breathe. What?
Petra's pregnant,
he repeats, his words as cold as ice.
And I'm going to marry her.
It feels like a nightmare inside of a nightmare. Like thinking you've woken up only to be plunged right back into the maw of the monster under your bed. For the longest time, it's all I can do to gape. I replay the words in my mind, and they still don't make any sense. You said you didn't want her, I whisper, voice shaking. You said it was a business arrangement. You said— And then it dawns on me, the cold, harsh truth. You lied to me. Matvey remains silent. It all makes perfect sense now. Why Petra lost her head like that. Why Matvey never outright denied they'd been together. He just let me think that. And I was stupid enough to believe him. And now Petra's pregnant with his baby. Was everything else a lie too? I demand, words cracking on the edges. Yesterday? This morning? Finally, my voice drops to a devastated whisper. Were we a lie? Matvey's face is unreadable. Even back when we first met, it was never like this. Utterly shuttered. Annoyance, interest, even disgust. I could always find it in glimpses. Tiny things like the muscles twitching at the corners of his lips. Now everything is as still as death. Somehow that's worse. Aren't you going to say anything? The worst part is I still can't bring myself to believe it. Things were fine just hours ago. Better yet, they were perfect. And now, everything's ruined. For a long time, Matvey only looks at me. I can sense something moving under the surface of his impassive face. An undercurrent. Is it pain? Rage? Or is he finally done with me?
I'm sorry.
He forces out eventually. 2 words. All this, and he's only got 2 words for me. Words that no longer mean anything. Well, I've got 2 of my own. Get out. When Matvey's hand twitches towards me, I raise my voice to an inhuman scream. Get out! It's the howl of a wounded animal. Even now, a part of me hopes Matvey won't listen to what I'm saying, that he'll hear what I'm feeling, that he'll crush me in his arms and comfort me, explain himself to me, tell me it was all a mistake, tell me he still wants me. Instead, he turns his back on me. I watch him walk out the door through a veil of stubborn tears. They cling to my eyelashes, but I keep them there. I refuse to let them fall. I refuse to be vulnerable in front of Matvey Groza ever again. Only when the door clicks behind his back do I let it happen. I fall. I fall with everything I have, knees to the floor, tears streaming down my face, dreams shattered around me. In my heart, somewhere among the wreckage, broken beyond repair. That's when the phone rings.
Chapter 60. Matvey. When I walk out of the penthouse, I don't turn. I just put one foot in front of the other and keep going. I take the elevator. I cross the lobby. Someone from the concierge tries to get my attention, but I ignore them. I make my way out into the streets. I duck into an alley. Then I punch the wall with all my might. Blot! I curse, without restraint. Vivat jebis pistets! I let my rage fly out of my mouth and pulse through my fist. The pain is searing, but I welcome it. If I can punch hard enough to break my bones, that's all I'll have to feel. Not this. The pain of losing her. Come fucking again, I snarl at the woman in front of me. You heard me, Petra replies in a whisper. You know perfectly well that can't be. It has to be. My finger twitches on the trigger. I have never touched you, Petra, nor have I ever wanted to. I spit those last words with venom, with disgust. For this woman, I can feel nothing else. You're not listening, Petra babbles, and you're not making any fucking sense. I'm not saying it is your baby, she all but screams. I'm saying that it has to be. The look on her face is crazed, deranged. At this moment, I can't sense a single scrap of reason within her. I almost lower my gun out of pity. She's lost it. She's finally lost it. Then I hear Yuri's voice behind me. I punch the wall again, and again, and again, and again. Blood is trickling down my fingers now, but I only clench them harder. Fuck! I hit the wall over and over. Soon the spot in front of me starts filling with red. In the darkness, it looks black as sin. Fuck! I spit again, gritting my teeth against the pulsing pain. Not the one in my hand. That's nothing to me. The one in my chest. The one in the organ at the center of it. And the part of me I deluded myself into thinking I didn't have. What a cruel way to find out I do. Fucking fuck! Motia! I feel Yuri's hand around my wrist. His fingers are trembling, trying to keep me from hurting myself further. And failing. Matvey, look at me! Get lost! Look at me! I do, if only to snarl at him again to get the fuck out of my sight. I do. But then, the words don't come. Because this is Yuri we're talking about. My brother. My family. The only family I will ever have. Is that true? Yuri rushes forward. I open my mouth to speak, convinced that I'm the reason he came. And then I watch him run right past me, and into Petra's arms. Yura! Petra's voice cracks. You weren't supposed to find out this way. I'm glad I did. He cradles her head with one hand. The other, he moves from her hip to her belly. So, you're really... What are you looking so happy for? Petra scoffs, but it's weak, undermined by the blush on her cheeks. This isn't good news, you know. It's a baby, my brother replies, like it's simple, like it's the easiest thing in the world. How can it be bad? I watch the scene with my jaw on the floor. Yuri, I growl in warning, gun tight between my fingers. Get away from her. Yuri turns. Then, for the first time in his life, he looks me in the eye and says, "No." I raise my gun high as it all hits me at once. "Blot! Yuri, you can't be serious." Of all people, of all the fucking people on this earth. But there's no mistaking it. It's in the way he looks at her, the way his hand curls protectively around her womb, the way he stands between us. With a roar, I throw my gun to the floor. God fucking damn it! Was it always this obvious? Like dominoes, the pieces start falling into place. Everything's making sense now. Every suspicious disappearance, every worried glance, every time Yuri ran after her or protected her from my wrath. It wasn't for my sake. It was for hers. "Explain yourselves," I grit, barely keeping my rage at bay. "Now." But when Yuri turns to me again, that flame flickers. I've never seen an expression like this on my brother's face before. Smiling, yet sad at the same time. All at once, he looks 10 years older. "What's there to explain?" he whispers. "I love her." Love. Before I would have mocked the very idea. I would have spit in my brother's face that love is a bedtime story. Something we tell our kids to balance out the terror of the monster under the bed. Something to give them hope. But just an hour ago, I spoke that very same word to someone else. And now, as furious as I want to be, I can't do it. I can't pull the trigger on this. "So it's yours," I rasp. "She's pregnant with your baby?" Yuri nods.
No!
We both turn at the sound of Petra's voice.
It can't be.
She starts babbling again, nearly incoherent.
Yuri, you don't understand. If my father finds out, he'll kill us. He'll kill both of us.
He wouldn't. Yuri shakes his head.
You're his daughter. I'm nothing!
Petra spits.
I'm not his heir. I'm a prize mare to auction off to the highest bidder. I'm supposed to get him an heir.
Her voice drops to a whisper.
Instead, I've dishonored him and the family. There's only one fate for people who do that.
"Then I'll marry you," Yuri says immediately.
"We'll tell him together. We'll explain." "Explain what?" she shrieks. "It's Matvey. He wants Yura. He wants the power of the pecan. And he knows you'll never turn on him to take it."
For a split second, I wonder if that's still true. All this time, Yuri's been deceiving me, sneaking around, meeting my fiancée behind my back. Even if we were engaged in name only, he should have known better than to go for her, should have known better than to lie to me for her. So who's to say he won't betray me for her too? But then I shake myself. This is Yuri we're talking about. No matter what, he's family. We're family. If I can't trust that, then...
"There has to be another way,"
Yuri stammers, refusing to so much as entertain the thought.
"Anything but that, Petra."
"Good brother."
"There is,"
she confirms.
"One way to save both our lives. The only way."
And then she looks back at me.
"You did the right thing,"
Yuri says, clutching my fist tight to his chest, preventing me from slamming it back into the concrete, back where I can feel it hurt.
"You saved us. You saved me."
"Of course I did," I growl back. "Of course I fucking did!" Family comes first. I will always protect it. I will always make that choice. And it will always be the right one. That's my creed. So why does this feel like the opposite of right? "No," I snap. "No way!"
"Matvey,"
Yuri starts, looking conflicted.
"I don't like this either, but..."
"Then don't ask me to do it!" I pound my fist on the table.
"Do you think this is easy for me?"
my brother cries back.
"Asking you to marry the woman I love? Knowing I can't keep her safe, but you can? That I can't keep my child safe, but you can?"
We're inches from each other. Seconds, really, from letting our fists do the talking for us. But then Yuri's fury breaks.
"Matvey,"
he murmurs.
"I can't lose her. I can't."
The ridiculous thing is, He doesn't even realize he's in danger too. Petra said it loud and clear, and for once, I believe her. I've spent too long with Vlad to not know what kind of man he is. He can't lose Petra, he says. Well, I can't fucking lose him. I'm not scared of Vlad. If he wants to come at us, let him. Let the Solovyovs taste the lead of the entire Groza Bratva. But I can't possibly justify taking Petra in. I can't order my Vori to risk their lives, their men, for an outsider. And Yuri wouldn't listen. He'd follow that siren to the ends of the earth, follow her into his own goddamn grave. And I can't have that. But I also have somebody else I can't lose. Motya, Yuri begs, oblivious to my hell, to how fucking close I am to being torn apart. Help us. I can't. Please. Brother. That's the final straw. Like the camel's back, my resistance breaks. Because this is my brother we're talking about. This is my brother. And he's asking me for help. No one else can know, Petra says, panic still flooding her words. No one else can know it's not yours. You shut the fuck up, I snarl. She's right, Yuri cuts in, pleading. One wrong word and we're done for, Motya. We can't risk that. She's carrying my child. He doesn't need to finish that sentence. I can read it in his eyes, plain as day. No one, he repeats. Promise me. April deserves to know. The words are halfway up my throat when... Do you trust her? It's that voice at the back of my mind. The voice of the Bakan in me. The one that's been telling me over and over. She's not family. She's not blood. But Yuri is. Promise me, Motya, he says again, quieter this time, hopeful. Please. And God help me, I do. Thank you, Yuri says to me. Thank you for saving us, for not telling anyone. I think of April, back at the penthouse. How overjoyed she was when she greeted me at the door, waiting on a happily ever after. But there's no such thing as happily ever after. Come, I force out, walking back towards the mouth of the alley. We have work to do. I leave my blood on the bricks, and I leave April flowers behind for good. Chapter 61. Matvey. I haven't been at the office for 1 hour before the doors burst open. You mangy fucking dog! Vladimir strides in, waving his fist in the air. You mudak! You dare dishonor my daughter? Great. Just fucking great. One would think Petra would at least give me the morning before tattling to dear old daddy. No such luck, apparently. Grisha and Yuri come rushing in after Vlad, guns drawn, but I motion for both of them to stand by. Hello, Vladimir. We really must stop meeting like this. How fucking dare you! Vlad roars. He raises his fist to strike. I'll wipe that smile off your face, you govnyuk! Without any effort, I catch his punch midair, with my injured hand. I don't believe I was smiling. I growl. Then I tighten my grip. I watch Vlad's face drain of all color as my fist clenches around his, making the bones pop. His bodyguards balk, but not one of them has the guts to raise his gun at me. After all, I've still got one free hand. Matvey! Let's get one thing straight here, I hiss, my grip now steel. If you have grievances with me, I won't expect you to keep silent. I'm not that much of a tyrant. But you will mind your tongue, and you will remember your fucking self. Vlad's face scrunches up in pain, but I still don't let go. After all, I'm going to be your Pakan soon, so why don't we keep things civil? What? Fine! I apologize! Only then do I release him. In that case, you have my regrets as well, I add. Believe me when I say I never intended for any of this to happen. It's not an apology. It's the truth. If there's one thing I regret, it's this goddamn mess. Had it been up to me, Petra would have lived and died a virgin. But it wasn't up to me, and I've already made my choice in the matter. Vlad is still fuming, but he seems to have calmed down enough to remember his English. I'm glad to hear that. People may call me old-fashioned, but even I don't expect a young couple to keep their hands to themselves until marriage. I understand a man has needs. And a woman doesn't. I briefly wonder what it must be like to be married to someone like Vlad. Suddenly I feel a flash of sympathy for his late wife. But a child is another matter entirely, he continues. My family's honor is at stake here. As is mine. He offers me his hand, swallowing back my disgust. I give it a firm, hard shake. Which is why the wedding has to be celebrated within the week, Vlad concludes. For a second, I'm sure I must have misheard. The week, I echo. Of course, we want to put this matter behind us as soon as possible. I trust you agree? Yes, I concede. But this week won't work. April's baby is due. Those 2 words, April's baby, are enough to turn Vlad's face back to cherry red. Fuck that suka! He spits. Fuck her obluzhadok! They can disappear for all Ah! I thought. I snarl into his ear. My grip suddenly steel again. We agreed to be civil. All right, but all right, Vlad hisses out in pain. But this has gone on long enough, Sonny. It's time you think about your real family. Sonny. I should rip his fingers out just for calling me that. But I force myself to remember the situation. What's at stake here? My brother. His family. So? Vlad demands. Are you a man of honor? Or not? If you doubt that, then you shouldn't be in business with me at all, I growl back. And then, before my eyes, Vlad's expression transforms. Perhaps not, he replies, with a newfound calm. Perhaps I should just cut my losses, withdraw my support, and my numbers. Then I'll have to make new friends. Do you want to know what I've heard? It's like watching someone rip off a mask. Vlad's voice grows calmer, his demeanor colder. For once, he looks every bit the Pakan the streets used to whisper about. The feared Solovyov patriarch, famous for gutting his enemies like pigs. First with his words, and then with his knives. It was the reason I sought him out in the first place. Still, all this time, I never thought I'd see his fangs in person. After age shortened his temper and dulled his mind, every single Pakan in New York believed that version of Vlad to be gone, myself included. If I didn't despise the man, I'd almost have to respect him. Since I don't bother answering his question, he answers it himself. I've heard that the feds are in the market for new friends, too, he says. I bet they'd be very, very interested in the famous Matvey Groza. Careful, I warn. And you are famous, aren't you? As CEO and Pakan. It's not like you've gone to great lengths to keep your cover. In fact, you're the topic of conversation at every table within 2 miles of the courthouse. State attorneys everywhere are dying to find something that will finally stick. I won't repeat myself, Vlad. You don't need to. After all, we're still friends. Family, really. But if we weren't, I'm afraid I'd have no other choice. I can't believe my ears. This Modoc is threatening me. Me! Plain as day, in my own office, in front of my men. And yet, as much as I hate to admit it, he's found the one chink in my armor. I haven't been careful with my cover. This city whispers my name like I'm the goddamn boogeyman. Every kill, every catch, I made without paying any mind of the tracks I left. I didn't care about being clean. I just needed to stay a free man long enough to exact my revenge. I never thought I'd have something to live for afterwards. Do you really think you could do that? I sneer regardless. Ruin me before I can ruin you. People say my bratva is dying, Vlad remarks. I suppose it isn't far from the truth. It's why I need an heir in the first place. A strong man who can lead us into the future. And make no mistake, son, no one would like you to be that man more than me. But if you couldn't be that, for a second, his eyes flash as cold as Petra's, then I'd show you just how dangerous a beast on its dying breath can be. Kill him, my instincts scream at me. Kill him now, and be done with it. Be done with him. But where would that push my revenge? But of course, this is all just hypothetical. Vlad backs off, hands raised, voice pleasant again. Like I said, we're still friends. All that's left to settle is a date. I clench my fists so tight my knuckles start bleeding again. If all I did was call things off with Petra after the baby's birth, it would have still been salvageable. If I'd spun Vlad a tale of duty and honor, maybe an alliance would have still been possible. Maybe he would have even taken Yuri as a replacement. As long as I named him my heir, it would have been acceptable. And I would have. God, I would have. But now, there's a baby. And if I risk Vlad's wrath, there's no telling what would happen to mine. I could protect them, the man in me insists. I could protect my child and April both, get them out of the city, out of the country. As much as it would tear my heart from my chest, I'd do it. But no one can keep somebody else safe 24/7. Not even the strongest pecan in the world. As it stands, there's only one thing I can do. Only one choice left to make. Sunday. Vlad blinks. I beg your pardon? The wedding will be celebrated on Sunday, I force out. I trust this settles the matter to everyone's satisfaction. For a moment, Vlad looks like he wants to object. I wait for him to do it. Wait for him to give me the last excuse I need to whip out my gun and make a mess of my carpets. But all he does is nod. Very well, he agrees. Sunday it is. When he offers me his hand this time, I don't shake it. The second he's out the door, I hear Yuri heave a sigh of relief. Then Grisha steps in front of me. What the hell is going on, man? That's the first time I've heard him speak like that. Insubordinate. Remember your place, Grisha, I growl. Apologies, he amends. I'll rephrase. What the hell is going on, boss? What's going on is that I'm getting married, I snarl, as we all knew I would eventually. And I don't owe you a fucking explanation. You certainly don't, Grisha says flatly. But I'd very much appreciate one. And so I suspect would April. Do not say her name! I slam my injured hand on the table. Red spreads to the papers underneath. Blood in the water. Gather the Vori, I command, and do not ever question me again. It'll be the last time I let you. Grisha. Yuri puts a hand on his shoulder. It's fine, just leave it at that, please. Grisha looks between me and Yuri. His eyes are filled with suspicion. He can tell something happened while he was elsewhere, and he can tell Yuri knows too. After all, he isn't my third for nothing. But whatever he finds on our faces, it's clearly not enough to insist. So he takes a step back and bows. Yes, Moi Pakan. Then he goes to gather the Vori for the announcement.
Chapter 62. April. The night after he breaks up with me, Matvey doesn't show up for family dinner. I suppose I should be glad. Honestly, I don't think I could have stomached it. Family dinner. What a joke. It was just another lie, wasn't it? All that sad violin music about how important it was for him, and it was probably nothing but a tool all along. A compromise. A couple of hours for me, and then free to run to fool around with Petra for the rest of the day. God, Petra. I can't believe I fell for her act. The scorned business partner, the reluctant friend, the dashing defender. I wouldn't be surprised to find out she staged that break-in herself to just gain my trust once and for all. Sisterhood. My ass. All day I've been rolling in bed with only these thoughts to keep me company. It's like I can't stop my mind worrying. How many laughs did they have at my expense? How many secret glances did they share behind my back when I was in the room? How many lies did they make me swallow? I love you. And those 3 words, they were the cruelest deception of all. Why even lie about something like that? Why lie about that to me? I had already resigned myself. I didn't expect anything. All I wanted was a happy life for my child, a loving home for them to grow up in, a serene atmosphere for the 3 of us, one that wasn't dominated by silence and wars of pinching, sneering cruelty waged in the shadows. I never asked for love, so why pretend to give it to me? I love you. The worst part is I can still hear his words in my head, because maybe it wasn't a lie. Maybe out of all the lies, it was the one that was real. Not that I'll ever know. And then there was that phone call. April, this is Dr. Allen. I'm distracted from my thoughts by a now unfamiliar sound, the doorbell ringing. I drag myself out of bed exactly as I am. Because fuck it, you know? My hair's a mess, my clothes all over the place. I didn't have the strength to wear anything that required effort. Just a pair of shorts and a stained, oversized t-shirt. Too late, I remember who it belongs to. April. There he is. Matvey Groza, the root cause of my misery. What are you doing here? I ask. I don't even have the energy to sound righteously furious like I ought to. Just broken. Just a shell of a person. Matvey's face is the same impassive mask it was yesterday. No matter how hard I try, I can't see what's underneath it. And then I notice the bloody bandage around his hand. What happened to your dinner? I blink. Sorry, what? That's why I'm here, he says curtly. Dinner. Dinner, I echo. Yes. I'm speechless. Honest to God, speechless. I don't want to have dinner with you. I don't even want to see you, Matvey. After what you did, you still think I'd... What I think is that we had a deal, Matvey says flatly, and it involves dinner. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Can't believe this man would have the gall to... Get out, I seethe. Get out of my sight now before I slam the door in your face. You'll find that I have a key. Then I'll just barricade you out. I'll call the concierge and have them break it down. You can't do that. Yes, I can. Matvey all but snarls. Because this is still my hotel, my penthouse, whether you're in it or not. I let the words sink in. Not just them, but the way they were said. The way he said them. As cold as ice itself. Then I step aside. It's the hardest thing in the world, to make myself do that, to force my feet to move. But Matvey's right. No matter how angry I am, this is still his place, his home. I was a fool for thinking it could ever be ours. Then by all means, I say, putting my customer service voice back on. Make yourself at home, Mr. Groza. Something flashes in his eyes then. Something like exhaustion. It throws me more than any part of this conversation. All throughout dinner, I don't take a single bite. No matter how mouth-watering the dishes, how sweet the scents, I never once touch my plate. Eat, Matvey grits out eventually. You need the strength. I'm not hungry. I don't care. The baby needs it. Right, of course. The baby. God forbid there's anything else to me but that. I have news. It's about the induction. I push Dr. Allen's voice out of my mind. I'm not feeling well right now, Matvey. It's not a lie. Even if I wanted to eat, my stomach is utterly closed for business. If I took a single bite right now, I'd just throw it up on the spot. April. I'll heat it up later, I concede. There. Happy? But Matvey doesn't look happy. He doesn't look happy in the slightest. And yet, there's no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he seems weary, spent, defeated. Which doesn't make any sense. This is Matvey we're talking about. He doesn't give up. He doesn't take no for an answer. He doesn't lose, not to anyone. Certainly not to me. So what am I looking at here? Is this for real? Was Matvey so convinced he'd get to have his cake and eat it too? Was it such a shock when reality finally caught up to him? We decided on a date. I don't know if it's the jarring sight in front of me or Dr. Allen's phone call echoing in my ears. Regardless, for the first time all night, I open my mouth to speak. And then Matvey cuts me off. You should know, a date has been set for the wedding. My tongue turns to lead. Still, I manage to croak. When? This Sunday. I freeze. There are a million things I want to say, a million questions crowding my mind all at once. But in the end, I only manage to ask one. So soon? Matvey's jaw sets. We couldn't wait. That's what finally turns me to stone. We couldn't wait. As if they simply loved each other too much to delay. As if that's all I've been all along. A delay. A temporary setback. One that was never meant to last. I rise from the table. Matvey does the same. Congratulations, I whisper. And Dr. Allen's phone call remains locked inside my mind. Hello, April. This is Dr. Allen. I walk him to the door. I have news. It's about your induction. I open it for him. We decided on a due date. I watch him walk out. This Sunday. And I don't say a thing. Chapter 63. April. Things don't change much over the next few days. I wake up late. I keep the blinds drawn. When I do bother getting up, I just wander around the penthouse like a ghost. Restless. Numb. Silent. That's the constant of my life now. Silence. So many times I thought I'd rid myself of it for good. First with my found family, and then with Matvey. But it follows me everywhere. When Matvey comes by for dinner, the silence becomes deafening. It's astounding how quickly we've gone back to being strangers. The worst kind of strangers. Strangers who once said, I love you. And then there's the baby. The due date is floating around in my mind every minute of every day. The first night we eat together, I keep telling myself that if he will only speak to me, then I'll come clean. If he will only say one word to me, ask about my day, ask about anything, then I'll tell him. But he never does. So the second night, I tell myself just one look will do. If he glances up from his plate, if he keeps his gaze on mine for a single full second, then I'll take it as a sign and spill it all. But he never does that either. Then by the third day, I'm determined to tell him anyway. He's still the baby's father, isn't he? No matter how badly he scorned me, how broken he left me, he still has a right to know, doesn't he? But there's another baby coming. It's a small, hateful voice spewing poison at the back of my mind. I try my hardest to suppress it, but it keeps coming back stronger, louder. Soon he'll have another child, a better one, a legitimate one he actually chose to have. And once that happens, he'll forget about the one he never wanted in the first place, just like your parents did. By the fourth day, I'm determined to snuff out that voice for good. So I tell myself, if he answers me, I'll tell him. Do you love her? The sound of the cutlery stops. Matvey's hands still. Just like that, the silence grows louder than ever. A part of me is hoping he'll say yes, because if he truly loves her, if all of this was the last trial on the way to his happily ever after, then I'll be able to accept it. I'll be able to put my restless soul at ease. Not right away. Not for a long time, maybe. But eventually. Or at least I'll be able to pretend. I'll be happy for them. I'll smile and nod and say all the right words. After all, haven't I done this all my life? Live off the crumbs of other people's happiness. Getting out of the way so it could happen. It wouldn't be my home full of laughter, but it would be a home for my child. I have a half-brother that I love. Maybe Nugget could have the same. They could grow to care for each other, like Matvey and Yuri did. Better yet, they could grow up together from the start. It wouldn't be my happiness, but it'd still be happiness. And yet, another part of me is still hoping he'll say, no. No, I don't love her. I love you, April Flowers. It's only ever been you. But what I'm wholly unprepared for is the answer that actually comes my way. It's none of your business. I look up. Matvey's eyes are finally on me, but they have never felt so cold. His words, too. Words that I've begged for in my mind for the whole week. The silence is broken now, but at what cost? Matvey. I try again, gripping my napkin tight. Just tell me. I promise I can handle it. I just need to know. You don't need to know anything. It's not fair. I rasp around the lump in my throat. I watch Matvey's fist clench and unclench on the table, like it does when he's about to lose his patience. Drop it, April. I shake my head. No, you owe me this much. You owe me. I owe you nothing. The harshness of those words makes me jump. For a second, I'm frozen. I can't blink. I can't speak. I can't breathe. Matvey's chair screeches. Through a veil of tears, I watch him stand. I owe you nothing, he repeats quieter. And you don't owe me anything either, so do what you want. What I want? I stammer. He gives me a curt nod. After the birth, I'll arrange for you to be moved to another apartment. It'll be yours in every way that matters. You'll have round-the-clock security and a bank account for your needs. And you think that's what I want? I ask with a trembling voice. A bigger cage? I will provide for you. He goes on as if he hasn't heard me. And for our child. You'll be free to have your friends over. If you want June to move back in, I won't stand in your way. And if I want somebody else to move in, you won't stand in my way either. I can't get through the whole sentence without my voice wobbling. A few days ago, it would have been unthinkable. Matvey Groza giving me up to someone else. But now what else could he have meant? I want you and no one else, not even if it's fake. I still want to believe those words. I want it with all of my heart. But then again, I also wanted to believe in, I love you. And look how that turned out. No. I blink. No? For the first time since this whole affair started, I allow myself to hope. You can't have someone else, he growls. Not now, not ever. You are mine. Then kiss me, I beg. Kiss me now and call me yours. Call off the wedding. Take me away. Make me forget this ever happened. Kiss me and give me my happily ever after. And if I can't have you, then no one can. No one. My last hope shatters. I can feel the shards sink into my feet as I stand. No one. Those two words keep repeating in my head like a slap on loop. Not Matvey, and not anyone else either. No one. You want me to be alone? I croak. You don't want me, but you want me to be alone. Forever. I'm barely holding back tears. Of all the things I knew Matvey to be, possessive, mercurial, jealous, I never thought he'd be this cruel too. When his lips remain sealed, I whisper, You want our child to be alone. I'd be there, he retaliates. I'd visit. For dinner, without saying a word. He grimaces. It's better than nothing. That's what I deserve. Slightly more than nothing. That's what our child deserves, according to his father. Silence. And no one. I want you and no one else, not even if it's fake. How quickly they end fairy tales. I can almost glimpse the last paragraph of mine. As I stand shell-shocked in the middle of the living room, listening to the sound of the door closing behind Matvey's back, I try to picture it. The grain of the paper. The black lines of ink. And then just before the final empty page, happily never after. I murmur into the silence.
Chapter 64. Matvey. It's fucking torture. All week, I can't bring myself to look at her. I can't bring myself to speak. And for what? What would I even say? What could I say after all this mess? The truth? A new, unfamiliar part of me suggests. Tell her the truth. Tell her everything that happened. Petra's baby, Yuri, all of it. It's tempting. So fucking tempting. But if I could trust April with the truth, then we wouldn't be here to begin with. I saw April again today, Grisha informs me, on the drive to the office. Her eyes were red. Then buy her some eye drops. She hasn't been sleeping. I could hear her sobbing from the hallway. I turn my head to the window and ignore him. It's every night, Matvey. This has to stop. Then buy yourself some earplugs, too, I snap. Are you really going to be so dense? Grisha snaps right back. This isn't about me, man. This is about her. This isn't good for her. We all do things that aren't good for us. How about this, then? It's not good for the baby, either. Assuming you still care about that. I pound my fist against the car door. Pull over. Can't. We're in the middle of traffic. I said, pull the fuck over! With an irritated huff, Grisha obeys. A chorus of horns explodes behind us, but I don't care. I step out of the car and wait for my driver to do the same. When he does, I slam him hard against the closest wall. Let's get one thing straight here, I growl. You don't make the decisions around here. I do. So stay in your goddamn lane. And what decision have you made exactly? Grisha pushes back, utterly unconcerned about my hands around his throat. Because from where I'm standing, it doesn't look like this was your call. Shut up. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say it was your bruh. I said, shut the fuck up! For an instant, Grisha does. All around me, people start whispering. Shit, they're staring. I'm still a public figure. Someone might recognize me. As Vlad so kindly pointed out, I need to take better care with my cover. I am your man. To the death, Grisha spells out quietly. You are my Pakan. But I didn't sign up to trot along to anybody else's orders. Then it's a good thing these orders come from me. You were happy with April, he insists. For the first time since I met you, you were actually fucking happy. I don't deny it. After so many lies, I don't have the strength. Things change. Then tell me why they changed. I don't owe you an explanation, I snarl. Is that the issue? Grisha asks. Or are you keeping me in the dark for the same reason you're keeping April in the dark? Because this is a family matter. Fucking Grisha. Always too sharp for his own good. I've been by your side for a long time, Matvey, he insists. I've seen you grow into the Pakan you are. Even then, I know you'll never think of me as family, because I'm not your blood. And I can live with that. Then stop fucking but April can't. I release my grip. Grisha briskly puts himself back together. Shall we go, before the boys in blue show up? I'm tempted to let them. Right now, all I want is a good fight. But people are staring. Let's go, I command. For the rest of the way, all I can think of is April's red-rimmed eyes, the sound of her sobs through a closed door, forks scraping over empty plates. Silence. 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 Every night I come back for dinner. That's my own brand of torture for myself. I can't be honest with her, but I can't stay away from her either. So I pull rank and make her sit with me. It's the worst thing in the world. I feel like the goddamn beast, like I plunged April into a fairy tale gone wrong. But then again, ours was never that kind of story. We never promised each other anything. I never promised her anything. Only, I love you. Do you love her? Her voice overlaps with a memory of mine. It takes me a moment to untangle my words from hers, to figure out what she's actually saying. When I do, I want to fucking scream. Love her? Petra? I'd sooner chew on glass. What my brother sees in her, I'll never understand. She's moody, unpredictable, always trying to claw her way to the top. Incapable of giving a shit about anybody else who might find themselves in the way. She's too much like me, my mind whispers. And April is everything I'm not. Warm, kind, always walking on her tiptoes, afraid to break the eggshells under her feet. Her whole life, she's been taught that that was the only way to survive. But I wanted to show her more. I wanted to show her that family doesn't have to mean misery, that it can be happiness too. Me, her, our child. We could make a home. We could be a home. And now, she's asking me if I love Petra? No, I want to scream. I don't fucking love Petra. I love you, April Flowers. It's always been you. But then she'd have questions, and I could never give her an answer. Why? A part of me goddamn howls. Why can't you give her answers? Why can't you come clean? Why can't you trust her? It's none of your business. It's like a sick game of back and forth. Every time I come close to telling her, to spilling my guts and then begging her for forgiveness, that other older part of me whispers back, she's not family. She's the mother of your child, the newer me argues. She's your partner. And again that voice, she's not family. She's not blood. But Yuri is. No one. Promise me, Motia. And I'll be damned if I turn into a fucking blood traitor too. I won't turn on my family. I won't be my father. So I rise from the chair, and I tear April to pieces. It feels like the worst thing I've ever done. Pushing her away, ripping her love for me out of her chest with my bare hands. Being cruel. But if it'll help make her fall out of love with me, then so be it. I owe you nothing, and you don't owe me anything either. Her life will continue after me. It has to continue after me. So let me be the monster of her story. If you want June to move back in, I won't stand in your way. And if you... Say it, you coward. Set her fucking free.
And if I want somebody else to move in, you won't stand in my way either?
As soon as I hear her say those words, I fucking lose it. No.
No?
You can't have someone else, I growl, too far gone to realize the way her eyes shine with hope. Hope that I'll take her back, that I'll finally claim her. Not now, not ever. You are mine. But I can't. I can't claim her. I can't have her. And if I can't have you, no one can. Watching her shatter is like taking a knife to the heart.
No one?
She asks me, with a broken voice, all restraint gone.
You want me to be alone?
I want you to be with me. I want to own you so completely you'll never think about another man again. Never. It's so fucking selfish. I wanted to set her free, didn't I? I was tearing her apart to push her away from me, wasn't I? So why did it end up like this?
You don't want me, but you want me to be alone. Forever?
Because I can't give her up. That's why. I can never give up April Flowers. I can never give up on us. So why don't you tell her? I feel like my head is going to explode. I barely hear the words she says to me after, or the words I say to her. Everything's wrapped up in a fog. Anger, fear, jealousy, need. All I register is her face as she cries. I shut the door behind my back and bite my knuckles bloody. Tomorrow, I rasp. If she's still like this tomorrow, I'll tell her. Trust or no trust. Blood or no blood.
Chapter 65. April. If I can't have you, no one can. After the initial shock has passed, I can only feel one thing. Rage. How dare he? Who does he think he is? Discarding me like a broken toy, then claiming no one else can have me? Condemning me to a life of loneliness because what? He loves me? As fucking if. That night, I'm a statue of salt. I endure dinner like I'm enduring stitches. I set my jaw. bite down on my lip, and I don't say a damn thing. Silence, but on my terms. April. Of course, now he speaks. The silence isn't working now that he isn't its master any longer. About this wedding, there's something you should... No. I watch him blink. No. It's a sick parody of last night's exchange. No, I repeat, putting down my napkin with enough force to make the plates tremble. I don't want to hear it. You have to. Oh, I have to. I hear myself laugh, but there isn't a single trace of joy in it. It's a broken howling sound, like the wind through an abandoned house. Yesterday, you made it abundantly clear it was none of my business, and now I have to listen to you. Sit down, Matvey growls. Or what? I challenge him, though in truth I didn't even realize I'd stood. You'll find a smaller cage to lock me into. Don't test me. I can't believe I ever fell for his act. Can't believe I let this man fool me for as long as I did. Right now, every word out of his mouth is confirmation. All he wants is power over me. All he wants is control. That's not true. A quiet part of me whispers at the back of my mind. It's the part I buried, the part that's still licking her wounds, bleeding from the gash in her heart. He cared for you, once. Maybe he cares still. I silence that voice and fix my stare on Matvey. Test you, I echo. Why? What can you possibly do to me that you haven't already? You put a target on my back from day one. Thanks to you, I got kidnapped, cut off from everything I've ever loved, assaulted in my own home. I stared down the barrel of an assassin's gun, challenged the whole mob in handcuffs, and even had to pull a freaking heist, for your fiancé, might I add. April, the wedding with Petra. Do not say her name! The scream surprises me. I didn't think I was capable of this. This unbridled anger, the fury of a broken thing. But broken things have to take on new forms to survive. Don't say her name, I repeat, this time in a whisper. Don't talk to me about your wedding. Don't talk to me about family when all you've ever done is scorn ours. April, you never wanted me. You never wanted our child. You took us in out of sick jealousy just so no one else could have the toys you didn't care to keep. Because even broken, they were yours. You are mine. He snarls, rising to meet my eyes from above. Both of you are mine. That will never change. And that scares me half to death. Matvey reels back as if slapped. But I can't stop now, not even if I wanted to. With the floodgates finally open, everything has to come rushing out. Even the dirt at the very bottom. All the black and rotten and bloody things I always kept to myself, hoping no one would ever see. My darkness. You ruined me, Matvey Groza. You ruined my life. And now you want to ruin my child's. April, I would never. But you already have. I half laugh, half sob. Look at what happened the other day. I was in a hospital, Matvey, not knowing whether my baby was still alive inside me. All because of your bratva. Because of you. Matvey clenches his jaw. His lips press into a tight line, but he doesn't say a thing. Doesn't seem to have a single argument to defend himself. Once again, he chooses silence. So I speak for the both of us. Ever since we met, you've done nothing but force me into a life I didn't want. I never once forced you, April. Maybe not, I concede. Maybe I was so lonely that I just let you. I take a step forward. But I won't let you anymore. Not if you want me to be even more alone. Not if you want our child to grow up alone like I did, like you did. Not if you intend to turn into... The words get stuck in my throat. I've said a lot of horrible things today. But this is too sharp, too evil. And yet it's also true. Say it, Matvey growls as if reading my mind. Say what you're thinking. I hesitate. Say it, April. It's his tone that gives me the final push. Aggressive, scary, cruel. Your father, I breathe. I can see the exact moment Matvey shuts down. Whatever he'd been intending to say, it sinks back into his depths. sealed under a mountain of grief. Good. The vindictive part of me rejoices. Let him feel the pain you felt. But why doesn't it feel good? Isn't this the thing Matvey has been after all along? Revenge. Shouldn't it feel good? So why do I just want to cry harder? Without a word, Matvey turns his back on me. As he walks away, every step echoes like the crack of something broken, something irreparable, something even I can't fix. I lie awake in bed until morning. When the doorbell rings, I don't even think. I gather myself and get to the door. Matvey. He's wearing the suit I made him. Han blue, like his eyes in the dark. On the front, folded neatly in his jacket, is the pocket square I gifted him. He looks dreamy, but the bags under his eyes tell a different story. A man trapped in a nightmare. I don't get it. This is his wedding day. He's marrying the woman he loves, the one he actually wants. So why does he look so wretched? You should be getting married, I tell him in a rasping monotone. Truth be told, it's still early. I didn't ask for details. But if this is anything like his previous wedding, he isn't supposed to be at the venue for at least another hour. The venue. I wonder if they changed it. If they'll get married in some blooming garden across town, or if they picked the terrace again. This terrace, just one floor above me. If I stood on the balcony, would I hear it? The music, the march, their I-dos. If I just kept the windows open, would the sounds of my world shattering drift inside? I have something to discuss with you first. Is this about whatever you were trying to say last night? I ask. Matvey's expression turns bitter. No. Clearly, I can't trust you with that information. The words cut deep. I think back to my own remarks, the jab about his father. As hurt as I still am, I can't help but regret it. Then what? I know about the induction. I stare up at him. Since when? Since Dr. Allen called you, he replies. You can't keep secrets from me, April. It won't work. But you can keep them from me. Something flashes across Matvey's face. Something like pain. I don't have a choice. There's always a choice, I retort. Always, Matvey. Not from me. Not about this. It feels like we're on two different railways in this conversation. Like we're following two different threads, both leading nowhere. I didn't think you cared anymore, I whisper, about our baby. Whether I care or not is no longer your concern. He spits at me, venomous. This is my child, too, and I'll do with it as I see fit. Once, I would have taken this as a claim. Aggressive, misguided, but born out of love nonetheless. Now, all I can do is shiver. After the wedding, I'll take you to the hospital myself, he adds, dark and final. I swallow hard. What if I don't want you to? Then that's no concern of mine. His words leave me reeling. Since when has Matvey gone back to being this Iceman? Since when has he gone back to threatening me? When Matvey turns to leave, someone else takes his place in my eyes. Someone just as tall, imposing and scary. My father. It's uncanny, the resemblance. Their taut backs, their disdain. Suddenly, I'm 7 years old again, watching Dominic walk out on me, rejecting me for a better family. I can't even muster the strength to close the door. I just collapse with my back against it, heart in my throat, the beats too frantic to keep track. And then, in the worst cosmic joke of all, my water. I stammer into the empty room. I watch the liquid pool under my legs, staining my dress. The baby's ready. My baby's ready. And it's coming.
Chapter 66. Matvey. From the second I leave April behind, everything turns into a daze. Grisha corners me in front of the elevator. Are you really okay with this? There's no going back, you know. After you marry her. Goddamn Grisha. Even right at the end, he has to find a way to get on my nerves. When he tries to get on the elevator with me, I bark, "You stay here. Guard her. Make sure she doesn't leave." After a moment's hesitation, Grisha bows.
As you wish, Moi Pakan.
I have Yuri drive me to the Hedoneros Club instead. When we get there, I notice the place has been classed up from head to toe. Good. It wasn't exactly wedding appropriate before. It was just the first venue available on such short notice. The only one that wasn't the hotel, at least. And I wasn't going to do this at the hotel. Not with April just one floor below. My mind swims as I head to the rooftop. Yuri tries to talk to me.
Motia!
Don't! I snarl. Whatever you're going to say, don't say it. He obediently shuts up. My brother. I've never felt so conflicted about him in my life. I love him. And I hate him. Why did he have to make me do this? Why did he have to go and fall for the only person he shouldn't? Why did he have to make me promise? Would it have mattered? A disillusioned voice whispers at the back of my head. Even if he didn't force you into a promise, would you have told her? No. It's as clear as day now. I wouldn't have. I shouldn't have. Because all along, I was right. April isn't family. She isn't blood. And she isn't someone I can trust. I opened my heart to her once. Once. I told her about my past, about my scars. And what did she do with it? She threw it all back in my face. Clenching my fists, I walk up to the aisle. Every guest I pass looks uncomfortable. There's tension on everyone's faces. Everyone but Vlad. He looks overjoyed. Pleased as punch, really. We're so close now. So close to getting what we've always wanted. Me, my bratva, and that viper Petra, too. Petra. A sadder-looking bride I have never seen. Not even when she ran away the first time around. Or when she was binging tarts in the kitchen with mascara tracks all over her face. If possible, Yuri looks even sadder. It's a wretched affair, all of it. As the priest goes through his spiel, I feel like my head is underwater. When it comes to repeating after him, Petra has to kick me awake. And when it comes to saying, I do, we both hesitate. But it's just 2 words. 2 words. And a death sentence. I say them. Petra says them too. Then the crowd erupts in cheers.
Not drinking?
Petra asks me, following my gaze to the open bar. Have I been that obvious in my staring? Neither are you, I point out.
If I could, we wouldn't be here.
Right. The baby. Didn't figure you for the maternal type, I jab. Observing the rules, taking care of another being.
The child's innocent, she mutters. We are the guilty ones.
Speak for yourself, I spit. I didn't do anything to land myself in this mess.
Last I heard, you had a kid on the way too.
I grit my teeth. As always, Petra's never more unnerving than when she's right. It's the only reason I haven't followed Vlad's example in downing the entire open bar. The only reason I'm here, enduring her, instead of methodically killing my liver and my clarity. Because today, I have a child on the way. My child. It's the one thing that's been keeping me going through all of this mess. The thought that I'm finally going to meet them. Tonight. In a few short hours. But it's still too goddamn long. Yuri joins us. He hands Petra a mocktail, and then turns to me. Your phone's ringing, he points out. I glance at the display. A spark of annoyance flashes through me at the sight of Grisha's name. Jesus Christ, doesn't he know when to fucking quit? Irritated, I refuse the call and pocket my phone again. What are you going to do now? I snark then at the unhappy couple. I saved your ass, but it won't last. Motia, Yuri pleads. Is the child going to grow up calling me Dad? I taunt. Are you going to be Uncle Yuri for the rest of your life, brother? Stop! Or are you planning to wait until the old man croaks to finally step up? Someone grabs my tie. I expect it to be Yuri. I expect him to yank my collar and punch me in the face, give me an excuse to finally vent my anger. With my fists the only way I know how. But it's not Yuri. Thank you, Petra whispers against my lips, making it look as if we're about to kiss. For all you've done. I'm not just saying that, Matvey. I truly mean it. I sense there's a but coming.
But,
She hisses.
I'll have to ask you to hold yourself to the same standard you've held me to.
Which is? I growl.
To not disrespect what's mine.
I almost want to laugh. I could snap Petra's wrist with 2 fingers if I wished to. And yet here she is, defending her territory tooth and nail, fangs and claws. Yuri pales.
Petya, stop.
A toast! Vlad yells, drawing all eyes to us. To the newlyweds! Quickly, Petra releases her grip. I should kill you for what you've just done, I whisper into her ear. You know that, right? She goes as white as my brother. But I won't. All along, something else had been spinning in my head. The suspicion that Petra orchestrated this whole thing. That she fucked my brother over, just so she could fuck me over afterwards. That she was going to break his heart. But no matter how good she is, she could never fake this consuming urge to protect. I know, because I've felt it too. Petra exhales with relief. By her side, I watch Yuri do the same. This time, at least, I add, low and dangerous. The couple seems to heed my warning. With 2 quick nods, they disperse. Who'd have thought? In this whole mess, someone's found a crumb of happiness after all. Sure as fuck wasn't me, though. I almost give in and head to the bar when my phone rings again. God damn Grisha, I mutter. I shut it off. The induction isn't for a while. If it's truly life and death, someone will risk their neck to come get me at my own wedding. If it's not, I don't want to hear it. Not today. I have my own crumb of happiness waiting for me. After I meet my kid, I tell myself. After I meet my kid for the first time, I'll handle anything that comes my way. Whatever it is, it can wait until then. Right?
Chapter 67. April. What is it with me and cabs? I swear, every time I've needed one in the past few weeks, it's been with my hair unkempt, dress soiled to high heaven, and a life-or-death situation on my hands. At least this time, there's no handcuffs. For now. Next to me, Grisha's as pale as a sheet. What with being stationed at my door and all, he was the one who found me wailing with pain on the floor. Not my finest moment. You're sure you don't have a spare car? I joke, gritting my teeth against the throb in my belly. Afraid they're all elsewhere occupied today, he replies, scanning the street for our taxi. Then he goes back to tapping frantically away at his phone, like he's been doing for the past 5 minutes. You're sure you don't want an ambulance? It's uncanny, seeing Grisha like this, so ruffled. If anything, it's a good distraction, though not quite good enough to drown out the pain. I shake my head. They would just take me to the closest hospital. That might be wise. My doctor isn't there, I insist. I'm not doing this without her. I'm not doing this without... I don't finish my sentence. But apparently I don't have to. Grisha's always been quick on the uptake. He curses quietly under his breath in Russian and tries his phone again, his face growing darker by the second. I watch him make call after call after call, but no one ever picks up. I don't have to ask who he's calling. I don't have to ask who isn't picking up. I may not be that smart, but even I am not that slow, or at least not anymore. Bad reception at the wedding of the year? I try to joke. He spares me a quick, sad smile. I'm sure that's all it is. Then my cab finally arrives. Grisha goes to exchange a few words with the driver. I see him pull out a fat wad of cash and what looks like a particularly nasty threat, at least going by the way his eyes narrow. I swear, mobsters can't do anything normally. After that, he helps me into the cab. I will get Matvey, he assures me. This time, I'm the one who gives him a sympathetic smile. Right. As the cab speeds away with sweaty old me in the back seat, a weak part of my heart keeps holding on to hope. Hope that Matvey will drop his blushing bride and come running, that he will be there for me, for us. Because despite it all, my heart still hasn't stopped clinging to happily ever after. By the time I get out of the cab, I'm barely standing. The pain has gotten unbearable, With every step, I'm terrified I'll fall over. I don't know if the cabbie was paid to walk me in, but he only gets me as far as the front gate before absconding with Grisha's wad of cash. The rest of the way, I'm on my own. I keep reaching out for someone to hold on to, but no one's there. The second Dr. Allen lays eyes on me, I'm rushed to the ER. The hospital hive comes alive around me, a flurry of activity that I can't keep track of. It's all too fast, too soon. Is this how my mom felt, with Charlie? That's when it finally sinks in. I'm about to give birth. I'm about to become a mother. It's going to be okay, April. Dr. Allen soothes me. It's somewhat undermined by the way she whirls around right after, yelling at some poor resident. Where's the epidural? I still appreciate the attempt. Breathe, she coaches. In through your nose, out through your mouth. I try to follow her instructions and calm down. I really, really do. But there's no mistaking the panic in her voice, or the urgent way she rushes off with the rest of her team. Then I'm left alone. I'm assaulted by a wave of regret. I should have called June on the ride over. I should have called someone. I still could. My phone is right here, just a few inches away. But I refuse. I don't want June right now. I don't want someone else. I want Matvey. I want my baby's father. And if I can't have him, I won't have anyone. It's a fruitless thought. Stubborn and bitter and every other ugly thing I've got locked up inside of me. It's pathetic, all of it. But right now, I don't have the strength to be anything else. How ironic. I always believed self-inflicted misery was Matvey's position. But clearly, we aren't so different. God save our baby if that's the case. Our baby. Couldn't wait to meet me, could you? I joke through the waves of pain. Hold tight, Nugget. Mommy can't wait to meet you either. In a sea of bitterness, that's the one sweet drop that keeps me going. As the doctors rush me to the birthing room, I cling to that thought like a lifeline. I cling to it as they tell me all sorts of things, that the labor is progressing too quickly, that it's already too late for an epidural, that I'm going to have to push, ma'am, push. As I call Matvey's name and no one answers, as the agony of bringing a new life into the world tears through me, I cling to that one thought with all I have. I'm going to meet my baby. And then, I do. It's everything I've ever dreamed of. I'm spent, stitched up, bloodied from head to toe. That part's nothing like my childhood dreams. No one ever tells you about that in bedtime stories, how bloody the whole affair is. But there's one thing they got right. In the end, it's all worth it. The second they put my child into my arms, I know. You're perfect, I whisper to the bundle. God, you're so perfect. That's when I know something else, too. I won't let history repeat itself. You deserve better, I murmur, lips pressed to my baby's head. You deserve so much better than what I've had. All my life, I've been living with one foot out the door, ready to bolt. Not because I didn't want to be there, but because I never knew when the people around me would be finally done with me. I've grown up unwanted, but I won't let my child suffer the same fate. Walking on eggshells, stomach in knots, the constant feeling of not being good enough always in the room with you. A divided family, a divided life, a divided father. My child deserves better than that. So with my sleeping baby wrapped up in my arms, I pick up my phone and make a call to give my baby what I never had, even if it breaks my heart to do it.
Chapter 68. Matvey. April's giving birth. That's the first text I see when I turn my phone back on, along with a sea of missed calls. Suddenly, it's like the world is spinning. Giving birth? No, that can't be. She was supposed to be induced. She was supposed to... Idiot. I kick myself. Did you really think it would be that simple? That having a child would be so neat and easy? I'm the biggest fucking moron to ever walk the earth. Of course things wouldn't be that simple. Of course they wouldn't follow a goddamn script. Especially with a child in the mix. Some father I'm shaping up to be. The rest of the texts are more of the same. Her water broke. She's being rushed to the hospital. She insisted on a cab. I wasn't sure you'd approve, but then again, you did take all the cars. Matvey, pick up. She's in labor right now. Pick up, goddammit! And then the last text. I'm coming there. I see your phone isn't broken after all, Grisha quips, appearing at my side with uncanny timing. I'm flooded with shame, with rage, at the world, but more specifically, at the man in front of me. Why didn't he come sooner? Why didn't he send for me? Why didn't he call Yuri if it was so fucking important? But I know I'm just making excuses, because most of all, I'm angry at myself. Once again, I didn't answer. April needed me, and I didn't fucking answer. Take me to her, I bark. Now! As we move towards the parking lot, someone yanks me by the arm. Where you going, son? Let go, Vlad. Nonsense! My shit-faced father-in-law spits. His breath smells like something crawled into his mouth and died horribly. It takes all my willpower not to vomit. It's your wedding, son! I'm wed. Wedding's over. The guests are going to talk, so let them. Son. Call me son. One more time. I snarl in his face. See what fucking happens. Hands up in defeat. Vlad lets go of me. That wasn't wise, Grisha comments dryly. Vlad's a spiteful man, and he's got a long memory. Ask me if I give a fuck. I bite out. What? Where the hell is my brother? All the way to the car, I keep trying to call him, but it goes straight to voicemail. Serves you right, the bitter part of me snarks. Can we really afford to wait for him? Grisha frowns. I don't appreciate how clear he's making his disapproval. Once this thing is over, I'm gonna need to have a long, hard talk with him about insubordination and its consequences. No, I say. Drive. All right. Like the fucking wind, Grisha. Yes, Pakan. All the way there, a single thought keeps me from punching the car door off its hinges. I'm going to meet my child. When I get to the hospital, I don't stop to look where I'm going. I don't stop as the nurses yell at me, as security tries to stop me from going up to the maternity ward. I only stop to roar one question. Where is April Flowers? Thankfully, Dr. Allen recognizes me. Nice of you to show up at last, Mr. Groza. I have no bandwidth for her sarcasm, for the contempt I can so clearly hear in her words. A year ago, I would have made her pay for the insolence. Now I only care about one thing. Show me where she is. As we walk towards her room, 1,000 things flood my mind. 1,000 things I want to say to her. I'm sorry. I should have been here. I don't love Petra. I never have. I don't want Petra. I never have. I don't want anyone else. I meant it then, and I mean it now. It's you I want. It's you I... What? Dr. Allen's voice shakes me out of my head. I look up to the source of her confusion, and I see it. April's bed. Empty. She signed herself out, Dr. Allen murmurs, staring dumbly at the discharge papers on the bedside table. Who the hell let my patient sign herself out? Residents scatter like flies at the sound of her screech, but I barely see any of that. All I can see is the blood on the sheets. Where is she? I mutter. Then, louder. Where is my child? But one look at Dr. Allen's face tells me all I need to know. April is gone, and my child is gone too. I rush to the penthouse without a second thought. Maybe she went home, I tell myself, as I mash the elevator buttons into a pulp. Maybe she didn't want to be among strangers. Maybe... When I throw the door open, my heart sinks. April's stuff is gone. Not everything, but a few changes of clothes, toiletries, the essentials. Our child's belongings. Everything she'd need to run. Missing clothes, missing items, a missing partner, a missing child. It's my worst nightmare, and I didn't even know it. And now I'm living it. Fuck, I snarl, clenching my fists until my knuckles are see-through. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Then I see the envelope on the table. A letter from April, and it's addressed to me. With shaking hands, I tear the envelope open and start to read.
Dear Matvey, I've been staring at this page for 5 minutes, trying to figure out what to write. I figured I owed it to you to at least say goodbye, to explain why I'm saying it. But in the end, all I can say is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't good enough for you. I'm sorry that what we had wasn't good enough, that it wasn't as strong for you as it was for me. I'm sorry I couldn't give you what you wanted.
What? I swear out loud. She couldn't give me what I wanted? Is that what she thinks? No, I mutter into the silence. You didn't give me what I wanted. You gave me more. You gave me what I needed. Grinding my teeth into dust, I keep reading.
I hope you'll be happy with Petra. I know you will. I've seen you at your best, Matvey. How kind, warm, and amazing you can be. I've seen her at her best, too, I think. I'm still not sure how much of it was an act, but I'm choosing to believe that part was genuine. The best of both of you. I hope you'll give each other that. And I hope you'll give it to your child, too.
There is no child. I want to scream. The only child I have is the child I have with you. But even if I did, April couldn't hear me. I could shout it from the rooftops, and still April wouldn't hear me. So I curse myself and keep reading.
But you see, I have a child, too. A child who's going to need lots of love to brave this world. And they'll need to feel accepted. You have no idea how much this is tearing me apart, Matvey. Even as I write, I keep hoping you'll come in through that door, that you'll see your child and fall in love just like I did. But you're not coming. You weren't there for the birth either. You weren't there when our baby needed you most. When I needed you most. And I'm afraid that, as time passes, you'll barely be there at all. I don't want my kid to grow up like that, Matvey. I've had enough of it for a lifetime. Being second choice, being second best. You have no idea how painful it can be, how badly it can scar you. Our baby deserves better than that. Better than a divided heart. So now, I'm going to do the hardest thing I've ever done. The hardest thing any mother can do, really. I'm going to do what's best for my daughter. I'm going to leave, and I'm not going to come back. Goodbye, April.
Unblinking, I stare at the letter in my hands. I can't tell for how long, seconds, minutes, hours. It could be days for all I know. She was wrong about at least one thing, though. My heart isn't divided. It's shattered. Fucking hell! I punch the table so hard it breaks. But the pain isn't enough to ground me. Not the splinters in my hand, not the ache of the scene in front of me. The table where we ate so many family dinners, now lying in pieces at my feet. I fucked up, I rasp, to the only person I haven't alienated yet. Myself. I fucked it all up. I'm furious. I'm heartbroken. I'm a wounded animal and a raging monster, howling out of grief and anger both, because April is gone. And now, my daughter is gone too.